be sensitive to that. So I can't say I'm not glad that she did what she did. I have some trust issues, but still, I can't say I'm, he got a taste of his own medicine, and then some.
I do want to tell you this. I think I told this to Jim. So she did play clips from this room into a different room. Scotty told me about it. So I believe she was a journalist, and she did record rooms, right?
She's definitely a journalist.
Yeah, to keep a record and then go back on the notes that she made. You see what I'm saying?
I could tell, I told you this months ago, that the way she asks questions, they're very laser focused. She's very, you could tell she's working, she has objectives that she's working towards when she is in a room talking. When she's modding a room, you can tell that she has an agenda. She's here for a reason. Remember I said, you're writing a book. And I told her, make sure that I'm the star of the book and I look good. And she laughed about it. I know she's doing something like this. I know she is. Especially with her working with PBS also. It could be a documentary. Who knows?
That's true.
This is the clubhouse right now with the Zionists and anti-Zionist Palestinians, pro-Palestinians. This whole group, this gives you the most or the richest, most nuanced information of how all these groups interact with each other. I don't think you'll find anything else like it. It would be a gold mine for anyone that wants to write a book or put together a documentary.
I don't know, maybe documentary or it was just experiment for her, I think.
It could be that, it could be nothing.
But she came from a different app. And Arash, that Samson guy, brought her on here. But he knows her real information.
I don't know if we could assume that he may know her fake information. For all we know. I mean,
he knows her real information. Well, everyone knows.
Samson.
You know Samson, that Iranian dude?
Samson knew? No, man. Samson knew they would have given it to Bibi a long time ago.
No. So Samson, that's what Bibi was doing. Bibi was putting the blame on Samson. Bibi is the one that told me that Samson brought her on here, and I even confronted her. I said, "Oh, I heard Samson brought you up to this app," and she confirmed. She said, "Yeah." And Bibi told me that Samson's the one that doxed her, and I asked Buttercup. She said, "Yeah, Samson was the one that doxed me." I don't know how true that is.
I'm still not convinced that we're not still playing Buttercup's game right now, because she met M. Rose on X before coming here, and she did so with her real name.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did.
No, she used to follow M. Rose, right?
Yes, with her real.
When Emerald, but when Emerald came here, Buttercup told her, "Hey, I actually follow you on Twitter."
Yes.
Emerald was like, "Oh wow, okay, I didn't even know that."
I know.
They didn't meet on Twitter.
Okay.
Buttercup was following her. That's it.
Right. Okay, following her, but she was following her with her real name, not her fake, not with her fake name.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so Buttercup.
Emerald has a lot of followers on Twitter.
No, that's not my point. My point is Buttercup could have chosen not to say anything to M. Rose. She could have chosen not to say that I follow you on X. She told her this, and Buttercup is not dumb, right? She's not dumb. She's very smart, and so she did this knowing she's exposing her real name. So I'm not convinced that this isn't still a part of Buttercup's game, whatever it is. I mean, I don't mean it in a.
Exposing whose name?
So when Buttercup followed M Rose on X,
Mm-hmm.
she did so with her real name.
No,
On X.
that's not a real name. I think it was her.
No, her real name.
Fake name.
No, her real name. I confirmed this with M Rose. Her real name.
The same one that Baby doxed?
Yes, her real name. And so,
Okay.
so Buttercup made it a point to let
Dude,
Emerald, no.
Emerald has 4.7K followers.
I'm not.
How are you gonna find her?
That's my whole point. So Buttercup made it a point to let Emerald know that she is following her on X, and you know, and so, but the follow was with her real name. So why are you letting Emerald know?
How is she gonna know who it is?
She let her know.
No. How is she gonna know who that person is?
Yeah,
How is she gonna link Buttercup with
Because she let Emerald know.
Yeah, but she has a lot of
dude,
followers.
she has 4.7K followers.
But they spoke, and Buttercup told her. She told her.
They spoke on X as well?
No. They didn't speak on X. No.
I'm here.
So if I go up to right now, I follow Emerald on Twitter. Okay. If I go up to Emerald in a different name, by the way, okay. Like my Twitter account's name is different than my Clubhouse name. If I go up to Emerald and I say I follow you on Twitter, how is Emerald gonna know who I am on Twitter?
She would ask, or you would volunteer the name that you're using.
If that were but Buttercup didn't give her her name on Twitter. No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
I spoke to Emerald. She did, is what I'm saying. That's my whole point.
Dude, I've never seen Buttercup on Twitter, and I follow Emerald and go on.
Okay, but Emerald knew her on Twitter.
No, she didn't.
Listen, she knew when Buttercup told her on here on Clubhouse, Buttercup told her her name, not her name, her whatever handle, whatever on X. Emerald looked at it, and that is her actual name, which is strange.
No,
but
man.
that's what
Buttercup didn't dox herself to Emerald.
She did. Unless Emerald is not telling the truth.
I don't think so.
Unless Emerald is lying, but I heard this from Emerald.
I don't think you're misunderstanding.
I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not.
Actually, I
asked her multiple times.
I can check it. Because I follow Emerald as well. So what he'll do, he'll show me the mutuals. What was her name?
I could back channel it to you. I want to see it in the room.
1 second, let me see. Let me check. No, I think I have the name. Hold on. Yeah, I got the name right here. Let's see.
Ask Emerald when she comes in.
There we go, I got it.
She may have deleted it by now.
Emerald is here anyways. Why don't you guys just ask her?
Oh, perfect. Emerald's come up.
What's up?
Did you know who Buttercup was on Twitter?
I'm not going to talk about Buttercup.
Okay. Well, conversation closed, I guess.
I'm checking the I think she did delete her account on Twitter.
Probably only changed it, not deleted it.
Edward, I don't think she followed Emerald with the real account.
I believe she did.
I don't
Then why is it deleted?
Yeah, we have Benny Olive here. Oh no, I don't want to get into it anymore. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I believe. Look, Edward, I kind of believe that maybe Ambrose did know because even
Did
I
know?
follow Ambrose on Twitter.
No.
She did not.
She did not know Buttercup from Twitter. She knew Buttercup from here. She didn't know her from Twitter. Buttercup, though, made it a point that, I know Emrose and, I follow Emrose. She
has almost 5,000 followers. How is she gonna know who Buttercup is? Unless Buttercup told her, "This is my name on Twitter. This is my profile on Twitter." Well, that's different. But she wouldn't have done that in a public room. She would have done that privately between her and Emerald. So you wouldn't have heard that. Because Buttercup's not stupid enough to say what her name is.
Not her name, but her handle.
Oh, actually,
Maybe her handle.
I found it. She did follow her by the name Buttercup. I'll put the link in the chat. So Emerald didn't know her real name. Here, it's on Emerald's profile. There you go.
So either case, she wouldn't know who she is.
Yep. So she didn't know Edward. I put the link in the chat. Literally, it's the same name on Clubhouse, Buttercup. And this is coming from Emerald's profile. I just went over her following the list on Emerald's. Because I follow Emerald's as well.
Account America's
By the way, Emerald's, my account on I don't want her to block me. Sorry, Emerald's.
Oh, dude, that account was created last month.
This account was created in January 2026.
Yeah, listen, either case, Emerald could not have reasonably deduced who she was. I'm more interested in the Samson stuff.
Yeah, Samson, so I confronted Buttercup when she was here. Now, did Samson bring you to this app? She said yes. Did Samson dox you? She said yes. She confirmed it. Now, I don't know how to connect the pieces together. You see what I'm saying? BB, and we're accusing BB of doxing her. So I don't know. I don't know who doxed who.
Using BB and L for sure, doc. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but then Samson, when I confronted Samson that you doxed Buttercup, he said, no, I didn't do it. But Buttercup said to me, he did. Maybe she was just playing along with the lie? What would you say?
Probably,
Because
yeah.
she hated Samson?
Probably, yeah. Listen, honestly, I don't know. The only thing I didn't like, Amir, is you giving BB a platform yesterday to dox her, play her.
No, but Benigo, I didn't. The thing is, it was already done. I didn't need to do anything.
Yeah, I know, but you added to it.
No, he didn't really talk on
I did. I was questioning the whole narrative, Benigo. I was in a shock.
Oh, come on.
No, for real, I was in a shock. Even right now, I'm still thinking, how do I, connect the puzzles? These are puzzle pieces. How do I connect them together? You have Samson bringing her onto this app. You have this other piece called BB, and then this Yael comes in the picture, and then you have us, the Propani side, right? And how all this connects to each other. I can't. And then now Edward told me that he followed Emerald with a real name, real account. I'm going over Emerald's profile, and Emerald's followed back is that's the only account I found with the name Buttercup. And I tried to look for her with a real name. She's not there.
Oh, it's fine. Maybe she unfollowed. Maybe she deleted her account. Who knows? But the point is that you shouldn't have given BB that platform yesterday.
He would have done that anyways, regardless.
Yeah, let him do that. No, because he did that from the morning, right? And me and Ace were in that room. That room had 4 people. In this room, you have dozens of people coming in and out, and a lot of information that gets spread out in this room gets disseminated a lot. So you're giving them a platform, right? And at some point, you let him play like the video of her, basically at work.
I didn't let him play. He said, "Listen to this." I didn't know what he was about to play.
Yeah, I know.
And he only played like 5 seconds,
right?
No, I hear you. Yeah, I gave him platform, but I should not have. Look, mistakes do happen. Even I didn't know. I was in a shock.
Okay, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying?
It
was shocking to me. All this information was just too much. I have to process all of this.
Okay. Just as long as you do recognize that what you did was a mistake.
Yeah, and even today, I'm still processing all of this. Like this new information Edward just said.
So if you're in that much shock, imagine Buttercup, right? How much she must say.
Yeah, I know. But she must have given you a number. Anyway, that's what I was saying. She waved at you, whatever. You guys went to private. She didn't. I thought you guys were going to meet up. I even tried to get you to connect with her. Remember?
No, I think you're trying to hook up Edward.
Edward, he's not into atheists. But on your side, you don't care.
Who said I don't care?
Well, seriously, you don't really care. You eat everything. Pork,
yeah, but Christians are allowed to eat pork.
Yeah, but the boss, she's flexible for you.
How do you know she's flexible?
Because he's always turns into
I'm just repeating your words, man. Listen, just stop it.
Don't flexible in the other sense.
Stop. I'm here. Stop.
Forget about the fact that it's Ramadan. This is disgusting. Cut it out.
I wasn't talking about the rated R shit. He told me.
No, I didn't say anything.
I missed the disgusting part.
What's wrong with you, man? I didn't say anything. You just stop it.
Cut it out.
I said you're not into atheists, right? Because it's haram to eat pork and all
Don't
this and
say
that.
it again. I'm here.
No, the compatibility rate is not there with you and Buttercup, right? So
I don't understand. You have to be an atheist to eat pork?
No, I'm saying that.
Come on, man.
She's okay with whatever you believe in, right? Whatever you believe in.
No, my religion is very anti-Semitic by her standards.
No, it's not.
She calls me anti-Semitic all the time.
So lost.
And by the way, she hates Christianity more than any other religion. She always talks about like Christian nationalists ruining her country.
I didn't want to go down that path, bro. You turned it into freaking rated R. Flexible, bro. Oh my god. I didn't mean it like that. I can't believe this.
Even though I didn't hear it, I am offended at what Benny Adams said.
And what did you hear? What did you hear? You heard it all, bro.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. I was. And then I came back. I just heard Ambrose, stop it. It's disgusting. And that's what caught my attention.
Once I break my fast, I'll tell you what I said, okay? Because I don't want to go into that, and then it's going to turn into rated R again.
No, that's fine. I'm just joking.
I know.
Yeah, how you guys doing today?
Oh my god, this guy is here.
Oh my god, you're alive, Vlad.
Oh my god, you're alive? So they're about to
just stop talking about it, man. It's not like Ramadan ends when you break your fast. You can't just like watch porn after you finish fasting.
Oh yeah, no,
right? Like it's a holy month. Come on, stop.
You're doing it now.
I'm here. Stop it. Just stop. Like if I actually was dating her, if I actually was dating her, I find it extremely insulting for you to like talk about her like that. Right? So like think about how Edward must feel. The poor guy wants to date this woman.
my god. All right, everyone is gone. All I said, I used the term flexible Edward, and this guy turned it into rated R.
No, I didn't. I just asked, how do you know she's flexible? That's all I said.
Oh my god, Edward, are you there? Bro, stop talking to ChatGPT. Come on with the mic. He always goes on mic. Oh my god. There he is. Let him speak. So, Rabbi, are you okay today?
Edward, are you here?
He's talking to Sally from the Valley, ChatGPT.
What?
He's looking at his girlfriend. Talking to his girlfriend.
Yeah, he's talking to his girlfriend, Sally from the Valley, the ChatGPT.
Oh my God, men are children.
Have you not
You
learned
know
this
it.
already? Is this new information?
Okay, so again,
It's surprising me. Easy.
Really?
Did you watch the videos that I sent you this morning?
yeah, videos.
The songs,
I've
remember?
watched a few, yeah.
Oh, me. Oh, okay. All right. I gotta watch those.
I don't think there's a
That
videos
bitch
on
just
the
kicked me out of Amos's room, bitch.
She did.
Yeah.
Is that full of content, Ambrose? The Yael video? Is this the person on this app or on Twitter?
Yeah, same person.
Yeah.
What does she do?
Yeah,
Call
tell
her
us.
to a girl.
You follow him to a girl?
Yeah, she went to our space once, and I don't know why she decided to come to Mr. Bean's space. And then we kind of had her cornered, and she had two tweets on her profile. One said that she made up with a Palestinian in the bar. The other one said that, I apologize, I'm sorry, that Palestinians like to have sex with farm animals. So I asked her, since she made up with a Palestinian in the bar, does that mean she identifies as a donkey or a goat? And she went nuts and started spitting into the mic, and it was epic, and somebody turned that into an EDM song.
With her spitting into a song. So
It's an EDM song. You can play it if you want, right? You can play these things out here.
Yeah, you have an iPhone, Ambrose?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll play it.
See, I knew she was a smart person. She has an eye.
Yeah, of course. I make sure this. Listen, I vetted her by asking her if she has an iPhone. This is how we vetted. I vetted her. So she's.
This is how we distinguish, the good people from the stupid people.
Yeah, well, good and stupid, and I would say intelligent and stupid.
But I want it to be nice.
Oh, like you said, stupid. What do you mean?
Yeah, I didn't want to be that nice.
Amir, you're awfully quiet, Amir.
No, I'm just thinking.
Hey, do you want to hear it?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. This is Yael.
Wait, can I hear anyone?
Oh, you gotta put on music mode. Emerald's music mode. We don't hear anything.
I could never figure that out. I usually figure it from my laptop.
I don't know. Is anybody speaking? And I'm like not hearing anyone.
Yeah, that's it. Emerald, can you hear me? Emerald?
She's on mute though. She needs to come off mute.
But But we just heard her talk.
Yeah, but then she went back on mute.
Oh. Ambrose, you have an iPhone. This is not acceptable behavior.
Okay, there we go. Are you here?
Okay, yes, but you can't mute for us to
No,
hear the song.
I know. No, my earbuds died, so I didn't get.
Oh, okay. That's acceptable. She's still intelligent. That's acceptable. Music mode, Emerald, we don't hear anything.
Oh no, I don't know. I can only play it through Twitter, so maybe it doesn't register.
Huh? Maybe, I don't know. YouTube
You can.
License for it.
No, Emma, click on the three dots on your right hand side of the top.
I did that. Like, music. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and then go on to the top.
There we go. I think that's good, Emerald. That's good. Okay, can someone go into Amos's room?
She knows the song. She knows
I
the
know.
song very well. She got this.
You should
every time she
take it off of music mode, Emerald.
What? Oh.
Take it off of music mode. Somebody go in there.
Wait, so she's modded in Amos's room?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She just kicked Emerald out. She's hanging out.
Does Amos know that she kicked Emerald?
I DM'd him, but I don't think he really cares.
No, he cares. You're a woman.
He wants his rooms to get big. How are they going to get big? Emerald's in there.
He doesn't like Yael that much. She's
No.
If anybody ever wants, I still have the original recording of this face where you can hear her meltdown.
Oh, really?
Honestly, we've heard Yael melt down so many times, but it's nothing new.
I've never heard her spit, though.
It was my first time, and it was fucking epic. Like, the way she was into the mic, it was, oh my... People
Can you put the link in the chat, Emerald, or maybe or back channel to me? Maybe I'll grab a clip from there and
oh no, the original the recording is
it okay if I post it on YouTube so everybody can share it?
Not me.
I'm pretty sure the Palestinians on this app have a video of her laughing at that choke.
Look, all of the other people will be covered except for her. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. It's Aragante is the actual music producer, and it's his clip, like the song is his. So you have to ask him.
No, without the song. You have the original clip.
Oh yeah, no, that I do not share.
No, okay. You don't have the original clip, like but your rooms are with the replays on.
You said you have the
It's
original
a
clip.
screen. I have a screen recording that I'm not going to share because it's not originally one.
No, not screen recording. I'm talking about you don't have your audio.
The space itself was not a recorded space. No.
Oh, okay, all right. I got you.
Hey, Samir, you just be grabbing clips, bro?
No, if it has the replays on,
You know,
right?
maybe it
Then
was.
I can grab
I
it
don't
because
remember at what point. I don't remember at what point Mr. Bean started recording his faces, but at some point, and like it became like a thing that he made sure to do, like record. Maybe while he was already recording, it might still record it. I'm not sure.
yeah, only the ones that with the replays on, Dave. Like
There's
and some people
there's
they
a website.
text it to me on my Telegram.
There's a website that you can look for you can literally see a speaker in a specific space. So, and Yale didn't go to a lot of Mr. Bean spaces. So maybe through that website you can find the actual space and look for it. Right, but actually, it should have been somewhere like it should have been February 25 because the clip Aragante posted it on February 28th. So it was probably somewhere along February on Mr. Bean's feed.
So, did you guys hear about Syria signing a gas deal with Jordan?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
You know what the interesting part is?
Sure, tell us.
Jordan doesn't produce gas.
What the
But
hell?
does Syria produce gas?
They do a little bit, but no, it's Syria signed a deal to buy gas from Jordan.
Oh, but
Okay.
Jordan, they could be selling Palestinian gas.
It's not Palestinian.
I mean, are you saying it's corruption, or are you saying they're taking the gas from someone else?
Jordan has an agreement, has had for the last 10 years to buy gas from
But
Israel.
just a second. Did Pakistan and Afghanistan just declare war?
What?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh yeah, there's been tensions rising. Yes.
Yeah. No, something's happening. I'm gonna go check it out.
Yeah. But yeah, so Jordan buys gas from Israel, and now Syria is buying gas from Jordan. It's not rocket science.
This music was made with I think this
And then I wrote about my life when I was didn't want any content.
That dude Black Rabbi pushing Western dominance, man.
He wants to reshape the Middle East. I think we need to reshape these terrorist scumbags that are terrorizing the F out of the Palestinians in the West Bank. I think we need to reshape those, disgusting, mentally retarded terrorists. They look like they haven't even taken the shower in weeks or months. Like disgusting. Like the sweat is literally dripping from the side of their hair.
Amir, can I ask you, what are your thoughts?
Those are disgusting animals. You know, those are animals in the West Bank that are terrorizing the F out of the Palestinians. These are animals. Actually, they're worse than animals. They're not even human beings. And you know who they are? They're Zionist scumbags like you.
Hey, Black Rabbi, you identify as a Zionist now? I thought you used to not.
I never did that.
He identifies as a woman. He's pregnant.
What the fuck?
You didn't know he's pregnant? You didn't see his stomach?
I think Amir's drunk.
Okay, I think I have to make another video. I'm going to make another video on how he's pregnant. And Edward gave me a good idea as well. When Ariel opens the wallet, he checks that there's no money in the wallet. Oh my, he crashes out. Well, what happened to Ariel? Where's his new account? I heard he's on here again.
They came together, asked the Black Rabbi, they followed each other.
What's his account, Black Rabbi? What's his account? You follow him?
Oh, I don't follow. Of course not.
He was in here, right? Yesterday or today?
Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday, and he came with him. So, I mean, how did he find my room when he found him?
So your room, who else was in your room, Sonny?
It was just me, Velvet, Ace. It was a small room, like literally, it's like 4 of us. And then he came.
We need Ariel in here. Can you bring Ariel in here, Black Rabbi? What's his number? Let me call him. You got his number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I really need to tell him something about Kitover. call your boy Ariel, like Rabbi?
I don't remember.
You do have his number.
Nah, man. I'm just trying. I did for a couple of while now. I took it down.
I mean, he was even telling us, why are you guys picking on black? Leave black alone. That's, you guys are
Seriously?
horrible. I swear.
Oh my God, we need a clip, man. Somebody has a clip? We need the clip. Who was in the room? We need the clip. We need to listen to it.
But
We
this
need to
is
listen to
all
the
we knew. It was him.
Amir records conversation.
I don't record conversation. People do it. On this app, everybody does it. Everybody.
And Amir puts it on the internet.
I don't put it on the internet.
There you go.
You gotta. People send it to me on Telegram. Somebody will send it to me tomorrow. Watch. And then we're gonna listen to it. Because I like to expose you. Every second, every chance I get, I like to expose you. Somebody that says every single soul in Gaza is a terrorist, you need to be your scumbag. You need to be exposed every second. My existence on this app is just for, this is what I'm here for. I'm here to expose the Zionist scumbags on this app. And I hate them from the bottom of my heart. I seriously hate them. It's like when I see Zionist scumbags, and I told you, prior to 7th October, I almost got into a fist fight with a Zionist Jew at my park. This is how much I hate them. I really hate them. I feel like they're very disgusting human beings. They're not even human beings, they're animals. They're baby killers. These people, these Zionist scumbags, are baby killers.
Yeah, that's what you need to tell yourself. To hey.
No, they are. They're baby killers. So what do you want me to do?
What are you talking about? It's a war.
Do you not think that every single soul in Gaza is a terrorist?
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Okay, what does that entail? When you say all of this, right, that every single soul, including trees and animals, is terrorist, what does that entail? That entails that you would be okay with the idea of going in, and just because they're terrorists, they should be killed. You'd be okay with that idea. No, it doesn't matter. You don't have to say it. As soon as you call them terrorists, as soon as you call them terrorists, that's already implied. You don't have to say much. Yeah. Okay, let's ask Dave. Dave is very logical. Dave, if somebody says that these are terrorists, right? And if there's a police officer, whatever, and they're going after these terrorists, or whatever, you wouldn't mind it, right? They'll be justified, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what it entails. That's what it entails. Go get your fucking shit together, man.
There's terrorists.
I shouldn't be saying the F word. Oh my God.
There's terrorists in America that shouldn't die. There's terrorists in Israel that shouldn't die. There's terrorists in a lot of places.
There's terrorists in Israel? Who are the terrorists inside Israel?
They have people who break the laws.
Who are the terrorists?
I don't know who they are.
Can you give me the name? Can you give me what type of people are these? What background are they from?
I don't know. You have to look at the Israeli files. I'm sure they have people labeled as domestic terrorists.
Okay, what type of are they Christians?
I don't know.
Muslims? Are they
What the
Jews?
Israeli government does. I'm just saying.
Are they atheists, agnostic? What type of
just because I say someone's terrorist is not a death sentence. It just means that they're hostile.
You said okay, now you're being selective. And so when it comes down to Israel, you're being selective. Hold on. You're being selective, okay? Hold on, you're being selective. When it came down to Gaza, you said every single soul, including trees, animals, everything is a terrorist. And when it comes down to Gaza, you're not being selective, right? But when it comes down to Israel, I'm going to be selective. Check the files. It says some of them are terrorists. Some. Not all, some. When it comes down to Gaza, every single soul is a terrorist.
The difference between me and you, I'm living through war. I've had friends who've been killed. I have seen soldiers get killed.
Which war? The fake friends that you never made, they never liked you, they never liked your guts?
What are you talking about?
You're talking about the Israelis, they're actually your friends.
Yeah, I've lived here for like 9 years.
Okay, just because you lived over there, do you think they like your guts?
Yeah.
Who says who? Okay, can you provide confirmation from your best buddies that they do like you and they like your presence?
Yeah, I know everybody here.
No wonder why you're always on the side. Because you're always looking for, clout, and you're always looking for new friends. Because nobody likes you.
How do I get clout?
Even Ariel was so close to you, you got into a fight with him over some chick.
Oh, Errol was never close to me.
He was close to you, bro. You literally put a tie over. Didn't you put a tie around his neck at one point? We have a picture of that.
Absolutely.
We have a picture of that.
He doesn't wear a tie.
We have a picture of that. Either him or you were putting a tie.
No, nobody. I don't know.
Yeah. He helped you put a tie on.
These are the crazy stories you tell yourself.
Okay. All right.
Just how you just.
Let me see if I can find the picture.
Yeah, find it. You tell yourself all these crazy stories about people and how everyone's evil. And you're the righteous one. And this is like totalitarian behavior. You know, like you're the righteous one. Everyone else is evil. They're not human. You have a right to destroy people and take conversations and put them online because that's your moral obligation to do this. This is a sickness, bro. This is like a Nazi sickness. This is what every people who justify inhumane actions, this is what they do. They say, I'm the righteous one, you're the evil one, you're not human, I create a label, I can do whatever I want, I got to expose you, I'm the righteous one and I'm doing justice.
Well, we did.
Me?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, but I mean, this is why this guy, that's why he's going to really have a really difficult time in the next life. All the stuff he's doing, he thinks he's so right, and everyone's so inhumane, and all the Zionists are disgusting and filthy, and everyone's bad. You think you're being blessed by this, bro?
Were there any good Nazis?
You're lying to yourself.
Were there any good Nazis?
I don't know. I'm not God, bro.
There weren't any.
I don't play God.
There weren't any good Nazis. Okay? So God,
That's what you want to tell yourself.
Oh, no, not tell myself. Everybody believes in that. There weren't any good Nazis.
You're going to be punished in the next world for everything you're doing every day. Don't think you're doing some type of active
Joe, bitch ass black faggot.
Bro, you're not even human, so don't even
Your mother thinks I'm human.
yeah, I'm sure you think that.
Shit.
I put a bunch of links in the chat. Please check it out. This is what Black Rabbi stands for. All of this shit that he has said.
That's fine, but
Wants to enslaved people. That's his the Twitter tweet that he thinks he's not black American.
You're designated by God.
He said that he said to kill Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him. I don't know what kind of Jew this guy is.
Yeah, okay, you're the righteous one. You're going to
and dancing with the LGBTQI folks, and yet he comes on this app, and every time there's somebody in here from gay community, he goes, "Oh, get him to change the voice." He used to attack Fire on her voices. Well, you're a man. He used to say this all the time. He did that to a whole bunch of people in my room, even to Hampton that used to come in here. Tell him not to talk to me. Tell him to change his voice. Who else? Yeah. Anyway.
You're the righteous one, man. You know. You're righteous.
Yes, I have enough evidence.
You're going to.
And I put a link in the chat how he steals the Ariel's wallet in the chat. Check it out.
Look at the root of you is a rotten liar.
Yeah,
I did have a question, Mordecai. If Ariel was never close to you, how did he get that video?
He followed me. He followed me to the apartment I was staying at when I was getting divorced from my ex-wife.
So he followed you. How?
Yeah, he just saw me walking, bro. That's it.
You were unaware that he was following you?
Yeah.
Okay, I put a video in the chat how Ariel was following Rabbi, this character.
No, you can't clean it up.
I didn't say to clean it up. I got it directly from Ariel's account.
That's cool. All I'm saying is, this is start. You're gonna have to answer this. You said everyone.
No, I don't.
Everyone in the whole state is disgusting, and you're the righteous one, and everyone's not. They're not.
It was a Nazi regime good. Was Nazi regime good? Was Nazi Germany good for the Jews?
It's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Was Nazi Germany good for the Jews?
Mayor, it's nothing you are saying is relevant.
If Nazi Germany was not good for the Jews, just as Israel is not good for Palestinians. That's a disgusting entity.
Nazi good for the Jews? What?
I'm asking a question. Was Nazi Germany good for the Jews?
Amir has the same. This is the flaw in like Muslim thinkers. They're so rooted in
Muslim thinkers. Your mom is a Muslim. B-word.
That's fine, but I'm just saying. The point is just saying that. The point is saying that you guys think that you have this.
Your pops is a Muslim. You got siblings that are Muslim. So let me touch down.
They're not like you for sure.
They're not like me. Okay, they're Muslims.
You have hatred in your heart.
You said Muslim thinkers like me. You said you literally attacking all Muslims.
No, I said thinkers like you, people who think like you.
Such an idiot, man.
You think you're the right.
Kaz, do you think Black Rabbi is a terrorist?
You just
Black Rabbi, I put a bunch of links in the chat. He thinks 1-year-old in Gaza, including animals, everything is a terrorist in Gaza.
Who gives a shit about that?
Black Rabbi, he wanted to enslave black people.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat. He wanted to enslave that brother from Jamaica.
Go and listen to it. So stupid this guy in there.
He said that you don't sound American, so I feel like I want to enslave you. This is what he said, an idiot.
Boo,
Rabbi, boo.
20-year-old man says from there he wants to enslave black people.
You said it. I didn't say it. I have the clip.
He's
a clip. I go based on evidence.
He's as much of a joke as
I like to expose the Zionist scumbags like you and other Zionists.
I'm telling you, you're just as much of a joke as a pro-Palestinian.
I hate Zionists.
Look at you. I hate Zionists. I hate them. Shut the hell up.
I do. I really hate them.
I mean, I don't think black people are Zionists.
No, but okay, make it make sense. Why is he calling every single soul in Gaza, including trees and animals, terrorists?
What's the problem with terrorists?
Nah, you can't call them terrorists. Nah.
That's what he said.
It's some terrorists in there.
I know them. You don't know them. I know them. You read headlines.
You think everybody is a terrorist?
Including trees and animals. Like, who does this?
Everybody in that environment.
Even trees that they've destroyed.
So what do you mean? Like,
hear me out. Everyone in that environment wants to kill Israelis. They want to kill Americans. And not only that, no other country will even let them in because they're terrorists. They won't even want them in. Egypt won't let them in. Jordan won't let them in because they're trained to.
Why should they go into Egypt? Can you please tell us why should they go into Egypt? It's not occupied by Egypt. It's occupied by Israel.
Either way, no Arab country will let.
Yeah, no. Why should there's so many Palestinians live in Saudi Arabia, so many live in the UAE, so many live in Qatar, so many live in Bahrain, so many live in all around. Come to you don't know the facts. You don't know the facts. Even Kuwait, there's a lot of them that live over there. My whole question to you is, so this guy is a terrorist, by the way, right? You're just a terrorist scumbag. You're a terrorist scumbag.
Yeah, I'm a terrorist scumbag because I have a position about.
You're a terrorist.
You can't say everybody over there is a terrorist.
Well, you understand? It's not. You understand? This is the difference. Is I live here, right? I'm not talking about Palestinians as a collective group of people. I'm saying there's a town, an area called Gaza. There they train kids to be terrorists. They have 14-year-olds carrying guns right now in Gaza. Israelis shoot these people, and they say, "Oh, well, you're killing children."
I can't say you're lying. You can't say he did it.
Yeah, ask him for the evidence. He'll never provide you a single video.
So you don't believe him?
Yeah, so these are
Anything he says, it's not believable. He tweeted on his Twitter account that he's not Black American. Make it make sense. Is he Black American? Is he Black American? Yes or no?
Now he's running away.
No. I'm asking you a question. Kaz, look at his picture. Is he Black American?
He's from. He don't live here.
No. He's American, born and raised in Los Angeles.
No.
Well, the point is like.
Is he Black American? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
He says he's not, according to the tweet. Did you check out his tweet? I put a link in the chat.
Wait. Listen to dumb this freaking.
All right. Let's go over the next link that I posted. Oh, hold on. Let's go over by one by one. He said every single soul in Gaza, including trees, animals, they're all terrorists. Okay. The next link is Black Rabbi, right? He's against gay marriages. He's a homophobe. Hold on. No, he's a homophobe. He's against gay marriages. He's against LGBTQ. Yet, he was dancing with the LGBTQ people. Did you check out the link? Right here. I put the link in the chat. Now just scroll up and you'll see it like a second link.
7-year-old loser. That's what you are. 7-year-old.
Scroll up. He's dancing with the LGBTQ. He's dressed up like a clown.
You 7-year-old loser.
All right. Number 3. He went to Israel.
How are you getting all these videos?
No, we got it, man. We got access. I know this idiot for over a year now. This dumbass. I hate Zionists. I like to expose all of these Zionists.
You're just gonna die rotten by yourself. That's all.
So I'll go with the third link. The third link is about what is it? Right here. He wants to. The third link was about. It's about how he went to Israel. They chained him up, and he was whipped by another man. Make it make sense. Why would you get yourself chained up and get whipped by another man? Why would you do that?
You say he did that?
Yeah, look, I'll put the link in the chat right here.
Bro, hold on, Black. What the fuck is going on, bro?
Let him keep going, bro.
Why does he have all these links on you, though?
Bro, number one, he's taking videos off my Instagram. That's number one. Number two is he records people in these rooms or has people do it, and he tries to use it against them. But bro, he doesn't realize. I say things on purpose.
Check out the link in the chat.
For me, you freaking orange loser.
Yeah. This is why you gave me that threat. Because you got scared that your yeshiva, the person that the street rabbi that taught you about your religion, right? Because you're a street rabbi, right? You're a street rabbi. You learned from a street rabbi. The rabbi that taught you your Judaism, whatever, you got shit scared, right? You started, pooping or peeping in your fucking, in your diaper, whatever you wear, right? You started attacking. You started giving me death threats. You're like, I'm gonna pull up in here. I'm gonna kill you. This and that. You said a whole bunch of shit because you got scared. You got shit scared by these videos.
Where you work at? I know
Okay.
you work at.
Oh yeah.
I know exactly who your kids
So
are.
check out the link in the chat, Kaz. This is where
Let's not play around with people's kids, brother. That's not okay.
That's where it's at.
I mean, you come here because you said that you're working on honing your ability to control yourself, right?
No. He threatened my family.
Oh, that's not cool either.
I didn't threaten your family.
When did he do that?
What did I say?
Either way, this is an old loser. He's the same age as my parent.
His mom is a professor.
I know. And you know.
At the university, right? Okay. So
I've been listening, Black Rabbi, and I've been listening to Amir. I don't feel like he's threatening your family in any way.
Yeah,
How did he know? You stated that he did. How did he do it?
Well, these people found my parents, found their whole thing, and said that in passing on their numbers.
I didn't back anybody's numbers.
So you're saying indirectly by them, their actions?
Never passed anybody's numbers. Never single passed his name.
Let's look how pathetic your life is, bro. You have nobody around you. Nobody. You're by yourself. You're on this app. This is pathetic, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this. You say you made a claim earlier. You got a whole bunch of friends. You've been there for over 10 years, right? Where are your friends now? Why are you on here all the time?
I'm not on here all the time. I work all day.
You literally sleep. You slept in my room earlier.
I didn't sleep in your room earlier. I mean, I left.
Yeah, you did.
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter. I have more friends than you, man. You could go on my Instagram. I'm busy every night.
No, you're busy every night. So if I make fake videos on my Instagram, that shows I'm busy every night.
Wait. You have nothing going on, period. Nothing. And this is the end of your life. I'm just getting started.
You have to stop assuming shit about other people.
You have nothing going on.
Yeah, you have to stop assuming shit about other people.
I have parents your age. They're all over the world. They're making impact.
All right.
You're sitting on here thinking you're 8 people in a group every day. 8 people.
Look, I understand you're a street rabbi. You learned it from a street rabbi. And you got scared that street rabbi was going to find out about your position about Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him, how you said you would kill him. Yeah. And you got shit scared. You're like, Amir, I'm coming for you. I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. You said, give me a bunch of threats. And you try to slide into Ace's DMs, right? Creepy messages. Right? Now you found another victim. You were going after Fire. I had to warn Fire. I had to tell her, please stop Fire, Because out of respect and love and care, because she's a part of the family, pro-Palestine family, right? People that support the Palestinian cause, they become part of the family, right? I don't want any women. This is why I try to tell women to not engage with Zionist scumbags like you, because you Zionist fucking scumbags have a tendency to attack women all the time.
No sex. You get no sex every day. Nothing.
Oh my God. Okay. So how do you know my sex life? How do you know my sex life?
Nothing. You got nothing going on, bro.
This is the problem.
You have a shitty job. You have a shitty job that you do every day. You sell stuff out of a retail store, right? A little liquor store. Right?
And I run an ice cream truck. No, not ice cream truck.
No, not ice cream truck. Not ice cream truck. But you do sell ice cream.
I run an ice cream truck.
Have you ever did that? Buy ice cream. You never say that?
Yeah, I do. I sell ice cream. I'm out of ice cream truck.
Yeah, but not everybody.
Hey, what's up, Lonzo? This is what he's buying. I'm selling this fake narrative to all these Zionist scumbags, so they don't know what I actually do.
Yeah, whatever. They already know what you do, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they know on this app, people you think you talk to, you don't even know who they are. They already know who you are. Everything. Like, you're a non-threat. That's it. That's the synopsis on you. You're a culturally old man that's on this app that thinks you're making a change in the world because this is what you've been reduced to. This is not making change.
I do use you as a punching bag, by the way.
You talk to the same 8 people every single day.
No, I got new. Somebody new came in yesterday. Got cooked.
Great.
We had that brother. The new people are coming together, and they're talking about Palestine and other stuff as well. We have Steppy, that's a new one that new brother that started coming in here.
Nobody's gonna be thinking about Palestine in a second.
Steppy, we had other people. Yes.
You know the coercive manipulator does. They accuse you of something that they're doing worse. Then they threaten you, and then it's control. So what I've done in this app, Black Rabbi, at least in this space, is I've learned a lot. Now, is it all positive? Is it all factual? You can question that. But the whole purpose is to learn about things, right? Go into different rooms, learn what other people's opinions are, and then from that come up with a summation. You know, what's real and true is that I'm not going to be in Palestine anytime soon. But what I can do is I can learn and I can educate other people that have misinformation, so that they can correct them. But at the end of the day, who's really inside? Who's really, besides yourself, and then Palestinians, who's really living this?
Yeah, but the Palestinians in this app are not living this, bro. They're people in Gaza.
Well, some of them actually are living in Palestine, though. Yes, they come into this room.
They lie. They're not.
They do.
I know they do.
Except for this thing, by the way.
Baby.
Yeah, Lonzo, check out this video. This he stole Ariel. Somebody texted to me. To my channel has the exclusive video. Black Rabbi stealing Ariel's wallet, and then Ariel had to chase after him. You know.
I hope every lie that
he's a thief. He's a thief.
This is a master class on Black Rabbi.
You will burn. That you will burn in the hellfire for eternity for all the lies you said about Israel. All the lies.
I thought you don't believe in hell. I thought you don't believe in hell.
No, of course we believe in hell.
I thought Jews don't believe in Jahannam.
Not for us. You.
How do you know I'm not a Jew?
You're not.
I might be Jewish.
You curse God's people every day. I
don't curse God's people. You actually want to kill Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him.
Yeah, sure. Tell yourself whatever you want to.
I've never heard Amir say anything negative about Orthodox.
David, do you want to see how he said that? So literally one day, this Aviv comes into the room. He's like, we will shoot Prophet Moses, peace and blessing, because we had that brother Faz, right? He told him, if Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him, was to come into the land called Israel and tell them that you're committing a genocide, you're killing babies, you're killing women, doing a whole bunch of atrocities, you know what this idiot goes? Well, yeah, we'll shoot him in the head.
Yeah, he's just talking.
Isn't that crazy?
He's just talking on there.
Like literally blasphemous,
Yeah, he's blasphemous.
That's his prophet. That's how the book was revealed, the word of God.
Yeah.
And I respect prophets, peace and blessing.
This is your life, and you will be cursed for eternity. And you'll be like all the other anti-Semites that came throughout history who had 1,000 reasons to hate Jews and to invalidate Jews and this, and you're against it. You're just a long list of dead carcasses that souls are going to be punished for eternity for going against God's children. That's who you are. And you convince yourself.
You're not God's children. Zionism is
whole nother.
Isaiah doesn't you don't like because it represents Jews.
You do not worship. No.
You don't know how to deal with
What's
that.
Jewish dominance? You're a black man.
What you're witnessing in the Middle East.
That's not your dominance, because y'all couldn't stand a 12-day war. Well, you sure y'all needed to call Big Daddy America to come help you? Did you forget? Did you forget? How many babies did you suck off while being a rapper? Let's ask the better question. How many babies did you suck off while you was a rapper? Is that Jewish dominance when you sucking off babies?
No. When we're bombing the shit out of
What do y'all call that? What do you call that when you suck off? When you suck off a baby
when they're running
after you circumcise them?
That's called Jewish dominance.
That's called homosexuality.
Yeah,
You guys worship the synagogue, the Satan.
Dominant. Nothing you can do about it. You sit and watch. You come on Clubhouse and talk about it.
Imagine being a black man acting like this.
Yeah, no, I've transcended your little slave narrative of what a black person should talk like and act like, because she's embarrassed to be associated with you.
Not embarrassed. I think she's probably listening mode. Good night. Okay, cool. She's in listening mode. Anyways,
We're sad old man in there. Sad.
no, I just think that doesn't make sense to me. Like a person like him converts to Judaism, right? And he never accepted Islam from his own heart. He admitted to that.
You're a little Islam, bro. Who cares if Islam is
There's 2 billion people that follow Islam.
Right? You think that's You think that's?
How many people follow Judaism?
But how many people are chosen to be able to?
Yes, you're not chosen.
Anybody could be a Muslim.
You're just a flaming homosexual, right?
Yeah,
and you converted to Judaism.
Because it's easier. There's more benefit. He's a guy that looks for benefits. That's what he is. He knows if I become Jewish, I have more benefits in life. That's all. It's like I've seen many businessmen throw the yarmulke on for the sake of business. If I can get this deal done, I'm gonna throw that yarmulke on, and you did it, so you can have a better livelihood.
Yeah, man. Like I said,
Betrayed your people, so you can have a better livelihood.
Most black people.
Wonder what your kids will say about you if you have any.
Bro, I'm going down. I'm in the history books, bro. You could read about everyone.
What?
People gonna be
sucking the most babies off.
No. For talking
What's your history books, bro?
For talking about international issues, becoming around.
What history books? Jew history, the Zionist history books?
No. Black history, American history,
There's not no black history, buddy. You're not.
I'm walking history. They're gonna be talking about me for centuries. Like, what are you talking about? I'm here. I'm the guy. I'm right here.
I don't know who you are, buddy.
No American has even took it where I've took it. No American. Think about black.
What do you mean?
You're not walking history, you're waddling history.
He's not even that. He's a fucking bootleg.
This is a mirror, buddy.
What about that woman you got pregnant outside wedlock and you're trying to leave for Faya? Is that gonna be the history book?
I wouldn't be the first time doing that. You know, that's the black side of him.
Exactly.
He got a woman pregnant because her father is a famous rabbi.
Oh, so that's why he bootlicked his way into.
He's a model. She's a model.
Yeah, well, she's not with you anymore.
Why not?
Oh, he's leaving.
You didn't say she was.
He's leaving her with a bond and with a bond for Faya. We just had this like a few days ago. He wanted to make history with Faya.
No, I'm making history, period. And not only that, when I come back to America, I'm running for president and I'm going to win. Landslide.
I promise you'll get shot before you run for president.
Of course, I will not get shot. What are you talking about?
What makes you think you won't?
Because I'm creating a spiritual political movement.
All right, and I bet you'll get shot before you It's gonna be a black person suicide.
Hey, Dipset, he's
I'm
gonna
letting
come
you know
back.
that now.
Dipset, he's gonna come back and he's gonna campaign. This is why Plan B was here. I'm living proof.
Listen, motherfuckers will really show you something. Show you what the type of shit it is.
Hey, you know what?
Come back here and think you're gonna work for president.
Of course I am. It's a guarantee.
I'll be here waiting.
I'm sure you and a lot of other people will. It will be ready.
You ready?
We'll be ready for it. Trust me.
Certain things you can't stop.
Exactly.
Certain shit you can't stop.
And that's me in the White House. You can't stop.
Certain shit you can't stop. Now, reign is over, man. After this whole Epstein shit really gets unveiled, everybody's gonna know what you people do.
You know the
and how evil you are. So, like, you know, man, the world is waking up, man. And once the world wakes up,
just so you
in trouble.
Just so you understand, everything that you think
you see in worshiping motherfuckers are in trouble.
Do you hear what I'm saying or not?
You understand me?
All the things that you believe now.
Synagogue of singing, worshiping motherfuckers.
Go ahead. Go say your point. Go say it.
I'm deaf to Zion.
I don't want you to convince yourself.
I appreciate that because I'm deaf to Zion.
I have a question. I have one question. So, Rabbi, character, in Los Angeles, right? You have a house in Crenshaw or whatever. So, if somebody was to pull up in front of your house and destroys your house, right? So that somebody would have to pay for the damages, correct?
That person would be alive.
No, I know, but let's say if he's alive and he would have to pay for the damages, correct?
No, we haven't. I have insurance. I'll make money from it.
No, that's fine. You have insurance, but that guy, they will, they'll go through restitution. Let's say if he didn't have insurance, that guy would pay for it, correct?
I'm saying either way, I make money from it.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying if he didn't have insurance, right, that guy would pay for it, correct?
I don't know how it works.
Let's put it to the test.
Hang on, Dipset. So the insurance policy usually have the deductible, and I'm sure your insurance policy is 5,000 or 7,000 or something, or 3,000 or something.
No, I own the house. It's not that.
No. Insurance policy. I'm talking about insurance policy.
You know, man.
That's fine. You can own a house, and the insurance policy usually have
a deductible. I own three more too.
That's fine. So if somebody comes to your property,
you know what the combined net worth of that is?
I don't care.
No, you should care because that's who you're talking to.
No.
You can look up and find out I own property, so just look at the net worth.
You just have low life. So going to your, going to the what you call it? Yeah. So somebody comes to your property and destroys it. That person will have to pay for the losses. Regardless of whether you have insurance or not, because the insurance company will go pursue.
What's your point, low IQ? What's your low IQ point?
So the low IQ point is actually mine. I have a high IQ point where I have to talk to a low IQ person like you. So now let me engage with a low IQ person like yourself. So guess what? In Gaza, say that hold on a second. I'm not done. In Gaza, right? Let's say I'm a Palestinian. I live with my family. I don't have anything to do with 7th October. I don't have anything to do with hostages. And none of it, I'm not connected to Hamas. I didn't go inside Israel. And all of a sudden, IDF comes and destroys my house. Who pays for that?
Nobody.
It would have to be IDF would have to, because IDF is the one that destroyed. There's no Hamas.
They're not paying for it. They're taking the land. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it.
I'm talking about who should pay for it.
They're taking.
Who should pay for it, bro? Mentally retarded. Hey, no IQ.
Right.
Retard.
They have no right. They have no rights in the West Bank. None.
This guy, man.
None. They don't have any rights in the West Bank.
Retards.
What do you want me to do with me? I didn't make the rules. They're taking the land. That's it.
I didn't say they're taking a land or not. I'm talking about who should pay for the damages. That's the question is different.
They don't have rights. So
I know. I'm asking you who should pay for the damage. The idea, correct?
I'm telling you, the people whose house was destroyed have no rights. Zero.
So then IDF is the God-chosen people. They can come in, destroy anybody's house, and take over.
It's called imperialism.
This doesn't fall under the Jewish terrorism. Okay, all right. The Zionist Jewish terrorism.
What it is. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
I think we need to reshape the Zionist comebacks that live in the Middle East.
You have no power. You have no power anymore. It's over.
A matter of time.
You have no power. Nothing. You're subservient. And that's the way it's going to be forever. Right? That's the reality. But you could talk, you could go, you could pay your little protesters, you could go and do camp incidents. The world has moved past it. The Arabs have moved past it. You, being on diaspora, being so full of hate, this is something you could connect to. But the reality is the world has already moved past the Palestinian issue. We've already moved past violent resistance. And this is the last part of the cleanup with Iran. The world's already moved past it. You're still there. It's over. So figure out new solutions, new ways to do things, and then you can help the next generation. But this model you got now is over.
Anyways, I think this is where we're at with Black Rabbi, just an idiot.
Idiot, I'm telling you the truth. The world's moved past it. You can sit there and talk about it and this and who's right in 1948 and white papers in 1967 and 1973 and Oslo Accords and all. The world's past it, bro. They've already moved past it. They're enacting West Bank, named by, and it's going to turn to Judea and Samaria. And that's it. And the Palestinians who are smart will figure out a way to work with the Israelis and the Americans and the Europeans. That's it. That's all it is. It's not. I didn't create it. I don't have anything to do with it. I didn't make the policies in this region. But this is the way that it is. So good. You guys are upset. You read your headlines. You read the Times of Israel. You read these publications. You look at some documentaries. And you're informed. You're aware of how Israeli society works. Okay, fine. If you think that's how you understand Israeli society from your clips and your documentaries, okay, fine. You have no clue of how advanced this society is. You have no clue.
Anybody else wants to engage with this idiot, or anybody in the audience would like to come up?
Well, you keep talking about it. Oh, it's an injustice in the West Bank.
Just a bullshit. Just a bullshit.
Yeah, I think I'm telling you the truth.
There was one cat. There was a tiger that came from Egyptian border into Israel and attacked, I think, a couple IDF soldiers. I wonder if that cat was trained by Hamas.
I know Hamas trains his children to be soldiers. I do know that.
Black Rabbi, you never amaze me on the amount of stupidity next to
You're one of those low IQ mid-Americans, bro. Like you have nothing going either. Maybe served a little time in the military. You know what I mean? You're one of these like low IQ guys. Sir, yes, sir.
He served a long time, not a little time.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not a smart guy. Like he's in here with you guys. Like anyone who's in here with you guys is just like out of the loop.
Okay. Now, what makes you smart? You're here. Are you smart?
I mean, I extract information because I'm actively fighting against your type of ideology.
Simply, this is a problem with these egoistic, narcissistic SOB like Rabbi.
By the way, Rabbi, I did 23 years in the service. I contributed to my country, And as a good American, I listen and don't just base one narrative. I listen and listen to all.
Well, if you know anything, these people hate America. They see Western dominance as a problem, and then that's why they hate Israel. Not because they
actually they're more American for calling out America's flaws. That's a good American.
Okay. So that's again, you're a little like your guy. That's what I'm saying. We appreciate your service. Hopefully, you weren't an F up. You're a decent soldier, and that's it. I mean, it's nothing else. But you think that these people have any other agenda than the destruction of America, and Israel is an expression of destruction of their ideology, and that's why we're kicking their ass, and that's why we're going to bomb the hell out of Iran.
Questioning,
we're going to bomb the hell out of Iran.
Questioning one political party is patriotic.
Like I said, bro, these people are anti-American. They hate our way of life. They hate our military. They hate what we do around the world. They see us evil. They see us perverse. They say death to America. That's what their whole thing is. That's why they can't support the Iranians, right? The Iranians, they can't support them. Why? Because that goes against their hatred of America thing. It's not that they care about people in Gaza. They hate American dominance. The Palestinian resistance movement only has to do with fighting American dominance by the Russians and other Arab countries. They use the Palestinians as cannon fodder, and they use that as the way to shift public sentiment away from America expansion.
That is blasphemy, dude. They are proud Americans. I'm not like you. They are proud Americans, and they also have compassion. They also acknowledge the flaws, and they congregate, and they educate, not one-sided narrative.
All right, man. Like I said, it doesn't really matter to me. Like it doesn't. We have a mission, right? When I say we, I'm talking about America. I'm talking about Israel and our allies. We have a mission, and it's not for you to understand it, or you to comprehend it, or definitely not the Arabs, the Muslims that we're conquering their radical ideology. They're not going to accept it either. But bottom line is, we have a mission, and it's a mission from God, and we are creating a better life for everybody around, including the Muslims.
Being the creator. Hold on, no. Why are we trying? Why is America trying to act like God? Can you answer that? You say it's a mission for God. You say it's a mission for God. The Creator knows the outcome. Why are we trying to be judgment, decision? Why are we trying to be Him?
Because the American idea is the holiest thing on planet Earth. Right? The American system of thought, the American system of civilization, the American vision for the world, and these people rather get murdered by their own leaders, hundreds of thousands of people in every single country in the Middle East. They kill their citizens. They just have no rule. They're ruled by the jungle.
You're a good troll, but you do not speak. You do not speak on all Americans, good patriotic Americans. A patriot is someone.
The one who
loves
respect everything.
A patriot is one that loves the value that America brings to all, not to a singular image.
Either way, bro, like I said, you're in here with these people. It's reflective of where you're at, and that's fine.
I hope for the best for you.
Yeah, well, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. It really was good, like Rabbi stealing Ariel's wallet.
Man, you really think like I'm bothered by it, though? Like I mean, it's like my vision and my message is so pure and holy that I need content out in the world showing an aggressive side, showing a no nonsense side, showing an integral Jewish and American side. So you're not doing anything against me, right? You're not doing that, right? I even do certain interviews where I take very hardline positions with unpopular places, just so when people look me up, they'll find those interviews. So you're not doing anything. You're not embarrassing me. You're not hurting anything that I'm doing. You're just showing how much of a loser you are, right? Because if it wasn't you, it'll be someone else, right? It'll be some other loser who feels he has to expose me, show that I'm not really this nice guy. No, I am a nice guy, but I have boundaries, right? What I experienced on October 7th in the ensuing months has led me to understand that the people in Gaza are terrorists. And that's it. Now, you reading headlines in Los Angeles and your little Muslim pride makes you come to certain conclusions, and you got to defend, and you got to protect, and you got to get caught up because you're part of groupthink. You're part of algorithm thought, right? So your algorithm says, oh, the Israelis are bad and Hamas are fighting or resisting, and therefore it's okay for all these people to die because they have to resist. And this is how sick and twisted, and this is why we're subjugated.
Jewish kids are saying this, not me. Jewish kids are saying this.
No, this is why we're superior. When rockets come into Israel, we build infrastructure to protect our women and children. You in your ideology in Gaza, you leave your children and you leave your women out to be massacred, right? Because you need to use that for political power. But you're such a rotten soul. You can't even acknowledge.
Hamas is not the one that's using, as a human shield, but the Israelis are using them as human shield.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why we're kicking your ass. Because we are more sophisticated. We're more sophisticated. We have more humanity, right? And this is where the world is going. What you're promoting and you sacrificing of Gazan children, that's what you want. You want to see more suffering in Gaza. You want to be able to say, look what happened. Look at this, look at that. Instead of saying, Hamas, disarm, get out of Gaza, get out of there. Let these people rebuild. Let them start a new life. And say, no, we got to resist against the evil Zionists and this and their baby killers. Okay, they're baby killers, so why you keep provoking them then? Get Hamas out of there. No, we got to resist. We got to keep fighting. Okay, see.
We're not letting them out.
Amir, hold on, Black Rabbi. Amir, did you know during the Revolutionary War, America formulated militias through civilians? The English, the Crown himself, even Lord Cornwallis called us almost terrorists, belligerent, foolish.
You're comparing the American liberation to Hamas sacrificing children in an entire region. Well, they could do the complete opposite.
Hold on, Rabbi. Excuse me, Amir. Can you moderate and Mr. Black Rabbi?
Let me speak. Calm down.
What I see is Hamas is
Calm down, let him finish.
Hamas is a militia for their people.
Either way, bro, it doesn't matter. Think the way they can do. Hamas is a good people. It's not how twisted we are in this era of life.
Was Taliban good people, Black Rabbi? Was Taliban good people?
I don't know. We know Hamas is not.
No. Was Taliban good people?
Run around. Why do you have to run?
Hold on. Who funded Mujahideen? Hello. Hey.
Amir, I want to say something, please.
Go on.
Mr. Black, you said that Hamas isn't or aren't good people. So, in your opinion, what should they do to be good people? In your opinion,
should disarm and leave and let those people not be murdered and shot.
Okay, let me surprise you with that. Many years ago, Palestinians did what did you say right now? And
what did they do? What did they do?
They lifted their arms, their guns.
Where did they do that? Where?
In Palestine.
What is there is no Palestine. What are you talking about? We're talking about Gaza. Hamas is a ruling governing body in Gaza. That's what we're talking about. There's no such thing as Palestine. That's part of your lie that you promote.
Let me finish. I'm talking
there's
about
Ramallah, there's Jerusalem, there's no Sheikh Jarrah, there's all types of cities. There's no Palestine.
Pardon me, let me finish.
There's no government in Palestine, there's no founding fathers in Palestine, it just doesn't exist. So you're making up a lie. Americans hear that and they think that there's an actual place called Palestine that the Israelis came and took over.
UN recognizes Palestine. More than 150 countries recognize Palestine state.
Where is it? Where is it?
Go look it up. West Bank, Jerusalem, and Gaza. Go question the 150 countries. Go.
Amira, where is it?
Go question 150 countries. Go.
That's what I'm saying. It's called made up. It doesn't exist.
West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem.
That's Palestine. No, it's not.
Oh my God, it's so weird.
Actually, when you came to Palestine,
the government of Palestine?
There was a country called Palestine.
American Union flags that have
They decided to kill people without guns.
Stop being racist. Stop being racist.
Doesn't make any difference if you have a gun or no, if you are a Palestinian, because you will be killed by an Israeli people. It doesn't make a difference if you have a gun or not. You need to have a gun to defend yourself.
Okay, so defend yourself.
And the United Nations admit that the Palestinian people have the right to defend against those Israeli people. But
innocent people die.
Your country, your people, your government actually, I don't know why, but they aren't They support the Ukrainian people to defend against Russia, but they can't do
2 billion people who do this who believe the same thing. It must be right.
I'm finished, and we can talk as
well, you can't talk to me, bro. You don't even know. You know nothing about what's going on in this region. You're just talking out of your ass. You read some headlines like Amir, you saw some video clips,
I'm
you talk some documentaries.
You are an American, and you are an American, you want to tell me about my vision. I'm in the Middle East.
This Layla comes in here and she talks, she's not even Palestinian.
Someone like you want to tell me about my vision, about my religion, about my nation, okay?
And these are the ones who go.
You go and
stop coming, let me finish.
Try to study first, try to read first, before you talk with me.
Terrorist group is identified that does not seek the agenda of one government. Feed into PR. What one country can determine what is a terrorist group, other countries cannot also determine that. Just because the U.S. identifies Hamas as a terrorist group does not mean it is. It means that they have complete opposite opinions based off of it. I'm not saying there are entities or individuals in the group that are bad apples and they're utilizing the organization as an excuse for their personal agenda. But I see like Taliban, Black Rabbi, I doubt you ever spent any time in Afghanistan.
You're a treasonous person. You're a treasonous person. Hamas is a terrorist organization stated by the United States, stated by Europe, stated by every major civilized country in the world. And you want to sit up here and say you don't believe it, and you claim you're some American soldier? Freaking embarrassment, bro. You're a low IQ white person, period.
Actually, I'm mixed. Thank you.
And even worse. point is to say you're low IQ white person. Bottom line. Hamas is killing, sacrificing the children and the people in Gaza for the political cause. And cowardly Muslims just sit around and just say, "Oh, they're resisting. They're resisting." So why don't they build tunnels for women and children then?
You
Why
are
not?
mistaken.
Why do they train 13 and 14-year-olds? Why do they train 13 and 14-year-olds to have guns?
The IDF isn't.
Why do they train young kids? Why do they have child
The
culture?
IDF actually
And then the
tries
IDF
to
is
kill
forced to
people,
kill
but
them,
to
and then
kill
they say the
children.
IDF
They
kills
make
children.
a starvation
They kill
in
soldiers.
Gaza. They
Soldiers.
surround Gaza. They block the food. They block the
Gaza
water.
will never exist again. Gaza will never exist again. It's over. It's over. It's not. You guys can talk about it all you want. It's over. It's never going to exist again. Gaza is now called the Freedom Zone. It's never going to be controlled by Arabs ever again. Muslims will never have dominance in that region ever again. It will be a Judeo-Christian, white Christian territory. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. It will no longer exist ever again.
No one can say that. No one can.
Yeah, you're watching it in your friend. It's the first of all, we demolished it. We demolished it. We demolished every square inch of it. And then now we're making it unlivable. So it doesn't seem like we're kicking the Palestinians out. They'll leave voluntarily because there's nowhere to live. The tents, the floods, all the diseases.
The IDF. And the IDF will return.
There's close to 100,000 people in Gaza right now. They have permanently lost hearing. They permanently lost hearing.
They have the power to kill children and women.
Yeah, and they will continue to kill.
So
they will continue to kill. They will continue to kill. They will continue to kill until Hamas disarms. When Hamas disarms, they will be able to live. Until then, everyone is going to die. Until Hamas disarms, we do not care. Okay, it's an ideological battle. Anyone who says they're Hamas is going to die.
Oh, who's we? Who's we?
The United States and the state of Israel.
No. Israel is on the outside.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned for that shit.
All of the bullets that are shot in the heads of Gazans are from the United States. They were manufactured in the United States.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, that is true.
That's not true. No.
That is true. Yeah, it is true.
Israel manufactures its own weapons. You didn't know that?
No, it does not. No,
Yes. Go look into it.
No. It's manufactured right in America. Right in America. Right. You know who touched on it? Mike Huckabee touched on it in this interview with Tucker Carlson. He said that all the bullets that are made in Israel are manufactured in his home state.
You haven't the right to
in his home state.
Because you aren't a human.
The missiles, the
You don't
rockets,
care about himself.
the
You don't care
airplane,
about
all
people.
manufactured in America.
If you don't care about
No, we don't. The Jew Hamas disarms, we don't care about nobody. We don't care about nobody. Hamas, they miscalculated. We don't care about nobody. Until Hamas
Black
disarms,
Rabbi,
we don't care
I
about
have
nobody.
a question for you, if you don't mind, right? I don't know what your affiliation is, because I'm not quite sure if you are
It doesn't matter.
on the
It doesn't
Israeli
matter
side
what
or
my
if you're on the
affiliation is.
American
We're not
side.
talking about me. We're saying as long as Hamas is inside of Gaza, everybody who's around Hamas is also going to die. That's what we're saying. So till they disarm, people are going to die. Women, children, elderly people, handicapped people, everyone's going to die until Hamas disarms. It's that
So
simple.
if I label you as Hamas, right? Like let's just say in a fantastic
No, I didn't
world,
say you. I said if you're standing next to Hamas,
I am the
you don't have
Jewish
to be labeled.
overlord,
You
and
don't
I just
have
say,
to be
hey,
labeled.
you're a fucking Hamas mate. So
That's it. Because
What's
they
gonna
disarm,
happen?
you'll die.
I don't know, man. You're talking about a worldview that is just unilaterally
That's what's
unattractive to
happening right
anyone.
now as we speak.
I personally don't believe in no
We
fucking
don't care
chosen
what you
people.
think. You do not. You're not in the military. You're not in government.
You don't know that.
You're not
You
an
don't
owner
know
of
that.
a
I was in
Fortune
the US
500.
military.
Wait. You're not an owner of a Fortune 500 company. You are a worker. Okay, so you go to work, you pay your bills, you go to clubhouse, you pay your.
Well, I'll say this, right? Because you were directing that towards me, right? Well, I'll say this. I'm not fighting for an ethno state that I know I won't be a part of, right? You're a black man.
Great.
You will always
being
no,
who
it's
you are.
not about me.
Okay, you will
It's
never
not about
be invited into
It's
the
about
club.
Hamas. It's about
Right?
Hamas
I think
army.
it's just so ridiculous. You are
That's
fighting for
fine.
something
That's fine. That's
you will
fine.
never
That's
be
fine.
a part of.
That's
You're
great. That's
chasing
great.
after fool's
That's even
gold.
better. Even better, I'm not a part of it. The point is, until Hamas disarms, everybody who's around Hamas soldiers is going to die. That's it.
That's a wrong.
You may not like
hold
it.
on.
You may not like that.
You're
You may
wrong.
not like what I'm saying.
You're wrong.
That's the reality of the doing.
There is no air defense general. There is no naval commandant. There is no admiral that will never launch into a group of civilians. They will not. And you don't even know what you're talking about with military advances. You don't know
How many
nothing.
civilians died in Iraq? How many civilians died in Iraq? Israel wasn't there. How many civilians died in Iraq, idiot?
Where we get our intel from, idiot? Where we get our intel from? Where we get our intel from? Where we get our intel from? Where we get our intel from?
They are not an army. They are our children, martyrs. You describe them with an army, Mr. Stevie, and they are not an army. They are martyrs.
They're going to die. They're going to die until they disarm.
They are.
Where do we get our intel?
They're
Where
going
do we
to
get our
die
intel?
until
Black
they
Rabbi,
disarm.
where do we get our intel? Black Rabbi, where do we get our intel? Where do we get our intel?
Quiet. The point is that they're
No,
going to die
no,
until they
you've been talking
they're going to die.
blah, 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 blah. This is what I hear from you. Every time you talk,
How
you
many
want to do what you
civilians
do.
died in Iraq?
Blah, blah,
How
blah.
many civilians died in
Blah,
Iraq?
blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. See how
How many
beneficial this
civilians
is?
died?
Blah,
How
blah,
many
blah.
civilians died in Japan? How many survived in Hiroshima? How many civilians? How many?
You're the ultimate troll. You are truly
No,
the
I
ultimate
think it's
troll.
ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. Are we big bad America, or are we,
No, I love
or are we, what
self-righteous
are we?
white people.
Right?
I love self-righteous white people. How many civilians died in Japan?
You're making a claim
How many civilians died in America?
personally
How many civilians died in
threats.
America to establish the 52 states? How many civilians died in America? How many American Indians died? How many Spanish Americans died? How many people died? How many? So what are we talking about here? What are we talking about
I
here?
think the point is he has no point, right? He's just a complete fucking idiot, right? Because he's not making sense. He's not making any fucking.
Until Hamas disarms, everybody who's close to Hamas is going to die.
Hamas. You were just talking out of your fucking ass, right?
That's reality. That's U.S. state. That's United States policy. Anyone who's around Hamas is fair game.
Hey, you have no concept of role engagement. You have no concept of anything.
I don't care what you think. You just talked about civilians.
So
Actually, how many civilians died in Iraq?
Great question. You said
How many civilians died in
Wait,
Iraq?
let me tell you something. You said Hamas will die, right? Whoever's next to Hamas. Let's say Hamas is finished. Some other outfit will come up because if you oppress people,
And then they'll die too.
okay, that's fine. Till the tide turns, that's how centuries have gone throughout history.
Yeah,
Everyone has
exactly.
their time, right?
If you want to keep resisting, you're gonna die. That's just your choice.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a religion of peace to me, guys. I don't know
It
about
doesn't
you.
matter. It's not a religion of peace. This is the reality. If you want to resist, you're gonna die. If you don't want to resist,
Well, I'll say this, man. I'm gonna fucking
you're gonna live
resist,
a normal
right?
life.
And I like me more than I like you. So I'll do that.
And besides that, it's an inhumane order. No general, no soldier on the U.S. side. That's an inhumane order. No.
How many civilians died in Iraq? How many?
Oh my God, how many people has Israel killed? Right?
A
How
million
many
people
buildings
died
have
in
those
Iraq.
Wait. We could do this all fucking day.
People. How many children out of that were in that million? A million people. We're not talking about 70,000. A million people died in Iraq. A million. Okay. How many people died in Hiroshima? We dropped a nuke on
Your point, please, God help me. What is your point?
My point is the thing that 70,000 you hear in Gaza is nothing. That's what my point is.
No point. Yeah, you're just talking out of your fucking ass, man.
No, I just said it. That's what I just said. And the bottom line is until Hamas disarmed, people will continue to die. That's it.
You are supporting murderers, so
We don't care about your morality. We don't care about your morality.
and that's him giving the game away, guys. Like, listen, there's rules for thee and rules for me, right? That's why I'm not with these fucking Israelis and shit, bro.
We don't want you.
It's fine. We don't want you either. Nowhere wants you. Nowhere wants you.
You're a worker ant. You're a worker ant. You don't matter.
Be a good boy and go jerk off in the fucking corner to BB that
you're a worker ant in your society. You have no input. We don't need you. We need people who have
you people have small hats and dumb haircuts. I don't want to hear anything.
Yeah, that's cool. But you're retarded. We don't need you.
You're an ass. You're a piece. Stop speaking.
We're gonna blow everything up until Hamas is gone. Until Hamas is gone, we're gonna continue to blow up everything. Hospitals, libraries, apartments, everything.
All right, man. If that's the case, man, don't be too chicken shit to run away from the bullets when they come flying at you.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we're good. We're not worried about the bullets.
Yeah, because suddenly Jewish people are just immortal superhumans, right? You're on an elevated plane, right? Is that what it is? The Goy level. I understand.
We're conquering evil, and there's nothing you can do about it but sit there and watch.
But you guys aren't conquering shit. The soldiers have been killed in Gaza. They failed to attack Hamas. They failed to beat Hamas. So they started to kill the civilian people. They started to kill children and women. They started to attack hospitals and schools because they are losers. You have guns and you have aircraft, but you are losers.
Good, and we're going to keep using them.
Who's the we? Though? You're not in the club.
We're going to continue to use them. We're going to continue to bomb. We're going to continue to remove our enemies from this world. And you can't do anything about it but sit there and watch on the plane. That's it. The Jews are back in the Holy Land, and we're going to rebuild the Holy Land, and we're going to bring it back to its greatness. Anybody who resists our power will be removed.
Okay, Lex Luthor, just take a fucking chill pill. This dude legitimately said anyone who resists us will be destroyed. Dude, listen, man, you've won the battle, but you've definitely lost the fucking war. You don't understand, right? There are more people in fucking New Jersey than in Israel. What are you talking about?
Whatever makes you feel better, we're conquering.
You're a bunch of conquerors now, right?
Yeah.
You're a bunch of conquerors now.
Yeah.
Right?
We're kicking the Muslims' ass.
So you're kicking the Muslims' ass. All right, we'll see. Let's revisit this topic in 15 fucking
we're
weeks.
kicking your ass. You're sitting there and you're accepting it. And you guys are sitting in the diaspora, reading your little headlines, reading your documentaries, forming your opinions. We control all your publications. We control your thought. We control your interest rates on your currency. Everything that you do is already controlled. And you want to complain, you want to speak out. You're only speaking out because we want you to. If we don't want you to know anything about what's happening.
Make me shut up.
No, we need you to do what you're doing.
You can't do something. We can't do something. You guys are a bunch of cowards.
It's an algorithm.
Cowards, right?
Yeah, great. We're conquering.
To me, it just looks like you guys just love.
We're conquering.
That's what you'll do.
We're conquering, and the Arab leaders are following along with the leadership.
All right, man. But as soon as they fall, don't worry, man. Someone's gonna come for your neck too. That's how it always goes. That's how it always goes.
It'll be called Judea and Samaria very soon. It won't be called the West Bank. More Jews are going to move there. It's already 800,000. There'll be another 800,000 there. We'll have more control over the region. Gaza will never be controlled by any Arab leadership ever again. And that's what's happening right now.
Rabbi, you're a deluded fuck. You're promoting fucking genocide.
Yes, genocide. Yes.
Genocide. Speak on behalf of the United States military because you have no concept of the film.
You're right. It's genocide.
Would not even accept those orders. They would question.
Great. It's genocide. It's all happening right in front of you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. You're going to watch your TV. You're going to go to sleep. You're going to wake up. You're going to You drink your little coffee. You're gonna go to work, and then when you have a little free time, you see a few headlines on your Google, a search, and you see, oh wow, this is happening here. And, you make your little.
I really think you are a deluded fuck, because if you think that's how the world works, right? If you think that's how the world works, you're an idiot. Right? I promise you, you get sick of stuff, right? Sometimes you don't like the same drink every day. You don't like the same meal every day. Why the fuck are people going to sit around, watch this horror and not actually do something about it? Just think about it on the social level. Think about it on the social level. You are now the enemy of everyone.
No one cares about Palestinians. No one cares about
I care. I care.
No, you don't.
I care. I care. I care. I care. Just because you're a heartless fuck, you're a heartless motherfucker. Listen, you love murder and death so much. How about you go join the IDF? Let's see if they'll take your black.
Too much of a fat.
No, because he's not serious. He's not serious because I've been in there. I've been in the military, bro. You haven't done shit. This is bluster. You're a facade.
Shooting Palestinians.
This is how you feel better about yourself because you're a
Black people are shooting people in the idea. It's happening.
Brock, this motherfucker has no concept of how the U.S. military would work. None. And he's over there making these allegations about that. No fucking.
He just wants to use them, bro. He's a fucking fat fuck.
Great. It doesn't matter. We're doing what we're doing. You have to sit your
bitch ass on.
You know what, bro? You know what, bro? I'll say this, right? Sit happy on your high horse because I'll be happy to fucking drag you down. Right? Because if I saw you on the street, you wouldn't say this shit in real life. You would never say this shit in real life.
You're Amalek.
Okay, you use your dumb convoluted language like that means something to me. Right? You're a hateful, spiteful person. But the thing is, you don't even want to stand on your hatred. You don't want to actually go do something about it.
Amir, this is going on wild. Can we get a brief reset, please? Please.
Speak some life into us, man. God damn, I need a sermon right now.
I'm allowing other people to cook the shit out of Black Rabbi because he needs to be cooked every day.
Black Rabbi is gonna eat a hypersonic plane.
Yeah, he gets robbed.
Amir, he's only saying all of these things because the United States is backing Israel, right? I wonder what people think like Black Rabbi was saying. How would they be? Would they feel so tough if the United States was not?
They wouldn't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. What if this? What if that? What if this? What if it was like this? What if it was like? This is the reality. God is creating the reality, and we're getting ready to bomb.
You can't stand on your own.
We're gonna bomb the shit out of Iran, and we're gonna talk about Egypt, and no one's gonna be thinking about Palestine
for months and months. Your fat ass is gonna become a
No, it's not gonna be. There ain't no bunkers.
Listen, bro, you're not ready to stand on business. You don't want to be out there in fucking fields actually talking about what you want to say.
Israel's gonna stop existing.
Once we hear the sirens here in Jerusalem, we're gonna know those are the horns of Mashiach.
KFC has existed longer than the state of Israel.
Exactly what the
Your
point is existed longer than Israel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. You guys sit there and watch us conquer.
Please, let's put somebody else. Some new ones. This is just giving me an aneurysm.
Church, black woman self, and no protest,
don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Say something racist.
Don't do that. Right? Because we know how you like it. We know how you like it.
You stroked your dick and wish it was pink every day.
I did it.
Stop with that.
Yeah, I stopped.
Thank you. So now, Iran shipped uranium. Israel burned Palestinians. I was looking for the video of you saying that there was some idea of burning.
Okay.
Calm down, Rabbi character. Let other people speak. Bro, stop hogging that freaking mic.
Nah, I was being
attention whore.
Just close your mic, dude.
They were attacking me. Why don't you
just close your mic? Nobody's attacking you anymore.
Bro, why we gotta hear her talk, bro? She just wants to.
Could you move him? Move him, Amir. He's not gonna shut up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so there was some. When you say Israel burned Palestine, you don't mean like the government. Was it some idea of soldiers against?
And the West Bank, they're burning. They burned down the mosque. They burned down a whole bunch of cars. And they're doing a whole bunch of stupid shit in the West Bank.
This happened in the last 24 hours?
Yes, in the last, it was mentioned Times of Israel. I did post an article, I believe. If you scroll up, you'll be able to see it.
They are giving practically no coverage to this because then that would destroy Trump's reputation of so-called peacemaker.
And the peacemaker is bullshit. The Gaza border peace is some bullshit plan because they're supposed to allow ISF and technocratic government. They didn't even allow the technocratic government into Gaza. It's all being stopped because Netanyahu wants to disarm Hamas, and which is impossible. Won't be able to disarm Hamas.
Why you say it's impossible?
Because if they give up all the arms, which entails bending over and getting effed and raped in the ass, that's what's happening to the Palestinians in the past over 50 years. That's what the Zionist entity is known for.
So that's why Israel is continuing with the bombing because they're saying Palestine has broken the agreement by not turning over all their arms.
No, they agree that they're not going to give up all the arms. They're going to give up like the big ones. They'll keep the small one. At the same time, Israel violated ceasefire by taking over more property. They were at 51%, right, the yellow line. And what they did is they went past the yellow line. They attacked Hamas on the other side for no reason. Attacked them and went up to 59%. They moved the yellow line to 59. Now, Hamas controls only about 39 or 40% of the land. You see what I'm saying? So 60% is controlled by the disgusting Zionist criminal entity called Israel. And the ISF, the International Stabilization Forces, they're like, we can't, we're not going to send any soldiers out because if we do, we're going to be risking our soldiers' lives because there will be a fight, between Hamas and IDF, and we might get killed. Our people would get killed.
So this is, and okay. So if the U.S. is sending over like backup reinforcements to Iran, why are they doing this? Like, are they like it's like you're prodding the bear or something? Is Iran and Palestine, do they have like an agreement kind of like NATO?
It's a scare tactic, Reverend. It's not going to happen because the midterm elections are around the corner. And Trump said he's going to do limited strikes on Iran. He can't do full strikes because if he does full, he needs permission from Congress. And Congress is not going to give him permission.
That's not true. That's not true, man.
The Republicans control Congress, don't they?
Yeah, but he still needs approval from Congress.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Go look it up. Look it up.
Look it up. War Act in 1973. Just look it up and look what it entails. The Power of War Act 1973. The president has the ability to make preemptive strikes without the permission of Congress as long as the military intervention is less than 60 days, 90 days total, giving an extra 30 days for the pullout. So that's
preemptive attack. It's doable without any threats. There's no threats coming from Iran.
Well, the president.
You're talking about what? You're talking about in case of emergency.
No, it's not. That's what he's been using the whole time. How do you think he did? He did the bombing on the 12-day war. Why do you think they did that? They used the Power of War Act. How do you think they've been doing military strikes all over the place in different places? It's the Power of War Act. The president has the ability to do preemptive attacks. Look it up, bro. Learn about how the American mechanism works. Not just read headlines and stupid publications, propaganda.
Yo, Bear, what's going on between Pakistan and Afghanistan? Why are they beefing?
it started from Afghanistan. They killed about 6 Pakistani soldiers, and then because there's Taliban inside Pakistan, and then there's Taliban inside Afghanistan, and they're cooperating with each other. So they're attacking each other, and the Taliban's position is they want to topple Pakistani government, and Pakistani government ain't gonna get toppled because they're run by the Pakistani military, and the military is very stronger than some militia called Taliban.
Understood.
We're gonna bomb the crap out of Iraq.
Amir, does Iran have reported nuclear?
Amir's not a girl. You shut GPT.
Please mute him.
So by the way, Black Rabbi, I looked it up. The War of Act. It says, but only within strict legal limits. The U.S. president can launch limited. That's what he did. Limited. I told you this.
It's not.
That's not what he can. He can't. Literally, this is the act.
Describe limited.
Okay.
Limited means
limited military strikes against Iran. Hold on. I asked the perplexity that I use. It says yes, but only within strict legal limits. The U.S. president. Hold on. Okay, let me just finish. The U.S. president can launch limited military strikes against Iran without prior congressional authorization, but a major or sustained war of aggression would almost certainly require Congress approval under the Constitution and the War Powers Resolution. You see?
That's the 90 days.
I just don't. No. It doesn't say 90 days.
Yeah.
I told you limited strikes because he can do limited strikes. This is what he's doing right now. This is the act that, bro. The act you gave me, he's using the limited. Yeah. He can only do limited strikes with that act.
Yeah. What the definition of limit in this context is time frame. That's all.
It's not time frame.
He cannot do an extended war without congressional approval. That's what the whole point is.
Yeah.
Limited. He could drop an atomic bomb if he wants to. It just has to do it in a certain time frame. That's the
no. It's gotta be limited under legal limits. Okay. Can you tell us what are the legal limits, Black Rabbi?
Yeah, it's a 60-day military intervention. We can have boots on the ground or airstrikes, whatever, but it has to be completely done within 90 days. I mean, you have 60 days for military intervention. You have an additional 30 days after that 60 days to retreat all the troops and pull them out. There can't be anything. The only problem that Congress, the other side, has with what Trump is doing, they said that Trump's utilizing this bill in the wrong way, or this act in the wrong way, because some of the military interventions that he's doing is going to last longer than 30 days because of the pullout and additional. We need to have supporting sources, whether they're in the ocean or at a air base or whatever, because we have to watch it later on, which he's defining not as military intervention, but rather protection of alliances, and he's putting in a different category. So there's a pushback on at this point the Democratic side on this issue that Trump is doing. But it's a 90-day legal legislation, 60 days for intervention, 30 days for pullout, and that maximum. But he could do whatever he wants in that time frame, whatever.
No, he can't. It's limited.
Okay, so what is
Okay. Article 2 makes the president commander-in-chief, which courts and past practice have interpreted as allowing limited uses of force, self-defense, short-term strikes without a formal declaration of war.
Exactly.
All right. So that's a allowed limited uses of force, not unlimited.
So how's it defined, Amir? How's it defined?
I just told you, limited.
Okay, I understand the word. It's on my wall. I just wrote it.
Limited meaning attacking nuclear facilities, military bases. That's about it. That's limited. Okay.
Okay.
And this is Article 2. You should go look into it. Thank you for bringing up. This whole bill actually went against what I said.
I told
not against what I said.
Amir, I showed you the legal mechanism that the United States
I
administration.
told you, I didn't even have to look at the legal mechanism. I told you he can only do limited strikes. And we have midterm elections right around the corner.
Yeah, we're not worried about it.
So no, we are worried about what are you for real? Are you retarded?
No, we're not worried about it.
I made the claim that if he wants to go to war, he's going to need approval with the Congress, a full-blown war. But this is why he's doing limited to get him. Hold on. No. If Iran retaliates in a manner, then he will have to do that, and he still needs congressional approval. Go look into it, man.
Yes, idiot. You're right, but they're not.
Yes. No. If they do.
The Iran thing is going to be over in 2 hours.
Do you understand what if they do?
2 hours.
What if they do? What if they do?
There's no what if.
No. This time, okay. This time, Hezbollah, Hezbollah, Yemeni Houthis, Hamas, what else? Maybe other countries. Hold on. Hezbollah.
Hezbollah has nothing.
Okay. Do you understand?
Anytime they take a shit, they get bombed.
Okay. Retarded rabbi. R for retarded, R for rabbi. Retarded rabbi. Do you understand? If you were to kill Khomeini, the guy that's the leader of Iran, do you know what that would do? Literally, Hezbollah follows. I believe Hezbollah follows a school of Jewish prudence. Okay. Now, if they follow, so you're killing a leader of his own religion.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And this is a problem. This is
very with Soleimani. Just like
do you know this will start problems for Israel?
No. We're the most dominant force.
Okay, how many proxies does Iran have?
God has ordained us to dominate you, and there's nothing you can do about it. We assassinate Khomeini, you're going to sit there and watch. Right? You're going to sit there and watch, and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Yeah, I think you should try that. The Shia world will wake up, and we're going to have problems. You haven't thought about that.
Amir, once we hear in Israel, once we hear the sirens, we're going to know that's the cry of Mashiach.
Okay, imagine this, right? You have, can you tell us what would happen if Netanyahu was to get assassinated?
Yeah, we'll continue on.
No, what would happen?
Nothing. We'll continue on.
It's an act of war.
Yeah, of course. We're already in war.
Yeah, hold on. Just like that, when you attack a leader of a religion, it's an act of religious war. Do you understand religious war versus the regular war? I think you're mentally retarded. It's above your pay grade. That's the problem.
It's a fantasy.
It's above your pay grade. You won't be able to understand this.
The Muslims have surrendered. They surrendered to a higher ideology, a higher way of thinking, and they want our guidance to lead them into a new frontier. That's what
What's up with you, Tiger? How you doing? I think if China was to come in the picture, I think it's finished. Israel is finished.
China has no foreign policy. There's no foreign policy. They're not sophisticated enough to deal with the United States. We're smarter than everyone by far.
No, I think you guys are super dumb. You guys are.
Yeah, I know you think that.
You have civilizational deficiencies that makes you ineffective.
Yeah, that's fine. We're not Chinese, so good luck.
We don't need good luck. We're already winning.
Yeah, you guys eat dogs. I'm not worried about you.
But Rabbi, I heard you guys been eating pork. Is that true on that land?
You see my PTR?
It's non-kosher. You know what it is, right?
Yeah, Christians eat it.
No. It's non-kosher. You know this, right?
Don't think Christian.
Secular Jews are eating it.
No, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I never heard about it.
Yeah, secular Jews are eating it.
Yeah, but why are you worried about it? Worry about the bombs that are going to be coming down.
No. You just said to Tiger that you're eating dogs. I heard you've been eating pork. That goes against your scripture.
Yeah, it does. The dog for them is natural. They eat dog. frogs, they eat squirrels, right? They eat all the forbidden foods of the Torah. They eat it naturally. It's like a cuisine for them.
We don't let barbarians like you tell us what to eat or what not to eat.
Yeah, we're not worried about it. We're not worried about you guys. You guys are already. We already have you surrounded. We have Japan. We have South Korea. We have Taiwan. We have the Philippines. We have Vietnam. We've been selling them arms for the last decade, right? So you invade Taiwan. We got nuclear submarines all around the Taiwan Strait, right? China. You guys aren't sophisticated.
So, Mir, if what's going to happen if the deadline comes and passes and Trump doesn't follow through on his strike? I mean, will he look like that will look bad on him, right? With his approval rate already being low. Since you're saying it's only a threat, it's just like a paper tiger. No pun intended, tiger.
That's not good. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to argue with it. So.
Not me.
I'm not here to argue with you, bro. I'm here to talk about Israeli and American dominance and basking in the power that God has given us to dominate this region and to cleanse all the cancers and all the evil out of this region. And I'm just here celebrating it, and it's just unfortunate.
Rabbi, are you in a position? Are you in a leadership position over there in Israel? Are you?
Don't ask personal questions.
Head of a military unit? I mean, because you're sounding like you talking like you really have some power over there.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
I'm a Jew.
You're a Jew. That's all you need to know.
That's it.
Okay.
And the point is, this is Western dominance. We control this region. We're the reason.
But that's not the West, though. That part of the world is not the West.
It is now. We're making it the West.
Oh, really? So then all the Muslims and Arabs there are Western now too?
No, I mean they're under our dominion, our rishus.
And when you say our, you mean Jews all over the world?
Not just Jews in America. We're a symbiotic pair.
You know, not all Jews believe in Zionism.
We don't care about what all Jews believe. We're talking about what's happening now. You see my PTR? There's F-22 jets, all at Israeli airports.
No,
the US Gerald Ford is in the port of Haifa. We have co-opted air defense programs with right now Israel operating as I speak to you. We're ready. We're going to conquer the evil, and it's God's will. And you're witnessing it. You may not accept it, but this is God's will. And it's happening.
And so was the Holocaust.
Yeah, but Amir said that it's just a veiled threat. It's not really going to happen.
Listen to Amir then. Listen to him.
You should too.
No, I shouldn't. I'm the smartest one in the room. And I'm just saying the point is just saying we're dominating this region. We're reshaping it. The Arab countries are on board. The Gulf states are on board. They know who the master is.
And if the Arab countries are on board, I don't think that's quite true.
Yeah, well, we're not really so much worried what you think. Maybe you voted your local election. Maybe you click on a box on social media.
Arab countries are not on board.
Of course,
yeah, I didn't think so.
No, they're not.
How much
this limited airstrikes, because he can't do full-blown war. If he does it, it's gonna put him in. You can't do full-blown war without congressional approval. We have midterm elections around the corner, and he's scared that because Iran has given threats multiple times, that if he were to attack us in any shape or form, the first thing we're going to do is attack Israel.
Let me ask you though, what about after? What if he's waiting for the midterm elections to be over with? And then
after it depends. It depends. Again, he's going to need congressional approval for full-blown war. He can only do limited. He can only. Go read up on the. I gave you Article 2.
We don't need a full-blown war.
Go read the Article 2.
We don't need a full-blown war.
What needs to happen? What needs to happen after
love him or look at him
No,
as a
I mean,
as a prophet.
in terms of the leadership that's in Congress now and going to be needs to be voted out.
That's what I'm saying. They all need to be from the same party. It's a disgusting party.
Which one?
They all need to. Whichever party is on, they're both disgusting.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So will it really make a difference with the election? That's what I'm saying.
So Reverend, Democrats, look, I kind of feel like if we had Kamala, right, as a leader, I don't think we would be having problems with the Constitution right now, because there's a lot of these problems we're having relate to ICE and having problems in America and having problems in Gaza. I think I don't know. It would have been a little bit different, or much different, because Democrats are, they work a little bit. They operate differently, but they're still racist. They're racist under the table. Republicans are racist over the table. Right in your face.
Israel, right? And that's the opposite. Right? Aren't they still, basically being they're puppets still of Israel and Netanyahu, the Democrats?
Yeah, Democrats are puppet, but at the same time, there are certain things that they have to abide by. And Kamala, she worked as a judge, so I think she would be the lady to respect the laws. But when it comes down to the foreign affairs, they don't really care. I wish she cared, but she's a Zionist scumbag just like Trump is. But she's a little bit different, so I don't know, man.
You're saying that basically we should all, are you voting Democrat and encouraging everybody to make a blue wave, like they say, and get a Democratic majority in Congress?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That if they get Democrats or whatever, he's gonna have a hard time getting anything approved by the Congress. So Black Rabbi can forget about the war, and they don't even let him into the bunker because he's Black American.
What does that mean? What's wrong with him being Black American?
Because they don't allow. There was some videos that went viral. I don't know if you've seen it during the 12-day war. The Black folks weren't even allowed into the bunkers.
Okay, is this something I can look up? There was some kind of.
If you check on Twitter, you'll come across some videos.
A video that said, okay, so I have to put in. Stop talking, dude. Can't hear.
Hold on.
Could you mute it?
Yeah, calm down, Rabbi. Why do you need to be attention whore, man? Calm down.
Black chick over here talking.
Don't worry about it. Calm down.
Dude, you are older than me. You dummy. You are fat. You are old and ugly. What the fuck are you talking to? You put your picture up here. You can't put your picture up here and then try to dump on somebody.
I have tons of pictures.
Shut the fuck up.
Get a husband.
Go ahead.
Maybe he'll
No,
listen.
you got a husband. You're the one with the husband.
No, I don't have a husband.
Go ahead, Amir. I'm not going. I don't know why you got him up here. Truly enough.
You're desperate for a husband.
Yoma. And you're desperate for some dick in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm sure you think.
Go ahead.
I don't think we need to give this retard too much attention, honestly, because when he's here, there's no discourse,
But Amir, he allows it, so it must be for some reason.
Simple-minded conversation.
Amir, you step away from your mic. Oh.
No, I'm here. Yeah, so, it depends if the party, I think if it's going to be majority Democrats, he's still going to have a hard time getting any type of approval from the Congress. And if that happens, it means he's just going to be able to do limited airstrikes. And I don't even know, I think a lot of people are probably even against the airstrikes because everybody wants and it's only Israel that wants. I mean, can you imagine Netanyahu coming to the White House more than 5 times, right? Visiting the White House more than 5 times. Yet the American civilians, people in America, they're American citizens, they can't even meet up with Trump at least even once. But when it comes down to Netanyahu, what do you say?
I was gonna look up what you were talking about no black people being allowed. You said in the room. What room?
Like into the bunkers. You know they have bunkers.
Okay. And if I type in bunkers,
there was videos. I don't know how many bunkers, but there were some videos. I don't know. I've seen 1 or 2 videos, 3 videos. They weren't allowed into the bunker inside Israel.
It's not that they just didn't hold any positions at the time, because like Trump's bunker would look the same way right now, right? But a black guy was the head of the whole country before, so that's what I'm saying.
I mean, Trump. Did you see what Trump did with the picture of Obama and Michelle Obama's picture?
Yeah, I know, but that was a distraction. That was an Epstein distraction. That was another one to get people to stop talking about it.
That was very racist.
I think it was just. I think it was plain. I mean, yeah, they're all racist to begin with, but I think that I wouldn't. Like, I don't put too much behind it because it served a particular purpose. You don't think that it was just to get people to, stop focusing on the Epstein files and why nobody's being prosecuted yet? That's why I wanted to be here in your room when you did a room about the Epstein files, but I guess I missed it or you haven't. You don't think it's important. But just because I just wanted to make sure that just because there were no black people in the bunkers doesn't mean. I thought that there was some kind of rule, either spoken or unspoken, that no black person is ever allowed into the bunker. And what would be the reason for that? I mean, if they're citizens, if they're Jewish,
they're just being racist. That's about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's people, on that land. There's a lot of people that are like really racist, even against the Arab Jews and Sephardic Jews. Sephardics are like from Africa or whatever. I mean, the Ethiopian Jews, they face.
It's the same
Ethiopian, they face a lot of discrimination.
Yeah, isn't it the same way? I mean, they call the blacks there in the Arab states.
No, that's not it. It's you'll have some isolated cases, but when it comes down to as a whole, no. Because according to the religion, it's not. And so a lot of these countries, they follow some form of a Sharia, some form of Islamic law.
Prevents racism, anti-black racism. We both know that's not true.
I know, but that does prevent them from being racist.
Well, how come they stop reading it when they come to the U.S.?
They stop doing what?
They stop reading it. It's like it don't seem to apply when they come to the U.S. About them not being able to be racist. Because, I think that's a little less credible. It makes you sound a little less credible if you try to exclude them from anti-black racism. I think it's unrealistic.
I didn't get your point about why did they forget when they come to America.
Because it doesn't seem like they follow that edict when they're here in America. Like we can't.
They do follow it.
Then there wouldn't be any racism from Arabs in America. And we know that's not true.
Literally, I go to the mosque, we pray right next to it don't matter what color your skin color is. I don't know.
There's still instances of racism.
There is racism in other parts as well. It's not just the Arab community.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, but you can't just look at point the finger. What about him? You know what I mean? What about?
No. Because I have to look at everyone. There's racist people in every community.
But if this particular religion is still have a law.
Yeah, but not everybody's a good Muslim. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah, just like not every Christian is a good Christian. Not just like every Jew is not a good Jew.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't, put their religion up there or their ethnicity.
The reason why I'm saying this is because the laws of the country, they have to abide by certain laws. And the certain laws is, there's a law in my scripture that says no discrimination. That's it. And I was referring to the government. I'm not talking about people. People are going to be people. There are people, there are races, just like in America. I've been to the white folks area. I've seen some racism over there, even towards me and towards my friends. I've been to the black folks area, and there's been some racism over there as well. I live in Compton, by the way.
There are black people in the Arab state property.
Do you know that at my store, actually, at my...
No, the bunkers in the Arab country, not Muslim.
Bunkers?
Yeah, unlike Israel.
I haven't seen a single bunker when I lived in Saudi Arabia. I don't know which bunker you're talking about.
I'm just trying to find out the contrast.
Yeah, but Israel is always under attack. That's why they passed a ruling. I think back in I don't know what year was it. They passed a ruling. I think in 1994 or something, or I don't know, 70s, that you have to have good sized bunkers to protect you from any threats, because this state called Israel, since it was stolen from Palestinians, it's always been under attack. This is the problem, and since it's always under attack, what do you expect? That's why they have bunkers in the first place. Otherwise, why would they build bunkers? If they were cooperative, if they allowed Palestinians to come back, there would be no more problems. But these idiots, they're not willing to understand. And in the next maybe 5-10 years,
whether they're bunkers or they're called something else, like Palestine meeting places or their military senior personnel, would I find black people in there with them?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm asking.
Would you find black people? Black people you find everywhere.
No, in the bunkers. Unlike
there aren't any bunkers in Palestine. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Wherever they go to meet.
Yeah, you'll see black folks all over there. Yeah.
I don't mean delivering trash. I mean at the table with the leaders.
Yes, you'll see them.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you'll see them.
Then they're not pouring water. The waiters.
Why would they be pouring water?
Because that's what waiters do.
No, they don't.
Okay.
I don't know which restaurant you've been going to.
Hey, Def Jam employee, man. Y'all making money over there?
boys, I'm back. Hey, what's up? Anybody else want to come up? That's the deal with the whole thing. What's up with you, Buzzy? Assalamu alaikum. What you been up to? My bad, I mean, just, I'll be back. I have to pause real quick.
You know how low IQ you have to be working in the music industry in 2026? Like, you gotta be like,
you know how corny you have to be to have an online Zoom school in Jerusalem while the government pays for your rent and you have a roommate?
I don't have a roommate.
He's a retard.
I don't have a roommate, bro. And my school is more about being certified in America, not Israel. Sorry.
Yep, says you, bro. Says you. The certified liar.
You're working in the music industry, but that's stuff I did when I was a kid.
Certified liar. Fat Albert is here. Hey, it's Fat Albert.
When you're a kid, you work in the music industry, you hang out artists, you go to
you were passing out flyers. I'm not passing out flyers.
I saw Mike Chester the other day.
I thought you were in Israel. How did you see Mike Chester? You were in Israel. How did you see Mike Chester? You in Israel?
No, I just saw him he's on my Facebook.
Facebook? You still use Facebook?
Yeah, why not? Anyway, I saw him with pictures with Scooter Braun, and I'm like, bro, that's so mediocre. Ooh, I'm hanging out with Scooter Braun, Justin Bieber's ex-manager. Oh, wow. 40 years old. Wow, cool. It's a joke, bro.
Oh, that's great. Thanks. Nobody asked for your opinion.
Yeah, it's cool. You guys are, do you?
Okay. Here's the. But then Amir, he brags every time about how he's done stuff for the music industry and how he has connections. But once it, and then he tried to doubt what I do, and then once it got confirmed, he downplays it. You're such a typical imbecile.
It doesn't matter, bro.
You're a cornball, bro. Why are you so corny? Why are you so corny? I don't care. Even if I'm a janitor, it doesn't matter. Why are you so corny?
It doesn't matter.
Who cares? Why are you so corny? Why are you so corny? Why?
I'm not. I'm relevant.
You're very corny and fat. Fat and corny. That's the bad combination.
I'm
No,
relevant.
you're fat. You're not relevant. You have no views online. What relevancy do you have? You have an online Zoom school. What relevancy do you have?
I don't have
Online Zoom school. That's so corny.
I don't have a school.
Now you don't have a school. It's something that you put on Zoom.
I do. It's been written about it.
I do.
Really proud.
Yeah,
that's how you know about it. And I'm bringing it to America, and I'll expand it. So I have family connections.
Anyways, I think, Rabbi, you should not, demean other people or their, workplace or whatever. I don't think you are running an unlicensed yeshiva. Unlicensed yeshiva meaning
Who
cares? And why do you give a fuck? What I eat don't make you shit, bro. Why do you care?
No, I'm just dissing at his work.
It's corny. You're corny, bro. You're corny.
Well, I never even heard of you, bro.
Bro, you're fat. And
you're not even an employer. You're just an employee.
Okay.
Not an employer.
Okay. Now hearing me shows how out of touch you are.
The real thing is, we know about
You're out of touch, bro. You're out of touch. You're fat. You're old. You look like Fat Albert. You look like Fat Albert, bro. You're irrelevant. Okay, high IQ people. All right, whatever, bro. Doesn't matter. Who cares? So what? So what? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares, bro? Who cares, fat boy? Who gives a fuck?
Run DMC.
Fat Albert.
Yeah, I'm so fat.
Fat Albert.
No. I'll be saying, hey, hey, hey. And they be saying, like, hey, 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 back. So, I mean, you see my PTR?
No, it's okay. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. But the big question is if Iran does retaliate and attack Israel,
They won't be able to. They won't be able to.
no, come on. If Iran does retaliate and flattens Tel Aviv and goes after everything and flattens half of Israel, how will Israel recover from all of this? This is going to be like the second attack, second time that Iran has flattened it.
I mean, we own Iran. Okay, that's it. You know, I found out something interesting about the hypersonic missiles. You know the reason why America never got into hypersonic missiles? Because the hypersonic missiles only work because they have smaller warheads. They're able to go very fast, and they can even break through certain things, but they have smaller warheads, which means they can only do limited damage. As where America's position was, well, we don't really need that. We'd rather have larger warheads and missiles not as fast. So even when you look at this 12-day war, like they hit an apartment building in Tel Aviv. They didn't flatten it. Yeah, it caught on fire. These things happened. People evacuated, but I don't think anyone died. You know, hypersonic missiles are not as dangerous as the 2,000-pound bombs that Israel's dropping.
Do you know that there was over $8 billion worth of damages?
Yeah, that's fine. It's not a big deal.
No. It is a big deal. $8 billion is not easy to come up with. It's tough. $8 billion and 25% of stockpile. The ballistic missile program. The ballistic missiles, they go into the THAAD system. These are special type of missiles. They go in the THAAD system, the defense system that that was used against Iranian ballistic missiles to shoot them down. You see how tough it is? It costed a lot of money. It costed the U.S. government about $4 billion. The American taxpayer, tax dollars that went to replace these missiles. That's a lot of money. $4 billion. And this time, if the attack happens, America and Israel are going to lose another $5 to $10 million, or maybe this time it might be more because you have Yemeni Houthis. They might do the attack on the ship, and the ships, it costs America a lot of money. You know that carrier ship? Yeah, you know the carrier ship? No, hold on. The carrier ship that holds all these planes on there, right? Yeah. One hypersonic missile will do the trick. It will sink the ship.
No, it won't.
One hypersonic, that's it. It needs one.
It won't get close.
It won't get close. That's the thing. The defense system don't work against these people. Hold on, Iran and Yemen, and even what's his name, Hezbollah. Do you know that there was a drone that came all the way over to Netanyahu's house? Do you remember that drone? That one particular drone? Do you remember? No. Hang on. So they found out a way to send out a whole bunch of drones, those cheapy drones, right? They made like $50 or $40, right? They found out a way to send out like hundreds of drones, and at the same time they'll shoot out the ballistic missile to flatten, Israel. They realized this a long time ago, and that this is a very smart move on Hezbollah's side and the Iranian side and the Yemeni Houthi side. This is why the rockets end up landing inside Israel. Because the defense system gets overwhelmed by all these drones and whatnot, and they can't defend it. They're like, sorry, we can't do anything. So you should look into this, equipment that you have, right? This equipment, I would say it's like 50% effective or 70%, but there is 30 to 40% chance it's ineffective.
I mean, I'm making it easy for you. Iran is not going to be able to get off any. The only thought is that they'll be able to get one round of shoot off. That's the only thing that they're going to. There's not going to be a back and forth, anything like that. We're going to remove their entire military capabilities within 2 hours. So they may be able to get in certain installations, they'll be able to take their launchers out and get a shut off. But that's it. Okay, so there's no back and forth. So all the stuff you're talking about, the 12-day war, that was all the United States watching how they respond for exactly what's about to happen right now. They just set them up. Okay, they didn't do anything.
Anyway, I think Black Rabbi is too retarded for me to want to have the conversation with him. And I would suggest you stop wasting time trying to educate an idiot.
Yeah, sure, man.
So Tiger, I used him as a punching bag, right? We don't know who's listening in the audience. Maybe somebody will maybe learn about this new fact. When I go back and forth with this idiot, even though this idiot is a retard, and we all know, I told him in his face that he's a punching bag, but this shameless fool still comes into the space.
I think you're a punching bag too.
You're a shameless fool. Have no shame.
Alright, cool. I just don't, I mean, I expect you to think the way that you do. You know what I'm saying?
Don't really give a fuck what the idiot thinks.
Yeah, who cares? It's a feelings mutual. Dennis and me have written like a lot of books. A lot of books.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, Assalam. So,
How are you all, my dearest friends,
Alhamdulillah.
brothers and sisters, and Fire, and Black?
Yeah, don't put me in a category with you guys.
Why you're superior than us?
I'm your enemy.
You're not our enemy. If you're an enemy, I would be humiliated if I were to consider you my enemy.
No, I'm your enemy.
You're just a deluded friend, my friend.
Yeah, that's cool, but I mean,
There is no such thing as an enemy. That's what you want us to believe? That it's a matter between enemies.
Zero words before I kill that friend of yours.
That is your perspective, my friend. That everybody views everybody as enemies.
Put your accent. Put your accent.
I'm not. Why would I fix my accent, my friend? What has my conversation or my points got to do with my accent?
Horrible. Fix it.
It's horrible. I'm sorry, brother. It's the best I can do.
I know, but it's annoying.
I wanted it to be annoying for you.
It's alright. I mean, it's fine. I accept it.
I was dying for your acceptance. Thank you, Black Rabbi.
See, Tufan, what you gotta know is Black Rabbi is a black white supremacist, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he will send ICE after you because of your accent. So, yeah. Just like you know. It doesn't matter if you're in America or not, he will send ICE to you no matter what you do.
I don't think we should even label him as black anymore.
I do want to, I do want to focus. Hang on a second. I do want to focus on this article that I posted in the chat. It talks about Iran would be outgunned in war with the U.S., but could still inflict considerable pain, whether by using missiles to attack American military assets, getting support from its proxies, or closing the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has potent options, and it goes into it more. And you should look into it. There's a lot of these things. Do you understand that? This is coming from your Jewish source. Do you believe it?
There's been talk about this, that the U.S. has a munition shortage as well. Even Tucker Carlson talked about it.
Black Rabbi, do you believe this thing? I posted a link in the chat. It's from Times of Israel. You need to take it at face value, okay? Do you believe it? That yes, it can inflict a lot of pain, considerable pain.
That makes you happy, huh?
It doesn't make me happy because American tax dollars are going to be used, American lives will be lost, right? And you don't care. You're a traitor. You're a traitor to Americans. Okay?
Yeah. We're going to bomb the shit out of Iran. That's what matters.
You're just a traitor.
You say that, it makes you probably feel good, but it's not true.
Mordecai, you directly fall into the category of munafiqeens. Do you know what a munafiqeen is? Do you know what a munafiq is?
I understand you, bro. Translate. Does someone translate for this guy?
Do you know what a munafiq is?
I understand you. Please.
You can't understand English?
No, I can't understand what you think is English.
Well, everybody else is understanding it perfectly.
They're lying to you. They're just trying to make you feel good.
No, they're not trying to make it feel good. Trust me. Funny thing is, you try to adapt my accent rather than listening to what I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not so interested.
Like a child, you're not so interested, but you are a munafiq. Just so you know, he's not a traitor. Well, traitor does fall in the category of munafiq. Munafiq is a person that has seen knowledge, has seen the word of God, that has understood the word of God, and then betrayed him, betrayed the book of God, or betrayed the word of God. So, by design or by actions, anything you're about to say or will say or about to write or whatever you believe to say is just a figment of your own damn imagination of how the world should work.
And I'm okay with that.
You're okay, but the world is not. Everybody is around you is not.
Yeah, but
Sadly, unfortunately, and they try to educate you.
It doesn't matter what they think.
Well, it does matter.
No,
it does matter what they think.
No, dude, that's your mistake.
I feel that some people just come here for attention, and once you ignore them, they'll just leave. So we can just discuss topics and stuff, and just completely ignore them. And they'll feel like, okay, he's not getting the attention that he needs. They'll just leave.
Well, that means you should stop talking now. It's the only way it works.
I just want him to feel superior.
Yeah, hang on a second. Tanya and Tiger and my friends here, do you think that Iran can win this war against America?
Well, what's winning? I mean, you're not going to outgun the U.S., that's for sure. But staying alive, and the regime not changing, you can define that as winning. From what I heard is that the U.S. doesn't have enough munition. A lot of munition is very low because of Ukraine. Tucker Carlson said if we get into even a limited engagement, we're going to be set back another 10 years, that if we have to defend Taiwan, we won't be able to. So that's the deal they have to do. If, are they going to use all their munition on Iran? And then if China decided to invade Taiwan, are we just going to stop and watch because we don't have enough munition to fight off the Chinese invasion? Also, there's other colonels and generals that were given the same assessment that were very low munition.
Do you think that it could shoot down all the defense system inside Israel? Do you think it could shoot down all the defense system inside Israel?
I don't think so, and I don't think that would be the goal. You just want to have them feel some pain. That's all.
No, but if they were to shoot down the defense system, it will make it easier for other proxies, right, to attack inside Israel, because that was the whole mission behind Iran. Iran said if you were to get attacked in any shape or form, we're attacking Israel.
So their missiles can bypass their air defense in some cases.
Yeah, but did they change their strategy? Do you think that they're going after not the they're going to go after the American military bases? Do you think they changed their strategy?
See, that would be the last thing they do. They're going to hit Israel as much as they can, and the last thing they would do is hit American bases, because once you hit American bases, then Trump can turn around and tell the American people, hey, you were against the war, but now we're being attacked. We have to hit back hard. So I don't think that they would want to make that unless they have no other option. But that would be the last thing. That's just my opinion. You hit Israel, and you don't get the U.S.
So he hits American bases before.
When you get that?
Hit American bases?
No, I mean when
No, they also said they had missiles loaded on American bases, so that's the first time.
Iran said multiple times they will attack Israel. I mean, Iran saying that they will attack Israel if America was to attack Iran.
Iran said it will be a regional war. They will attack Dubai. They will attack Doha.
Attack all the infrastructure.
They said, hold on. They said they will attack Israel. This was a long time ago.
I haven't heard that.
Okay, let me.
I mean, I don't think Iran could just disable the entire Israeli defense system because targeting is going to be difficult. And actually, if they do hit American bases, it will be largely symbolic because if you hit an Air Force base, it takes about a day to repair the cements for the runway. Other than that, the mobile targets it's harder to hit. So if it's just hitting static targets, the best it can do is to maybe hit a radar or something. It's not going to disable the entire base. It's going to be a waste of ammunition. And I believe America already pulled back from the bases in Qatar and Oman and places like that. So they're going to start with deeper bases inside Saudi Arabia if they want to start anything. So actually, it's not worthwhile to hit American bases too much. It's only symbolic. They did it last time. It was like they even notified Americans that we're gonna hit it. Americans said, "Okay, fine, we'll let you hit it." And that's about it.
So from your source, Amir, it says Iran has threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz. Then Iran has said it will be a regional war and it will attack all bases, facilities, and assets of hostile force. There is no Israel and Iranian threat.
Fleet Israeli interceptions.
Let me find a different article, not this article. Now, Iran International is reporting it, and then there's a New York Times that said most likely it will attack Israel.
By definition, regional war includes Israel, right?
No. Iran, for a long time, for 5 years, has been very actively want to get out of this Israel shithole. Iran doesn't want to engage with Israel. You can see clearly Iran is laying low on all these proxies which is comes to Israel. Iran actually, as a matter of fact, formally wants to normalize with Israel. Iran knows there would be no deal if there is no peace with Israel. And it wants it, it's just that Israel is fucking it up. Iran is no way is going to attack Israel. For 5 years, they are trying to, say it's done. Like Iranian leader Khamenei has formally said, we are not Husseini anymore, we are Hassani. Hussein was the prophet, like the imam which fight to death. Hassan was the one who negotiated. Iran doesn't want to get involved in Israel. You can see that Iranian literally, like the Hamas leader was like...
Israel is targeting Iran, same with America. And actually, the retaliation that makes most sense is to hit Israel, because if Iran hits Israel, it actually creates...
That's what Israel wants.
Rather than just
Iran is not going to do that. That's what
somebody, right?
Iran specifically has said, we just don't want to be part of this. This is from now on between Palestinian and Jews. We're out.
Remember that line?
So I pulled up the perplexity, Rayfan. It's giving me Iran international sources, and the other one it gave me Times of Israel. It said the top advisor to Supreme Leader Khamenei threatened to hit the heart of Tel Aviv in an unprecedented response to any U.S. action. Is that true?
I don't think so.
And Foreign Minister Agrachi warned of immediate and powerful retaliation of the Iranian UN mission, adding that they would respond like never before if pushed. I do have Times of Israel article. I don't know if you want to take those.
they will respond like never before, but they never said we will hit Israel. Israel is like I've been following them closely for a long time. They formally they are like not saying that at all. But they are saying if you attack, we will attack everywhere in the region, in other countries. I mean that's the whole thing that Israel is like dying right now. They have they are just barking and Iran is not responding.
US even said that they might even ask Israel to hit Iran first so that Iran retaliates and they can be drawn into the war.
Yeah,
that's
in
what.
that case, then Iran will hit Israel. But I don't think if United States attack Iran, Iran will go and attack Israel. Iran will definitely attack Gulf countries, will definitely attack, like, I don't know, Turkey, these countries. But because think about it, Israel is too far, it's very difficult to hit Israel. Like 90% of the projectile you shoot there will be shot down. Why should you waste your ammunition on Israel? Neighbors, just blow them up. There's so many towers in these towers, right? You can just shut down the whole economy of the world. Dubai, if Dubai, like you bring down a couple of those towers, which is very easy, they don't have iron dome. The kind of pain that you can inflict on the world. Those are much more effective to
intercept rockets. Iron Dome doesn't really work against ballistic targets.
I know it doesn't work, but what's the point? I mean, you can if you want to make it hurt, why should you?
Because it's one of the few retaliations that will actually hurt a little bit, right?
No,
because if you hit something that the Israelis or Americans don't really care about or could repair in a day, it doesn't do much. If you want leverage, you have to threaten to hit where it hurts.
That was 5 years before. Then, they get smarter. When you're dealing with a capitalistic system, what really hurts is money. The life of innocent people is not of value to people like Netanyahu or Trump. They don't care. They will be happy if you don't go inside Israel to bunch of innocent people. But what they care is that their investment goes to shit, and they have a lot of investment in Dubai, right? They have a lot of investment. Like the reason that they're really in pain now is because Houthi is he's hitting the ship which is passing through the Adam Strait. Like no innocent people is dying, but the insurances are going up to the sky. This is what really hurts them. For a long time, yes. Before 5 years ago, they used to kill innocent people, but they were advised that's not a very smart move. Just hit the ships, hit the cargoes. No people is
I think you have a very good point with that. But the thing is, the political cost of hitting ships in the Gulf is higher than hitting Israeli targets. And to hit Israeli targets is not also to kill the Jewish people. It's actually creating a budget deficit in Israel and forcing Israel to have to spend on reconstruction. Like you said, economic investment value tank, and also that Israel is already running at over 4% budget deficit just to fund the defensive posturing, interceptions and things like that. So they could create a bigger hole for Israel without without too much political outflow toward the region.
You have to understand what is the problem. Who is Iran dealing with? Who is the problem of Iran? The problem of Iran was never Israel. It's Israel. The whole existence of this state is security of Suez Canal, and the importance of keeping it safe and keeping any other routes unsafe. The routes that Iran is trying to make for a long time, the land routes which wants to connect the Mediterranean and bypass Suez Canal. So Israel is not the point for Iran, even in the first place. to be there or not to be there, right? So right now, Iran is making the Suez Canal route unsafe through Houthis and the Strait of Aden. So it doesn't need to hit Israel. It can just make that Suez Canal unsafe by hitting the ships this side. They are hitting the Iranian cargoes in Syria and Iraq. Iran is hitting their cargoes in this side. So Iran problem is really deep down is not Israel. The Iranian problem is this capitalist system which heavily relies on this network of Suez Canal. So why should Iran care about Israel in the first place? I mean, based on these new strategies that they have, right?
I would tend to think that Iran is not ready to wage economic war against the entire world in a sense, right? I would wager that Iran is probably, especially when it's vulnerable, doesn't want to enlarge the enemy of the adversarial camp, right? By pitching itself against all of the Gulf states, even though they have, in the history, they have done that in previous times. But right now, if they're really vulnerable, they'd like to probably create more division among, between the Gulf states and Western interests, rather than just to lump sum them all together and target everyone.
No, I disagree. Iran is actually waging war against the whole world. I mean, if you look at it, Iran is the last central bank which is not reporting to the international central bank. In the world, it was Venezuela is out. It's only Iran left. So Iran is actually literally waging war against establishment like the World Bank. And this is the last standoff.
Sure, they're willingly fighting that against the World Bank, or are they being, excluded by other powers?
No, they're willingly fighting. I don't know why they're willingly fighting it, but they are actually fighting it.
It was all because Americans are sanctioning.
No, I mean the Iran is a resistance to the international capitalistic system, which is basically designed to take advantage of the poor. Like it's designed on a slavery system. Iran is an Islamic state, and from day one they were advocating for fairness. The international economical system is really designed to. You are from China. You can see the amount of slavery in China. It's because of this capitalistic system. So Iran ideologically is fighting this system. I mean, they make love. That's
China also fight it,
negotiation,
right?
which is.
But to fight the system is not to say you want to be excluded by international trade. That doesn't make sense. You have to be part of the global economy in order to fight over the economic agenda of the hegemon, which is the United States, and some might argue is the Jewish interest, the Zionist interest. I mean, what's the point of isolating your own economy and making it difficult for yourself to trade with other people? Because that's how Iran has been suffering.
That if you really want to work with them, you have to accept their terms. You have to accept the dominance of dollar. Once you accept that, then you don't have any independent voice. Right now, China is basically the Chinese yuan is like a fixed proportion of dollar. This is actually the central bank of China is controlling the value of their money to be a fixed proportion of the dollar. Taiwanian dollar is the same. Most countries around the world, I mean, right now, except Iran, any other countries is fixing their money just follow as a ratio of dollar. So you cannot really, but Iran is not doing that. Iran central bank is independent of the dollar, and it's the last one is independent of the dollar. And this is an ideological fight, and many people in the elite spaces are saying that. Iran is the last stance of resistance. Even the Iranian leaders are saying we are the last stance of resistance. Because if Iran falls, then it's over. Then it's done, right? The American people vote and the world just follow. Right?
It's not true. I mean, you have to tolerate that. The status quo is the dollar. It doesn't mean you have to follow that system. But the first thing is, Iran by itself, its natural resources, it's in shortage of fresh water. Right? Its agricultural needs are not fully being met by domestic production. It relies in many things on foreign trade. And the result of you refusing to integrate with the trade network, whether you voluntarily do that or just being sanctioned, is that you go through periods like this where you have hyperinflation, not even hyper, right? This triple digits inflation, and you have internal instability. That's the result of the economics mostly. And you can't say you're fighting against the system by being excluded from it. And it's unfortunate, but you're not fighting in that sense. You're not resisting. China is resisting, right? You said China is pegging its currency on dollar. China does that for stability purposes, but if you actually look at what's going on in the financial world, China has never really shied away from trying to replace the system or trying to rival the system. It's two different things. You can be part of the global system, and you can fight against the financial hegemon. And while you can tolerate that the status quo is the dollar, that's just what you have to do. Because otherwise you can't even meet your domestic necessity.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, this is an ideological fight. It's not a practical fight. Actually, pro-Pezeshkian, the government of Pezeshkian is the current president. It's like this. That's the will of most Iranian people right now. You're right. Why do you want to fight it? But there is an ideological component of this regime which is still fighting it. But I think they will give up. I hope. I'm not sure. We will see if they really go to war. But that is the war. The point is that the war is not with Israel. That is the real war that is going on. And that is what the world wants from Iran. That's what majority of Iranian people, including me, want as well. And just hang along with what they do. It's not to be proud that that's it, but I agree.
Comes back to when you said earlier that Iran has an ideological fight against the entire world. I don't think so, because even Iran wants to fight against the global financial hegemon, which I think China also wants to, right? It doesn't pay for Iran to isolate itself, especially against everyone else's interest. I don't know how much impact the sealing off of the Gulf would be globally. And I suppose everybody who is in the global network of trade isn't going to like it too much. Though I could say that countries like China, because we have a huge reserve of natural gases and oil, and we have diversified our trade, especially with Russia. We could take some beating in that, with the understanding that this beating will help us, move on faster against the global hegemon of the U.S. financial interests, right? But Iran runs the risk of pissing everybody off. Like, we don't know if Iran would piss off the Russians or the Chinese, or just any country, any Gulf country as well, by sealing off the Gulf of Persia, like the Persian Gulf. There's a lot of political risk. So I'm not sure if Iran, if right now it needs support to sustain itself, wants to risk doing that, wants to risk fighting, actually, being on the opposite of everybody else.
I mean, that's what they're saying they're going to do, and I'm taking them very serious. That they will do this. If United States attack, they will do this, and then that will be World War III, because China cannot last more than 40 days without the oil of especially with this situation in Venezuela, and then that will force China to attack. And and the shit will hit the fan all around the world. But that's basically what Iran said will do, and I think they will do. Because it doesn't
Where do
make
you think
sense.
China would attack? I don't understand this. So first of all, let me dispute the saying that China wouldn't last 4 months without uranium or the Gulf oil. I think we do have a lot of reserves and plan B, especially for that scenario. Even just for the fluctuations of the oil market, we have about 1 year of reserve, just in reserve, right? And if shit really hits the fan, I think the first thing China would do is to ration its energy use, its oil and gas use, by limiting actual exports industries. And you could argue its own economies will be hurt, but actually, if China cuts off export, I think there are other countries that could get hit more. Which is not to say there won't be trouble for China, but I think China has been preparing for that scenario. What I think is more interesting is that you think that such an event will force China into attacking, and I wonder, who do you have in mind? Like, where should China attack?
They will attack the Strait of Malay. So they really will need to take the control of that strait. So they can.
Let me stop you right there, because even if we seize the strait, if the Persian Gulf is cut off, that would still be useless to China, because as you know, the traffic that actually passes through that strait comes from Persian Gulf mostly. So why would us suddenly be forced to attack a U.S. base in Singapore for no strategic gain?
That's the whole point of the World War III, because if you close that strait, basically you blockade the whole Asia. So if you go to that scenario, that's why Japan came and blockade that thing in World War II. So what you want like, if you go to World War III, so each country just wants to kick everybody else from its neighborhood. So the only way to kick everybody out is just shutting down that strait, right? So
do you think China will have to seal off the Strait of Malacca? Because that also doesn't make sense. Because I think China today already have the capability to seal off traffic through South China Sea. If we really want to, we could say no traffic, no Western traffic to pass through South China Sea. And Americans might want to comment attack because of that, but I think we have a home turf advantage over the Americans. So it actually doesn't make sense for us to be that, take that offensive posture, especially on, Singapore, because ASEAN is a very important partner of China anyway, because in the long run, once the U.S. influence wanes away from, globally speaking, the ASEAN is going to be a very important partner, and it's not worse. It's for China to sour the relationship with ASEAN countries right now. With Japan, it's a different story, because we're already targeting Japan in some softer ways. As you know, just yesterday we placed 40 of their heavy industry companies on our watch list, on our sanctions list. So we're moving against Japan, but even there we're moving in peaceful ways, right?
It's not like that you have a choice here. So if United States attacks Iran, so it's the game theory. Iran is gonna stop the oil from the Middle East for infinite time. If that happens, United States is not gonna care anymore. It's China which is stuck leading that. So China at that point does not have any choice but kick United States out of Asia. It would be World War III. It's not like they want. They have to, otherwise they just die slowly. Like United States, one of the reasons they
we think we already have what it takes to target the United States directly. We don't have to attack Asian countries for it. We can target American industries directly right now. We just cut them off from any supplies from China. The U.S. economy will collapse.
No, U.S. economy might collapse. Like, what do we do with? Like, right now, if you stop everything in China, what happens to the U.S. economy?
90% of U.S. pharmaceutical precursors come from China. If we cut off that, the Americans will run out of penicillin within a matter of months. I mean, we can cause a lot of damage to America without having to fire a shot.
Nothing happens like your prices go up. They will just ramp up the manufacturing.
With China, right? If you cut off
But
our
your problem
imports
is
of
that China
energy,
has
nothing happens other than prices go up.
China has energy issue, right? It doesn't have energy issue. There is no strategic value for Middle East for United States. So United States can just shut down Middle East without any strategic thing. But China, if Middle East is shut down, especially now that Venezuela is under US, where does China want to get oil?
It was only less than 4% of our oil imports. It really doesn't factor in that much. And again, it's just about pricing, right? Even Iran, you know, we're paying a slightly lower fee for Iranian oil, but they only adds to about 12% of our oil imports. And, you know, in the case of extreme events like what you said, right, our shortfall of oil is only 20%, accounting for our own reserves, our own untapped oil resources domestically, like shale gas, and our trade relations with Russia. You know, we're only 20% short.
Here, according to ChatGPT, 60% of China's oil is commodity.
That is in extreme events, right? If we have to release our oil reserves and start rationing and things like that.
You see the logic that why China would attack if they needed.
I actually don't. This is why I'm asking. I don't see the logic why we have to attack.
Because if the Middle East is shut down, you lose 60% of the energy source which is going inside China. That is a strategic threat. That is very dangerous thing. It's 60% of the energy which is coming into your system is blockade.
This is basically, there's one thing that we remember from our history, right? The first necessity is satisfy your domestic needs, which if you cut off 60% of our oil imports, we could still satisfy our domestic need, right? The part of the needs that won't be satisfied is our export industries. And this is to say, if you cut off Chinese exports to the world, who's going to hurt more? I mean, you could do that calculation. I'm not sure who will hurt more. But I don't think the goal of China in this case is not to maximize, you know, our economy or anything. It's to endure the situation and come out in a better position than the Westerners. And if you start shutting off Chinese oil imports, I'm rather confident that China will come out ahead of the Westerners from the results of that.
I mean, this is not how historically works. Like, for example, during World War II, the United States shut down the import of Japan, and Japan attacked. Once you are on the path of becoming a global dominance player, like Japan was at that time and China is right now, and if another dominant power comes and blockade your path, you will attack. I mean, it's not that you have another option. You will go logical. Oh, we are gonna pay low now. I mean, there are how many years Chinese people have worked so hard to get here, and then suddenly the United States comes and the energy away. They will attack.
So it's all economy, right? If we attack, we make the same mistake that the Japanese did, right? Because if you start attacking, you actually need to spend more on your energy. Instead, we could just target U.S. industries. We could just target U.S. economy and the global financial system. And the fallout from that chaos, like I said, as long as you meet your domestic needs, you'll probably be okay. Because China doesn't depend on global trade in terms of its own necessity as much as the West. Can you imagine America where they don't have anything from China? the society, I don't know, I think this American society would just collapse.
I mean, I agree with you that China really doesn't need, it's not like Japan case. Japan needed the war with China. So yeah, in that case, maybe Japan is like telling everybody go fuck yourself. I would be happy with that situation. But yeah, China does have that advantage. It doesn't really need anybody else to survive. I mean, they were the first people who, like, made a wall around them. So, fuck out of here. We're happy as we are. Yeah, in that situation, yeah, probably they won't.
But again, I want to exclude that with Taiwan or Japan. Right? Japan, I don't think China wants to use actual kinetic conflicts against Japan, but China does want to deindustrialize Japan as much as it can. With Taiwan, there's definitely going to be some kind of, whether it's military or peaceful, Taiwan will have to be brought in. There's no question about that. And the timing of that could depend on the Middle East.
Why do you really want Taiwan? What is it there?
It's just security. It's Western Pacific. Taiwan is Western Pacific to us.
I mean, if you have a peaceful relationship with Taiwan, why do you need Taiwan to be bombed by China?
It's impossible. The history tells us it's impossible to have a peaceful relations with Taiwan while it has its own, independence, and there is a Western adversary, trying to get on our doorsteps. It just doesn't happen. This is what history tells us. When Japan invaded China, they started with Taiwan.
I mean, I understand the strategic position of the island and stuff like that, but both of these countries are talking Chinese. But you can see England and the United States, they're both English-speaking countries, and they have a very good relationship. Why not Taiwan and China? Well, they are the only Chinese-speaking culture. They can have a really good relationship and dominate the world the way that these English-speaking countries. Why do you need them to be part of it? Doesn't make sense.
A good part of China, right? Internationally speaking, by international law, they're already part of China. We have no reason to give that up and create more risk for ourselves. Just like, we have issues with South Korea as well, because they have American bases.
China is part of Taiwan, and Taiwan doesn't want China. International law. China is part of China. Number one, and Taiwan says we don't want China. So that's international.
Actually, that's not how international law works. We had this conversation in this room with you and with Amir before. We're not going to please everybody, of course. Right? You could think that they deserve to be independent just because they want it, but that's not how international law works.
Again, they deserve to be independent. They are independent. They are the one who won the Second World War. They are the one who has the veto power. It's just that
China, as a Chinese government, yes, they were the previous dynasty. Change of history. Like, if you look in history, you could not find a time where Taiwan actually declared independence, right? Then how could you come back and tell me today that they're independent? They're not. Because, by international law, they're excluded from most of the governing bodies internationally. Because, China says they are an illegal representation of the country of China, which is legally what the status is.
The way that history works, government beat Japan, government which won the World War II, government which signed all these treaties, it's the government which is right now in Taiwan.
They were the government of China, that's my point. That's because Taiwan is a province of China, and unfortunately they lost the civil war and have to stay in the province of Taiwan. That's exactly what happened. Like you said, right? Their government was the representative of China, but then they lost the civil war.
Based on international law, first of all, they are not lost in civil war. They are here. We are completely talking about law. They haven't lost the war. So they are representative of the whole thing. And now
That's the UN resolution 58 or something. That it was decided by UN that they stopped being the legal representation of China, where the PRC becomes the legal representation of China. That's international law.
And Taiwan doesn't accept that.
Too bad. Taiwan's not even a UN member state. There hasn't been a country called Taiwan ever. Not today, not in the past. This never happened. Like I said, they never declared independence.
So the Republic of China. But again, going back to the point, why do you want to do this? You can just be actually dominant the world if you cooperate with each other. Why do you want to take over?
I already said this is security. This Chinese security and Chinese entryway into the Western Pacific was so hard to understand. This is like Cuba, right? Why wouldn't Americans just let the Soviet install missiles in Cuba? Happy with it, right?
I think it's much more than security. This President Xi's political agenda. First of all, why he's not going away? It's like, how many times he wants to.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay. Hey, what's up, Edward? Assalamu alaikum. Are you begging Tiger to? Why do you want it? Are you begging him, Rayfan? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we're not talking about like.
It sounds like you're begging him right now. Are you begging him? Yeah, you said, why do you want it? Let it go. Just leave it.
No, we talk about the logical discussion.
Bro, you're literally begging him not to take over Taiwan.
I think go for it, man. Like, I'm here living beside the military base.
Hey, what's up, Velvet? What's up, everybody? Cash.
Why is Shuki on the stage?
Go for it.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could maybe listen to old clips of Baraka in our memory.
I thought there was something you were going to play.
We did listen to the yesterday one. It was you, Jindid, Baraka, Judy, and that Naftali.
Yeah.
You already know what it was about, right? So we listened to it.
Is her accent off? Her English accent? Does it sound like an Arab English accent?
Nope, she's white as a whistle. She's really white.
Well, she could speak Arabic. That's the thing. She passes the Palestinian,
Judy?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about Baraka.
No, Judy.
Oh, Judy, yeah. I don't know about Judy, but I don't know.
Her English, I'm saying, when she speaks in English, to me it doesn't sound like an Arabic English accent. You know how Arabs speak in English? It doesn't sound, I don't know.
Maybe it changed because she has studied here and she became, I don't know, she's in the medical industry, right? Doctor or something.
I mean, I don't know. No, it wouldn't change like that. No. It wouldn't change that.
To be honest with you, you know what I was thinking of it? Like this actually came to me. So I have the Instagram, right? Their Instagram. I was just gonna send hello, man. I can send just one-time message
To who?
to Buddy Cook.
Yeah, you can.
I'm just thinking, should I message her and bring her back on the set? Just message her that you don't have to be scared of anything. Just come back on here.
Yeah, I would message her. Message her. I mean, I don't. Based on what happened, I don't have a problem with her. It's just I have to question what her motives are.
What happened?
I just.
What happened?
No, we have John Kitover in the audience. The red flower is son of a word.
We could talk about it later. But
did Buttercup get chased off from this platform?
Yeah, by Baby Doctor. You know Baby, right, Tiger?
Yeah, my impression of him was a despicable piece of shit.
Everybody, in the beginning, he used to curse the shit out of me. And then he realized, look, this guy is not really a Jew hater. I can make, come to some kind of common ground. And then we became sort of like okay with each other. And then he showed us True Cutters again. And then I stopped following him. He comes in here, but I don't follow him anymore. Because that's very problematic. Anyways, Rayfan, keep begging Tiger, Why do you want it? Keep begging him. In other words, Rayfan has been begging Tiger, why do you want Taiwan? Leave it.
That's because China. I think it was they did war games or something, and the U.S. also analyzed it, and I think it was China could take Taiwan in 28 minutes. It's right there.
I'm telling you, there's so many airplanes here. There's so many missiles here. I'm living here. What do you mean
28 minutes. 28. Yeah, there was a video on YouTube. This military expert broke the whole analysis down. Well, rich doesn't mean you're safe. That doesn't.
When they ran away from mainland, they bring all the gold. Nobody knows how much gold Taiwan.
That doesn't mean that you can win in a war. Wealth doesn't guarantee victory.
Well, they have weapons. They have a lot of weapons.
They do, but China is 1.4 billion people, right?
I know, but these are
massive.
Island. How can you take them over? They just keep shooting you off.
No, I don't think they would.
I don't think there's any technical challenge to China when it comes to Taiwan. It's more just, geopolitics is probably more of that.
Pretty much. And I don't think China wants.
I can see that there is a siege, but I cannot see how can you come on the land. That's kind of, especially with the
thing is, we don't even have to come on the land, right? If we just stop anything that flows into Taiwan Island, Taiwan's electricity will stop in 2
No, I think the analysis was by air and by water, by sea, China could take Taiwan within 28 minutes. It would have control over all its military bases, all its airfields, its airports, its supply lines, everything. And why? Because they have so many ships.
Maybe.
No, because you have so. Come on, wait, friend. They have so many. I mean, it's such a large country that they just would overwhelm Taiwan. And
By the way, Wei Fan, you said earlier that when ROC government fled to Taiwan, they took most of the gold reserve from the entire China, right?
Right.
And you just gave us another reason to not have to become independent.
Because they want that back. They were their goal.
Listen, I don't think China likes Taiwan the way it is because you could do business with, that you can't do in China. They like having the communist system in China, then having, access to the pure capitalist markets in Taiwan, in Hong Kong, in Singapore. They like how things are set up right now in China.
Last time I was saying the same thing. They are like right now people on both sides of the strait are collaborating with each other very nicely. I mean, like 95% of Taiwan economy is dealing with China. They are really working together beautifully. I mean, right now TSMC is the absolute dominance in semiconductors because of China. They completely knocked out all Korean, Japanese, and American players.
I'll tell you why. It's because
why should they
like TSMC?
Okay, Wei Fan, don't worry about it.
TSMC actually has to follow American orders. Mainland industries, right? We're not going to tolerate situations like that much further. And like you said, about 10% or more of Taiwan's working population work in mainland, right? But as you also know that within Taiwan, there are about half of the people that votes to a very anti-China government. So, if that's the situation, it just has to be remedied from our perspective.
I mean, Tiger, at one point you have your President Xi, which is attacks Taiwan, and then in response they are voting for this government. So if both of
separatists, that's the whole point. They're a separatist government. Of course, we're going to attack them.
Xi starts these things. Who starts first? I mean, if Xi doesn't do it, then this government won't do it. So when you do it there to get power, political power, here they do it.
There is no viable government in China if they don't promise to unify with Taiwan. Not Xi. If Xi goes out of office, if the next leader of China says we're going to let Taiwan become independent, the entire government would collapse. We're going to have a military coup when that happens.
Nobody says that give them independence. Like other presidents, why do you need to bark every time that we want to take over?
Who started the separatism since the early 2000s? Who started the separatism movement? It's not us. You know about this 92 consensus thing between the two governments that we agree that we're both China. We just keep our representations on each side, right? This is who gave that up? It's not mainland China. It's the separatist government in Taiwan right now. And for that reason, we have to bring them into the fold. We didn't start this. It was them was the Americans behind it. That's what happens.
If that's the case, I don't know. You know more than me. So I hope next election in Taiwan, people will vote them out. So then after that,
I see the Japanese say that they're separated from China. They say they are Taiwan, not part of China. I know a lot of Taiwans that don't want to be part of China.
No, there are two parties in Taiwan. There is a blue party, which is more like historically what Tiger is saying, that they were in a very peaceful relationship with China. And there is this green party, which is the party which has been in power I think as Tiger says, since 2000. So they are the one which is actually beating the drum on, we are independent, blah, 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 stuff like that. So those are Tiger saying is piecing off the mainland, and then the mainland responds by becoming aggressive. So, like, people of Taiwan probably will vote them out next round, and then the blue party comes into power, and then things will calm down.
As think that's the between that. If you actually look at the trends, the brainwashing works, propaganda works, and they even wire those directly into their education system. So we can't count on those people. We could only dismiss them and say they have no future. We can't bank on them to have a future within the type of China we want. We basically write them off.
China is like so far behind. It's like not even funny.
I'm not interested.
Kind of what? China has more engineers than U.S. population. Behind what?
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, and this is the most important part of probably anything I'm going to say, like in these conversations. There's a reality.
You're not important, man. I don't wish to have you participate in the conversation because I think you're retarded. I think you should keep yourself and do not waste any of our time. We're not interested in your opinion because you're a fucking retard.
Don't hit a dog. The point is the same. There's a reality before AI.
Calm down.
Wait, and there's a reality after AI. The reality after AI is all robots. All your scientists, all the labor that China does for the world is all going to be replaced by robots and artificial intelligence.
Who's going to make those robots?
They have robots right now in China, by the way.
Yeah, that's good. But what I'm saying to you is that the human being is going to make such dramatic changes intellectually and emotionally that China's current infrastructure of totalitarianism is not going to work. The only society that's going to be able to move with the nuances of technology is American Western society, because the people are actually free. The people are actually free. They're not controlled by communism.
We cannot Bibles and Jews make the robot. We need some engineers. And China has more engineers than U.S. population.
But Rabbi, don't we have the dictatorial regime here in America as well?
No, not at all.
Okay, so what is Trump? Why is he in bed with Israel?
Because Israel is one of
Why does America depend on Israeli foreign policy?
In the Middle East, they should. Well, I mean,
No, we have other countries. Why doesn't it depend on other?
Who's other countries?
Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq. They literally just is building a military base in Iraq.
Yeah, that's good. We have military bases. Israel have eyes and ears.
No, they're not. They're not. You have no, they're not.
They have
military base in Qatar as well, and that's So why does it depend on Israeli foreign policy?
Because Israel's the smartest, and they have the best technology.
No, they don't, because Israel lied to America when we went to war with Iraq.
No, they didn't.
And this is all factual. This is not bullshit.
Iraq had weapons of mass destruction.
They did not.
Yeah, they did.
No, they lied. Literally. Do you want the evidence?
They had weapons of mass destruction.
Do you want the evidence? The WMD. They didn't have the gun. They didn't have.
They had Scud missiles.
There was no WMD, bro. Go look into it.
They're weapons of mass destruction.
No, they did not. That's what I'm telling you.
I think if nobody's talking, you could give some time to this retard. Because if people are already talking with something that's interesting,
It's okay, Rabbi. We're done. Thank you. I just moved him down. He gave me a headache early on, and even right now, he just bullshit down out of your ass. Carry on, man. Wait, friend. I think Taiwan might be taken over by China. Look, as much as I support the people, I don't know if it's gonna go anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really think that's possible, in my personal opinion. But I don't think the capabilities of it, because that would be China would be dealing with obviously the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and coexistence against China. Currently, I don't think China had the capability of that deterrence. That's just my opinion.
Hey, friend, do you have a problem if China takes over Taiwan?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell them because I know you live there. I think you're gonna just do, you're gonna do just fine. Because we're not trying to make it so different for you guys. If you're just conducting your normal day-to-day business, we hope it's a seamless transition. So you'll be fine.
Seamless transition.
No, I mean honestly, I had to travel.
That's funny. Oh my God, seamless transition. That is funny.
Taiwan is actually, the only democracy which is working. This whole planet, I've traveled all around this planet, so I really have a problem if somebody wants to mess it up. People here are happy. People here are really
People in China are not happy?
It's a democracy which is working. Like the education is free, the healthcare is free. In China, healthcare is not free. People are not happy in China. It's very, very a stressful environment in China. Taiwan environment is very relaxed. People are like, talk to people outside. People are happy. Which country on this planet you can go outside and talk to people and people are actually happy? They are not. There is no other example. Taiwan is the only example currently on this planet which people are working hard. It's not like Europeans, they are not working. People are working really hard and they are happy that they are working hard. I don't want anybody to come mess it up. I really don't. I think this is a beautiful example for all countries to follow. This is actually what humanity has achieved. This is the top of the humanity and philosophy and everything that during the history we have tried to achieve, like how to run a society. It's working here in Taiwan. Wait, and I will give you some numbers to suggest that it's not working. And I could give you those numbers, things like the real wage growth in Taiwan since 5 years ago compared to their supposedly real GDP growth. By the way, their GDP growth last year was supposed to be 8% or more, or 12%, something like that. But the real wage in the past 5 years only grew by 1.8% or 2%, right? And when you say people are happy, I'm sure some people are happy. Just like whenever I go back to China, I think people in China are very happy. But put that aside, right? Put that aside. I think partly of how to judge if a government is working is to actually look at their politics. And if you do think Taiwan's politics is working, and I got news for you, I don't think it's working. Because fundamentally, as you know, 95% of their business depend on mainland, right? And it could be more if not for US sanctions, embargoes against Chinese technology companies. As you know, TSMC is actually not allowed to manufacture chips for Chinese companies. So if most of their economy depends on China, and they are in a situation that China is pissed off enough, they want to basically forcefully unify with it, right? And if you look at the type of rhetorics that are in the Taiwanese politics right now, as you know, every election is all about China, China, China. You got one camp that's vilifying China and demonizing it. You got the other camp that's advocating for, we need to work with China, right? We need to keep the status quo and work with China. And then people are so radicalized to the point that, it's not even unforeseeable that they might even have an internal coup just because of that. As you know, the ROC army is more pro on the blue side, right? Whereas the politicians are more on the green side. And you tell me that this type of politics is working, and I have to disagree with you. I don't think it's working. They're being radicalized, they're totally irrational, and they're going to fuck up whatever they have. So it's not working. I mean, politics aside, that's just one branch of the government. So they have 5 branches. So in US, we have 3 branches of government. Here, they have 5 branches of government. So the executive branch that you're talking about, that's just one of them. But when I'm saying working is like in the sense that qualified people are in charge. Decisions which are made are really like.
That's not happening. That's not happening according to them. It's not happening. Not qualified people.
Provide us articles, Tiger. Can you provide us evidence?
I'm living here and I'm working here and I can see it's happening. Like, for example, you talk about wages. Like, this is the only country which the people bonuses is more than their salary. For example, nobody, like when they sign a contract, in China, your bonus is more than your salary.
Which industry are you in and which company do you work for? That's the critical part, because if you actually look at the wages in Taiwan, right? If you work for TSMC, your wage is 5 times the average or the median wage of the entire semiconductor industry, and that is already higher than the average wage of the entire working population. This is why 10% of their working population is right now in mainland China. They're not even working there because there are very limited opportunities. And I can give you other metrics, right? If you look at their infrastructure, it's falling apart. Taipei infrastructure is falling apart compared to China's.
Why? I go to Taipei every time. It's beautiful. It's the smartest city I have been in. Which part of it is falling apart? From the
I can't
north
exactly
of
tell you which part because I don't live there. But I've seen statistics and studies on part of failures, like their road infrastructure, like the drainage. There are houses there that are, that needs to be renovated, but haven't been renovated for ages.
What has been?
I mean, I could just compare the streets, right? The street view of Taipei in various areas to the street view of, say, Shenzhen. It's just not comparable.
I mean, if it's a new city and old city, yeah. I mean, how can you compare Tainan, for example, new city in China? But please come and visit Taiwan. It is good for your mental sanity. It is working. It is beautiful. Everything here is working. People have a skin in the game. There is nowhere in this planet that you actually work for a company and the cash the company makes, just at the end of the year, they give it to you. Apple put it in the bank. TSMC just literally, whatever money they make at the end of the year, part of it they invest on capital, the rest they just give to their employees. All other companies here in Taiwan, this is the way it works. If the company makes money, they just literally give that cash to the workers as a bonus. So here, many people, their bonus is more than their salary. 2-3 times
I would believe you if I didn't read Chinese. Right? If I didn't read Chinese from actual Taiwanese people, I would have believed you.
Which part of it, like this claim I make the bonus is higher than salary, you don't believe that?
Yeah, is that commonplace in Taiwan? Is that across the board?
Whatever money they make.
This is why I ask you which industry you work in, right, Raven?
Right.
And I personally met people who work in China who are from Taiwan. Like, as you know, there are loads of Taiwanese people, especially young people, working in places like Shanghai and Shenzhen, right? There's a reason why they work there instead of in Taipei.
Sure, I mean, I don't have any problem with that.
What do you mean they're very happy? Their starting wages, there's a running joke. Like you said, it could be that their bonuses is higher than their salary. But if you actually look at their salary, it's 25K, right? New Taiwan dollars, 25K for the base salary, entry level. You compare that with any tier 1 or tier 2 city in China, you can see that it's about the same.
Because
but if you're factoring the purchasing power of the new Taiwan dollar, you can see that many of the ordinary items in Taiwan cost twice as much as in China, mainland. So you can tell me they're all happy, but the numbers don't lie.
Healthcare is free. Taiwan healthcare is better than majority of the countries in the world, and it's free. It's not like, for example, Canada.
The majority of the world. Majority of the world is the average economics of the world. It's not that good for the people. If you look at the poor undeveloped countries, it's horrible for the people.
They have managed to create one of the best.
You saying communism is good?
Yeah, I think this is the level beyond your comprehension. Because if you just start brandishing terms like
Just
communism,
check it out.
I have
They
no
are
interest of
managed-
talking with you.
They have managed to create one of the best healthcare systems on the planet for free. This is what they have managed to do. This is
How much
beautiful. You
deficit
have to
they're
look
running
at
in their health system every year? There was some talks in Taiwan that their health system is going to go bankrupt. You probably know this. Do you read Chinese, by the way? You must read Chinese. You must read Taiwanese media inside of the island.
I go to the hospital.
No, they have a terrific system, but people there are complaining because, yeah, it's very good, right? We know the Taiwanese health system is very good. You could go to hospital for very minor reasons and pay very little money to get a full checkup and everything, right? But you don't see the cost of it. The cost of it is they're running a widening deficit every year, and this is not sustainable. Even people in Taiwan will tell you, like the actual people who use the health system will tell you this is probably not sustainable.
I mean, it is sustainable so far. If China allows, they will. I mean, think about it. They're breaking up steady. Say exactly steady. So, let me see. Oh, yeah. With 25K here, like for example, people who are working government, right? For 30K per year, you can have a very comfortable life. Your kids will have future. You can have good food, healthy food, good education, no worries, guaranteed labor's law are amazing. I mean, this is mind-blowing. You don't need to worry about anything. Which country in the planet has achieved this? The United States, with 300K per year, you're still worried that you will get homeless if you lose your job. People are scared to shit in the United States. That's why they're so fat. Here, everything is just working for some reason. And people need to study it. Like why they had like this 5 branch of government is better than 3 branch of government.
I mean, the actual function of the government is actually just 3 branches. Because one of the branches called 考试院, I'm sure you know, is the branch of examination.
Right.
Supposedly, it controls the examination of the entry level, office.
This is Chinese tradition, Confucius tradition. Yes, and it's working. They cannot have some dumbass like it with the 5 Trump to become the president.
Like, if you ask the actual Taiwanese person about their 5 branches of government, they're going to tell you 2 of those branches are just symbolic. Just because Chiang Kai-shek suddenly thought it was a good idea to respect Chinese tradition.
You need to take exam.
Not Chiang Kai-shek, Jiang Jingguo, which is his son or grandson? Son, yeah.
They need to take exam. What do you mean it's symbolic? You cannot get a governmental office if you don't pass an exam.
But the 5 branches is not a checks and balance system. The actual checks and balance happens.
There is a control branch. There is an exam branch. These 2 branches. They do not exist in Western ideology. These are actually what
it doesn't really make sense to have 5 branches because the whole rationale of having 3 branches is for checks and balances in the U.S. Constitution. And when they moved into the Republic of China government, they thought it was a good idea to add some Chinese element to it that is largely symbolic and doesn't even need to exist as a branch of government. Whereas in mainland China, we do have those exams and we don't need a branch for that government.
This examination system existed way before even like the first Western who came to China. They said, hey, dude, look at these people. We need to go read history. Like Europeans, the first Europeans which came to China, they were like, hey, we should do this. We should take examination. Why we are not doing it? This examination control, this is historical. This is from Confucius time. This is very
Chinese.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that in China, we also have those examinations. In China, we don't need to have a dedicated branch of government that's supposed to work as a checks and balances system, as in the ROC constitution, because that's just for show. It doesn't work. There's no function of it to have a checks and balances over the government.
Your system is highly corrupt. Their system is not corrupt because these branches are independent.
System is definitely corrupt. I mean, most recently, you should look into their government contract to build their own submarines. It's definitely corrupt. And previously, you could look into the stadium project in Taipei City, right? All those things are corrupt. And those things are, repeatedly talked about in Taiwanese media. I'm surprised they don't pick up on it.
Talking about different kind of corruption. You have systematic corruption. They might have like local corruption. Your corruption is very systematic. Like you can have like, for example,
systematic corruption is what happens in America, right? Which lobbying is actually corrupting the entire legislation process, which actually does happen in Taiwan to some degree as well.
Can someone explain to me, since Tiger says that I'm not truly educated, Tiger, can you learn me why the Chinese government should not be considered communism? Okay, teach me something. Learn me something, Tiger. Teach me something educated on why should not be considered a communist regime. I want to learn me something.
Let me tell you that kind of rhetoric sounds like from the Cold War 40 or 50 years ago, and there's no relevance today because we don't even think in those terms anymore.
So if I was a Chinese resident and I didn't like what my executive branch is or my president was doing, I could publicly say I think Xi Jinping is being an idiot. Like in America, I could say Donald Trump is being a fucking idiot. Would there be any disciplinary matters? Would my digital currency be shut off?
Is that your idea of what communism is supposed to be?
You never explained communism.
You're all over the place, man, and I can't help you.
I tell you, I have a question. Can I ask you?
Tiger, I'm from Iran, and as you know, we covered about many things such as military things, but we have some financial issues such as investing because we are under sanctions. But we haven't seen Chinese movement in Iran, for example. They should invest because we covered many things, but we see nothing because we have a same enemy or same country that we don't have any common with it.
I think I've been asked that before, not from just Iranians, but from other countries, people as well. All I can say is that you need to have a very rational expectation on what international trade and investment is about, right? In order for a country to invest in you, and you could also consider there are different types of investment. Most of the investment, even from China, is not state-driven, right? They're driven by private capital. And when that happens, you have to ask yourself, what are you offering to China or to your Chinese partners in such arrangement, right? And usually it needs to come from things like safety. You need to say, there is enough safety in this project that the likelihood of you losing all that money is slim, right? You have to offer some kind of trust in terms of nation to nation, right? And I just have to say, even though, we have some common goals in terms of how we would like the international politics to be, right? Between the country of Iran and China, unfortunately, there just hasn't been a very long or deep history of trust building. And considering, like you said, the sanction placed onto Iran, mostly by Americans, especially for Chinese private capital, the risk of investing in Iran is too great. This is why, when money matters talk, you shouldn't just expect that just because we have common goals, political goals, I should say, that you should expect this money just flow into the economy, because that's not sufficient. I think what needs to happen is, first of all, Iran has to demonstrate it has good business environment, it has a stable society, which right now is quite doubtful from our perspective, right? But secondly, there needs to be trust building, which is joint projects that are profitable for both countries. And going forward, more and more trust could happen between the countries. And in the history of collaboration with Iran, I have to say, from our perspective, we have been burned before, because before the port of Kandahar was offered to India, China actually had a private company and tried to invest there to have a port project. But from our understanding, that fund was siphoned away, I believe, by some corruption in the IRGC government, as well as basically they lost, I think, $3 billion into the projects without any return, right? When things like that happen, you can't just expect that people are just going to pour money into Iran.
I got it. And do you have any news about the IRC corruption that affects Chinese investment? Because I haven't seen, and I think IRGC really loves China because IRGC is the most powerful military in Iran. So they need Chinese service such as information abilities that you have and we don't have. So I don't say so. It's really true. But I just want to ask something else. For example, we sell RO to your country with a discount, $5 discount. And this is a good collaboration. And we know we are in a really bad situation in international politics. So we need you, and we can offer something bigger than the other countries because they have other options too, but we don't have any options. So I guess so that is really true.
I understand you, and I think that's a very good point, right? Because I also learned that the Iran, we buy about 12% of our oil imports from Iran, mostly through smaller refinery companies. Because as you know, right, they're buying it with a lower price, about $4 to $5, like you said. That's about less than 10% of the oil price. But the price they also do pay is twofold. First of all, many of those companies are under U.S. sanctions by extension, right? Because they're dealing with Iran. Even companies like Huawei, which also is a Chinese company. Huawei used to sell computer equipment to Iran. But, when the U.S. came to investigate on that trade, we believe, I don't know if it's true or not, we believe a lot of that information actually was leaked to the U.S. by Iranian sides, whether they work with the government or they're, planted there as spies or whatnot. Actually, that case become a corner case for the U.S. to persecute the company of Huawei. You should look into the history of that. So there's a lot of risk for China to take. And one of the big ones is that for any Chinese company to want to work with Iran, they have to balance their business interests. If they had any dealing with the West, or if they depend on any of their banking transactions through Western, integrated banking system, then they also have to take a risk. So one of the part of the system, and I agree, I think this is a system that hopefully China and Iran could work, to improve in the future. But it remains right now for the private equity considerations. The business with Iran is just too much less than the business with the West. And if the West forces sanction on Chinese companies,
and they have to choose between dealing with Iran or dealing with the West, most of them are going to choose to deal with the West, and that's the reality. And it's not something we could blame on those companies, because companies, first of all, are business entities, right? You could say that there should be any state-sponsored initiatives between the Chinese state and the Iranian state, and I would agree with that, except that for states to cooperate on a close level, they need to have trust between each other. And they need to have trust also in each other countries, things like stability. Right now, if China say we're going to go all in with Iran, and then when the Americans pressure Iran, if there was going to be a regime change in Iran, that actually places China in a very difficult position to the next Iranian government, right? Then, even though we know that in reality, probably even if there was a change of regime in Iran, that they will still going to work with the Chinese government, because China is one of the largest customers in the oil market, right? So, but for China to want to bet on this current Iranian government, there has to be some kind of trust and some kind of, guarantee in terms of the future. And this is the part I think is right now missing from our perspective.
But I have another question. Think your Iranian government and you wanna to improve your economy, so you need some investment in your country. So you have a problem with the West and America, and China doesn't support you as you think. So what we gonna do? We should, for example, have a war with the West or have a better agreement. But I don't know why Chinese government supports us in United Nations. For example, I don't know why you don't think. For example, you think we're gonna have a regime change. So why you wanna support us in United Nations? And I guess this is some paradox, and I can't really understand.
Yeah. I don't know if there is going to be a regime change. Probably not this time. Like, my estimate is that there isn't going to be a regime change, in the near future. But it remains that I think this is the opportunity for Iran, right? If Iran could stabilize its situation domestically, especially after this round of pressure from the West, I think that actually opens up a door for more cooperation with China. And I think the critical part is actually for you guys to work out the economics, that somehow you'll be less affected by Western sanctions. And I think everybody would want that for Iran. Like, even regardless of who they support, Iranians probably don't want to be constantly sanctioned economically, right? Everybody probably just doesn't want Iran, either as a people or a sovereign state, always sanctioned by the West, just because America wants it. So in that sense, right, as I was telling Amir earlier, right, our support for Iran, most of the rationale for it is that we don't believe that the West should be able to sanction every country whenever they want to. And they should be able to invade countries like Venezuela or Iran potentially whenever they want to, and not to have any consequences from this, right? Because the West has been doing this for, I don't know, almost 100 years. And the repercussions for the West, when they advocate they want to have a rule-based international order, is always that those rules don't apply to themselves. They apply rules to others, and no rules could apply to themselves. And China doesn't want that. China has enough of that. So on that point alone, it's enough for China to say, we are against the United States to use any sanction who is not authorized by UN, or to use force unilaterally in order to change the geopolitical situation of another country.
I want to share some points about the points that Tiger was speaking about. So I'm also an Iranian. Most of the people in this room know me. So 2 points here. First, the problem with, sorry Tiger, I don't mean to be rude, but with you and some other pro-Palestinians, even in this room and in the West in general, is that they look at what is happening in Iran from first their ideology, and second their whole general worldview, their global perspective, such as what would happen, what would be the impact of any sort of regime change on Israel, what would be the impact of any sort of regime change on China, and whatever. And perhaps if I was you, I would have done the same. I don't blame you. So your first problem is that, but where I blame you is that you missed the point about Iranian people's will to overthrow the system, the regime, and the fact that this regime is one of the biggest state sponsor of terror, but also it has a long track record of oppressing its own people and either executing them, shooting them in the eye, in the head, and killing them simply for demanding their rights. So that's where I would blame you, because you were saying like the reason that we in China do not support any sort of sanction upon them, or we support them, is that because we don't like West, etc. But what about the Iranian people? What about us? You support them at the expense of our will to overthrow them. And ironically, you guys also always say any sort of regime change, any sort of change should come from within Iran. But you actually empower them by lifting up the sanctions and making deals with them. How on earth are we supposed to change this regime when in the West and in the global community, in the international community, the countries are cooperating with them? So that's my first point. And second point, that you said that you don't see any sort of regime change as an imminent outcome currently. So again, I would say you are ignoring what is happening in Iran. Let me give you some insight. In Iran, currently, the people who have the privilege of gaining the minimum wage. So you might not know that, but many Iranians do not have the luxury of gaining the quote unquote minimum wage. But those who have this privilege gain $100 per month. The Iranians in this room can correct me if I'm wrong, because I already know Wei Khan, who opposes whatever I say. He's a so-called reformist, so he can tell me if I'm wrong. The ones that have the luxury of earning the minimum wage gain $100 per month. There is always water outages in the summer. There is always power outages. People breathe literally the smoke. They don't breathe clean weather. And I'm not speaking about democracy. I'm not speaking about any sort of freedom of speech, freedom of thinking. The fact that the dictator of Iran, the so-called supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been in power for 37 years without having ever been elected by us, and he's literally killing people. I'm just speaking about the basic human rights of Iran, and the fact that this situation is not sustainable. I know you don't like to see any sort of regime change, but I'm telling you, this situation is not tolerable by people. One day or another, something must change. And for you to know, the West, I mean, the situation is even intensifying. It is escalating. It's not getting better, because look at what happened yesterday when the Prime Minister of India went to Israel. The West is doing their best to sorry, I took long, I'm landing. But the point is, the situation of this regime is getting ever intensified. They're losing their oil wealth and their oil income from every aspect and every corner, either from domestic, internally, and from the broader communities, the external countries. The situation is getting worse and worse for this regime. So sorry to tell you, but this regime will change, or something will change one way or another, which is not good for the regime. And it's
what happened yesterday? India. What happened yesterday about the India? We should look at what happened yesterday. What happened in India?
Not in India. Prime Minister India was in Israel. I'm sure you saw it.
So how is that relevant to Iran?
Why do you think he was in Israel?
Because he likes to booty clap and because there's Muslims that are getting killed. He likes to support any party that's killing Muslims.
No. Okay.
He's Islamophobic cunt.
Okay. I want to argue that. Obviously, we think differently from one another. But
No, not think differently. I'm talking about logically. In India, right now, they're being oppressed and suppressed. The minorities in India, Muslims, Sikhs, even the Hindus from their own lower caste, and Christians. They've attacked 300 Christian churches in India. They've attacked a whole bunch of mosques in India. And guess what? Modi is part of RSS. RSS was inspired. The RSS movement was inspired by the Nazi movement. And just because he traveled to Israel, it doesn't mean anything to do with Iran. I don't get it.
Okay.
Make up bullshit as you go, man. You just seriously bullshitters.
No. I mean, I'm not denying it. I said I don't agree because you know that I wouldn't blame any Islamophobe. You know my ideas, right? So I'm not denying that he's an Islamophobe or whatever. My point was I wouldn't blame him just as you do. But regardless of that, what do you think would be the outcome of his journey, his travel to Israel? The main purpose was to him because India happens to be the biggest customer of Iranian oil alongside China. So that's the whole aim of that travel. The main point is Iran because that's the biggest concern of Israel at the moment.
Our experience, I hope people don't think too much about what the Indians do and in terms of their intentions, because India is a country that's very good at playing all sides, which has its cost as well. If you look at India's diplomatic history, you can see that while they are on good terms with the Russians and with the West, and the West sometimes use them as a counterweight against China when it's convenient, they actually never commit to anybody, thus nobody actually trusts them too much. So with that aside, which is to say, just because Modi visited Israel, I think the Iranians or the Jews shouldn't just bet on to have meaningful cooperation with India. I'm not saying anything bad about India intentionally in any way, because that's just history. Secondly, when you said about China enabling the Iranian regime, I think there is some truth to it, right? Because from your perspective, as I said, international politics is never going to please everybody. Depending on your perspective, you could see somebody as benign or malicious just because you have a different standpoint. But I can tell you from our standpoint, right, it's very simple for China. China never really seeks regime changes in Iran or any country, which is say that's not a Chinese option to try to influence Iran by installing a government like the West does often. So our choice is to only respect, the Western imposed sanctions, and to add into the, some might describe, and I'm not saying you are describing it, of course, some might describe it as economic terrorism against the people of Iran. China could choose to do that, or China could deal with Iran. But if China wants to deal with Iran, China could only deal with the legal representation of Iran as a country, which is the current administration of Iran, right? And of course,
they're war criminals. How they can represent us? That's the point. Well, how can you not see that they have oppressed us? They have killed us. They do not represent us. That's the point.
That's your domestic argument, right? You could argue that, but then there are also some say 30 to 40% of RGC supporters in Iran that said, they wave the flag of Khamenei whenever the Israel attacks some, officials in Iran and so on. So it's not our place to decide whether we want to, have a different regime in Iran or not. That's up to you guys.
That's our decision to make. That's our decision to make.
Iranian representative in UN is what we have to
the only entity from Iran that we're legally able to work with. You have to understand that.
I have another question. You think it's not really rational for me that Chinese government doesn't want to involve in Iran or domestic things, because when we think about geopolitically in Iranian roles or Arabs, so you need this, region. So you should work with us or other governments. For example, next governments, for example, Reza Pahlavi, if he came, so you don't have any chance, for example, work like this that you used to have.
I mean, we draw a line for ourselves not to behave like the United States in such ways, because China used to be a victim of Western imperialism as well. And we fundamentally disagree from our identity was the way the West deal with smaller countries globally. We don't seek to install government that are disfavorable to us. We welcome it, of course, and if it's within reasonable means, we try to help forces around the world that are friendly to China. But we don't impose our will against other foreign governments just because they are for or against our interests. Because identity-wise, that's not who we are. We remember the past where we were subjects of Western manipulation. So we don't want to set that example. We don't want to join the Western club that imposes imperialism around, right? That's ideological.
Sorry, Tiger, but you're so obsessed with your ideology, imperialism, with the West, your hatred from.
I'm speaking from my perspective.
Yes, sorry, but that blinds you. Sorry, but that blinds you. You don't see how much we hate them and this regime, and the fact that you support them, you buy oil from them, you cooperate them, you sell intelligence surveillance services to them and instruments to them, and help them oppress us. You just don't see that.
And it's so unfortunate. Western sanction is also oppressing you. Do you not see that?
No, I see that, and I would support even further sanctioning, intense sanctioning, because that's the least that the international community should do to punish this regime, because the sanctions are irrelevant. This regime, no matter how much income it has, it will use it to fund three projects they have: the nuclear program project, the ballistic missile project, and the proxy funding project. The sanctions are irrelevant, and so just during the past year, just during the past year, they funded $1 billion, and I'm not making the number. I'm quoting the Treasury Secretary of the United States. They funded $1 billion, and by the way, the Hezbollah and Hamas, they already acknowledge it, so no one can deny this. Hezbollah. Previous head, Hassan Nasrallah, and also Hamas, they all acknowledge that they are being funded by this regime. During the past year, they funded $1 billion against, despite they were under huge sanctions. So the sanctions are irrelevant. And furthermore, the narrative that you are pushing is that you first reduce our desire to have dignity and have a democracy in our country to an economic situation. You just say, you Iranians are being manipulated by the sanctions of the West, and you blame your own government. Do you think we are stupid? First of all, it's not just about it. First of all, it's not just about it.
I'm not accusing you to be stupid. But I do see a lot of monarchists from the overseas diaspora of Iran, and for us, it's incomprehensible. Like, we don't understand. Like, you want to drive away this imperfect government, but you want a monarchy? Really? Like, we don't understand it.
Well, the opposition of Iran is
I could sympathize with your situation, and from my rational point of view, yes. I do blame most of your suffering on the international sanctioning. I do think IRGC is corrupt in many ways, But as you know, right, you say that because they're corrupt and because they have a monopoly on foreign trade under U.S. sanction, that you people are suffering in Iran. And then you ask me, do I blame the Westerners that are sanctioning you, or do I blame IRGC who is corrupt? Of course, you could blame both. But from my point of view, I tend to want to blame the Western imperialists. Like you said, this is my perspective.
And yeah, because you are prioritizing your own agenda and your ideology. Yeah, that's what you do. But our desire will prevail. Our will prevail because we are in a resistance mood, and there is nothing that can go back behind this year's protest. But again, you are again implicating the Western sanctions. I told you, it's not about economy, it's about basic human rights. They have, just during 2022, again, I'm not making the numbers, just fact check me, to go and see how many numbers and how many names the United Nations have substantiated. The same United Nations that have consistently normalized and legitimized this regime. But the same United Nations have substantiated over 500 protesters just during 2022, the Women Life Freedom Movement, that were literally blinded by this regime, blinded and were shot in the eye by the regime. So I'm telling you, it's not about economy. Just put your narrative aside. It's not about economy. It's about democracy. It's about women's rights. The Iranian women cannot ride bicycle. They cannot ride. They cannot judge in the courts. Their testimony is half of a man. To exit the, and again, in the same room, there are Iranians that oppose what I'm saying. They don't want the regime to be toppled in particular ways, and they have a dream of this regime to be reformed. But they can correct me if I'm saying anything wrong. In law, an Iranian woman to exit their home, they should have permission of their husband. Of course, the Iranian men are not taking advantage of this barbaric and fanatical laws because Iranian people are very progressive. But the point is, this is the way this regime behaves Iranian people. We want democracy, and there is no way we can change the behavior of this regime. 10 years ago, I was just the same as Wayfan. So he might remember. That 10 years ago there was an election for the parliament, and the leader of the so-called reformists, Mohammad Khatami, urged Iranians to vote to a reformist to go to the parliament. 30 members of the reformists in Tehran, and although we had tested the reformists and they had failed to do their promises, 10 years ago I was in Tehran streets urging people to attending elections and vote to the so-called reformists. There is nothing we can do to change this regime and all its behavior.
What was the law?
No. What is a lie?
No, the law that they say woman cannot go out without man. What?
No. They should have permission. In قانون مجازات اسلامی, they should permission of their husband to quit their home unless they would want to see their parents. That's the only exception. If they want to see their father or mother.
What do you mean?
Yes,
go out,
yes.
buy a bread, they need permission?
Yes, and also the other exception is yes. You can search it yourself and educate yourself. The second exception is when in cases where they would want to attend in elections. Those are the two only exceptions.
There is a law that if you want to leave the country.
No. Yeah, that's of course not just the country, but also as an Iranian woman, if you want to take a surgery on your body, any part of your body, you have to have written permission from your husband. That's the way they belittle and humiliate Iranian women. An Iranian woman, to get divorced from their husband, they should prove
that they are either addicted to alcohol or drug or whatever, but their husband can divorce them immediately by just giving some money as mehriye. But the moment they desire, they can divorce their wife. But the wife cannot divorce their husband easily. And the husband can have 4 wives simultaneously. But a woman,
I totally agree with you. As you know, I'm Iranian, but I don't know why you're blaming Chinese government. The Chinese government, I don't think they really care about our domestic problems or domestic situation. As even, I guess, Europe doesn't want to think about our domestic problems. Even they want to make domestic problems such as economic situation. But I have another question from Velvet and Tiger. And what do you think about the future war with America and Iran? Why you don't think we're gonna have a regime change in the near future, Tiger? That's my question from you.
First of all, let me comment on what you said earlier. Yeah, I think Velvet, the difference between the Chinese thinking and the Western thinking is that the West believe that they have a set of universal standard for human rights and they want everybody to follow it. But China, we don't make comments on people's cultural practices. That's not ours. That's not our philosophy. I think if you want to change the Iranian custom, somebody from Iran has to change it. It's not for us to comment whether Iran should respect, any sort of law, Sharia law, democracy, any system. That's your own. You have to figure that out for yourself, because we could be right and we could be wrong when we tell you, no, Iranians has to be like this. Iranians has to be like that. We just don't believe it's our place to tell you to do this or not. With that said, to Irfan, the reason why I don't think there's going to be regime change is, first of all, it's only my guess, because even though Velvet says that the situation in Iran is not going back, he could be right because he knows it more than I do. But at least from the data that I have, seen, it looks like even though there are university protests, the intensity of protests and the amount of, say, violence in those protests has subdued from where it was the worst, right? So there is to say there is some stability that's being restored, first of all. Second of all, mostly is that our assessment of U.S. capabilities, we don't believe the U.S. is, having adequate force to force the regime change.
Excuse me, sorry about interrupting you at night. I'm really sorry. But I have another question too. So you think if you want to have a better collaboration with the Chinese government, we should have a better situation with the Western and the United States. And my next question is why we couldn't have any agreements with the United States and the Western countries. For example, we have had Barjam, I don't know what we call in the American English, but we have had a nuclear power agreement, but America suddenly said we don't want to be in the agreements anymore, so that's our problem.
If I understand your question right, our perception of Iran is that Iran only cooperates with China because that it cannot cooperate with the West. That's our perception, because our understanding is a lot of the Iranian elite, even within this current government, were Western educated. And I'm not blaming them, because they did grow up in a time where the West was dominant globally. So, like you said, right, Iran could work with the West, and that's a possibility that we are accounting for. This is also why I said there's no history of building trust between Iran and China, because in the past we've seen, when there's opportunity for Iran to work with the West, they often just put us aside and, negotiate with the West or having agreements with the Europeans, even India. So this is why, if Iran ends up with a government that is good with the West and lifts the Western sanction, there's nothing for China to be bitter about, because first of all, if there's stability in the region, I think China already benefits from the stability. Second of all, as I said, if just on a transactional basis, if Chinese companies do not have to worry about Western sanctions when they deal with Iran, it's also good in a way that we know that Iran will have to work with China one way or the other.
I have another question. Are you a student or you work in Chinese government?
You mean I personally work for the Chinese government, or?
I just want to think about your POV. Is it really similar to the Chinese government, or you are just a person in Chinese, a person in China?
Right now, I live in California, in America. I have no affiliation with the Chinese state, the government, but I would say my point of view is pretty aligned with the mainstream views inside China, because I'm very in touch with the internet over there.
Tiger, what is Chinese spy agency called? I mean, it's so hidden. I don't even know their name. Like, for example, what is the equivalent of CIA in China?
We have Guoanbu, which is the Department of National Security, I guess.
Guoanbu.
Guoan. Do you speak a little bit of Chinese? I assume you do.
Not really. So is there any abbreviation, like the English abbreviation for this agency?
There could be, but I'm just not aware because,
this is what
I don't use this word in the English context that much.
This is what I call a spy agency. There is even no name for it.
Yeah, I just want to, because no one else is speaking. Anyone, please feel free to interrupt me because I think I've made my points. But where you say we in China don't think that we can impose any sort of preset human rights structures or principles to other nations, and we think if this is your custom, we would be fine. So that's where you expose yourself. So sorry, I think when you speak, you are a nice person, but you are harming other people. Your way of thinking, not you personally. But for instance, if in Afghanistan, Taliban has its custom, or generally the Afghan community has its custom of not allowing women to go to university, or little girls not to go to school, which they do, you will respect that because it's their custom. So you don't think there is any sort of global basic human right principles that you can adhere to because that's what the West has imposed on other people or other nations. That's the way you think. Can't you simply blame this regime that they have blinded protesters simply for attending in the protests? There's nothing that can trigger your emotions. That this regime is a vicious, fanatical, barbaric regime that you cannot cooperate with them.
we may like or dislike something, right? Our cultural practices, we're responsible for our own cultural practices, right? We could say, some country have this practice that we don't like. In that sense, we don't like any fundamentalist government, right? The Taliban, we have reservations about. And that would be a hindrance in our working relations with them, right? With that said, I mean, if that's what a country does based on culture or political reality, we just have to accept it, right? The thing with China is that we have to accept people the way they are and not try to say or to think that we have to.
What about if they're pedophile or genocide? Like, do you accept them?
Are you guys pro-Israel or pro-Palestine?
Like, for example, if it's a government of the United States is led by a pedophile, which is proven, or the government of Israel, which is a genocide.
Just shut up and answer the question. Are you guys pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? I'm pro-Israel, guys.
Okay, are you
Israel is right, and Palestine not.
Are you Iranian?
What?
Are you Iranian?
No, I'm not Iranian.
Okay. Why do you support Israel?
Because Israel is a victim of terrorism of Palestine.
So the idea of having killed 70,000 was confirmed by IDF. That's a terrorist act. The Zionist comeback settlers in the West Bank terrorizing the F out of the Palestinians every day. About 4 to 10 cases a day.
Making terrorist acts is not the way.
Right, you didn't know that?
Stop. So making the terrorist acts is not the way.
Oh, you're from Ukraine, huh? Ukraine or was it Russia?
I'm Ukrainian, yeah, that's right.
Are you Jew?
No, I'm not Jew.
No? Then why do you support Israel? Yes, you're not a Jew.
Because Palestine is terrorist country.
Oh my God. And do you support IRGC?
Repeat, please.
You do?
Repeat, please. I didn't hear you.
Do you support IRGC?
I what?
IRGC, the Iranian government.
Iranian government? No.
Yeah.
No, I do not support Iranian government.
No?
Like, absolutely not. Not at all.
Ukrainian beach, when you come to a room, do you expect
I'm not Iranian, idiot. Do you understand?
This is Ukrainian. He's Ukrainian.
Ukrainian, I know.
He's Ukrainian.
When you come to a room,
why do you call me Iranian?
I said Ukrainian beach.
Ukrainian beach. Well, beach is your mother, okay? Let's talk about beach, okay?
Roman, take no rape.
Fucking you in the ass and you are in.
So please do not say it again.
No, Roman.
Okay? I'm gentle with you. And you must be gentle with me. Otherwise, we will finish very bad, okay?
No. You're president.
But why, guys, are you pro-Palestine? It's a terrorist country.
Because
are you Palestinians?
Roman Palestinian people are victims of Hamas.
So
that's Hamas. The point. No, that's the point. You should differentiate innocent civilians in Palestine, which are victims of Hamas, with Hamas itself, which doesn't wear a military uniform and blend themselves with innocent freedom fighting civilian Palestinian civilians.
They use kids as human shield, right, Roman?
Yes, that's what they do.
Okay. And IDF doesn't use the Palestinians as human shield, right?
So they use Palestinians like as a shield. You're right. They are hiding under the hospitals.
Do you want the data? I can give you sources. Do you want the source? I can provide you sources.
What source do you mean?
I have the CNN source that shows literally on a video IDF using Palestinian people as a human shield.
Okay, so what Israel have to do?
What Israel have to do? Israel needs to remove the occupation. Israel is occupying the land for over 50 years.
So are we talking about the occupation or are we talking about the war with
do you think 7th of October was the day that started the war?
Or
You
we
think
talk
it
about
started on
the
7th
war
of October?
with
It's an
Hamas,
idiot, man.
or we talk about the occupation. Are two different things, okay?
Yeah, you think the war started on 7th of October? It's an idiot, man.
Repeat.
No, Ali, of course it didn't. Ali,
Why Zelensky
of course it
let,
didn't happen in
Gibson
Russia.
right
You
here?
shut up, very fun. You just shut up if I
No, why Zelensky?
Okay, we just understood that
Buy
you're
gas
just
one
like a
here.
bullshit, okay? Your opinion
I'm
is not
curious. I have
good at
question.
all.
I have question. Why Zelensky
No, your
let
opinion
Gibson
is like
buy
a
gas
bullshit,
in
okay?
Kiev?
So we just understood
Why
it.
do you sell
And
your
you must shut
underage
up, okay?
gears
Because
to
you
American
just offended
pedophiles?
people and
Why do
do
you
not.
sell
No, but
your
it is the fact, Roman, it is the fact, why is Zelensky begging money from America?
Why do you sell
Nobody's
your
begging
underage
money.
gears?
America is giving
Why do
money,
you
okay?
sell
You
No, it's begging. He was here. It's begging.
to get weapon? Why do you sell underage gears? Ukrainian underage gears to get.
I do not understand how we passed
Oh, you are.
from the Hamas to Zelensky. Please explain.
I have a question. You have question. I have
No, it's
question.
like a
Why do you
bullshit
sell
question. We are
underage
talking
gears?
about Hamas right now. Okay, why are you
Your
trying
gears
to switch entire conversation? Maybe because you have no arguments.
I mean, we answer question by question.
You didn't answer any of my question. You're just trying to switch the conversation. That's it, trying to do.
I mean, killing your enemy is more honorable or selling your underage gears.
So I have a question for another question for Roman. Roman, is Russia occupying Ukraine?
Russia is making war with Ukraine, okay?
No, but is it occupying it? Is the land occupying by Russia?
So Ukraine is currently occupied due to war because Russian troops are on the Ukrainian territory.
Okay. So just like that, Israel is occupying Gaza for over 50 years. What do you think about that?
Not just like that, okay? So
Like
initially, if we go to history, initially Palestine is how it's called Judaic kingdom. Okay.
You're talking about West Bank, not Gaza.
You know what is Judea
and Samaria. They call it Judea and Samaria.
This way, please stop. Do not interrupt.
I just told you, if you call it from the Bible, nobody believes in the Bible. The people that live on the land don't believe in the Bible.
No. Stop.
It is come from the
It's
Bible.
not from the Bible. Just
Then where does it come from?
You're lying.
Where does it come from? Go on, provide evidence. Go. Where does it come from? Judea and Samaria. Where does it come from?
Repeat.
Where does Judea and Samaria come from?
From history. It's
Which
like
history?
a province. It's
The Bible? The Bible?
It's province of Roman Empire.
So it didn't come from the Bible?
No, it's not only in Bible. It's province of Roman Empire. Do you understand it or not?
Yeah, but it's come from which history? Which Bible?
I do not talk about the Bible. I told you that it was province of Roman Empire. Do you understand or not?
There was a province of Roman Empire. They called it Judea and Samaria?
Yeah.
Can you provide evidence, please?
Evidence, I don't know.
Yeah, provide sources. Provide sources. Yeah, if you can put it in the chat, please.
Wikipedia is okay.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because I'm looking this information in Russian, so I need to find the translation.
Sure.
Let me teach you the history. So there was this prophet called Prophet Abraham. He had two sons. One of them was Isaac, one of them was Ishmael. So Isaac kicked Ishmael out. So Jews, Isaac is the father of Jews and Ishmael is the father of Arabs, are the first to kick Arabs out. So if you want to go back to history.
No. What's up with you, Joe? You want to speak? We have a flaming Zionist on the stage. I don't think he's flaming. He's just a Ukrainian Zionist.
Okay, I just give you the link. Take it.
Link? Sure.
Take it, please.
Let me check it out.
That's okay for you?
Hang on a second.
So you guys just couldn't find information in the internet and was just talking here about it. Oh, you were, sorry, my English just went a little. Is silence, is the silence your answer?
Okay, did you read the link, by the way, Roman? Did you read the link? Did you read the link?
What?
Did you read the link?
Did I read what?
Did you read the link? The link that you put in?
Yes.
Okay. So, Judea and Samaria is a biblical and historical name for the region.
Internationally called the West Bank. Do you understand the word historical?
Yes, but it's biblical. Biblical.
And historical.
Biblical.
What's the problem? And so if you read well, I can tell you that there are words. Temporarily reclaimed the throne with the Parthian support, but was overthrown in 37 BCE by Herod, whom the Roman Senate had appointed King of Jews. King of Jews, it was called by the Roman Senate. Okay? That's okay for you? Do you like name King of Jews? Or maybe we should find another way to call it? I think there is.
Again, why your history starts from there? Go back. Go to people.
No, my history doesn't start from it, but Judea existed and the name Judea existed, and also existed the name King of Jews. Okay, and 5 minutes ago you told me that is not true, and now we see that it's true. So I do not believe your words anymore, Weifa.
Said the known history starts from Abraham.
From when? From the big boom? Maybe we should talk.
First prophet.
Okay, let's talk from the big boom. Okay, do you like this history?
No, big boom. No, it was Noah, and then there was Abraham. Abraham had 2 sons, right? One was.
You are
Isaac.
talking about the Bible now. I'm talking about the history. Are two different things.
The same.
No, it's not the same.
So from that.
No. Wait a minute. In the Roman documents, okay, Roman Senate called Judea like a king of Jews, okay, and this is documented, okay. No, okay, you don't like this. You don't like this kind of information. I understand you. You don't like it, but it's true. It's true. Not like your words. It's not lie because your words are lie. But this kind of information, it's true, and I proved it. But you cannot prove your point of view. Okay.
Cannot prove that Abraham had 2 sons. One was Isaac, one was Ishmael.
Okay, anyway, so do you want to talk about the Bible? Okay, let's talk about the Bible.
So Isaac kicked Ishmael out. The land belongs to Ishmael and Isaac. Why the land only belongs to Isaac? Answer me that question.
I'm not expert of the Bible, so I cannot answer the questions about the Bible. If you want to talk about the history, documented history, we can talk about it.
This is documented history.
Bible is documented history for you?
This is a history of that religion. This Bible is.
Oh man, you're just so cooked.
And how's your war with, saw Ukraine going? Do you believe still that you can win?
I hope so.
In Ukraine, how many people support waging the war for longer, or how many people want to say peace deal?
I don't know because nobody asked. Said that there weren't any polls about it. Okay. So, are you trying to switch the conversation again? Guys, why are you so quiet? Is it because of Judea?
No, it's because we want to hear your Borat accent continuously.
That's not a problem for me. It's not my native language. So please be grateful.
Can you say my wife?
Wife!
Please just
Be
say my wife.
grateful. Be grateful that I talk with you in the language that you understand, okay? Because you do not know any other language, I believe.
You believe wrong. Your belief is wrong.
I'm not sure about that.
Just say my wife. Can you please say that?
Okay, so we switched to my accent. Okay.
Yes, we switched your accent because you insulted the stage. Because you insulted the stage and thought that you checkmated everybody, and that's why people are quiet.
You're still in Ukraine, Roman.
What?
It's living inside Ukraine.
So I'm not living in Ukraine for last 12 years. Okay, so.
I happen to have a friend who is from Ukraine, from Kiev, and he used to come on this app a lot. But he told me a story where he has to basically hide from the people that are drafting him into a war. So he hasn't been on this app for a while now, which is really, really unfortunate. But he told me that about 80% of Ukrainians no longer support the war. They just want to.
Okay, where did he take this number, 80%? Please tell me.
What he told me, I don't know where his number comes from.
Okay, so it's not proof number, it's like just an opinion, I can understand. Okay, guys, you are a little bit boring.
Thank God.
I have a question for you. You support Israel because Israel support your country, or you really believe that Israel is the, for example, peaceful country?
Nobody supports Israel anymore. Only the losers are like this Moody. It's over. They're so lonely.
Oh,
Then we are talking about international relationships, foreign politics. We can't really think about the rights. For example, Palestinians people have rights. For example, in defending themselves. But for example, Iran pay a lot because Palestinian people, and we have a really bigger problem in our country because Israel lobby are against us, and we are under sanctions. And I don't know why other country don't want to pay, and we are just the only country wants to pay for Palestinians.
Iran doesn't want to pay Palestinian. This is something that you have been brainwashed in. Iran has strategic interest to neutralize Israel so it can create a route, a land route, which is make money for Iran. So right now, Iran was a very rich country historically, and since the Suez Canal started, Iran became pretty poor because they completely bypassed Iran. So Iran doesn't like it and wants back the Silk Road and its old, powerful position as the country which controls the trade between East and West. That's the problem Iran have with Suez Canal. And Israel happens to be the dog which is protecting the canal. That is the problem. Iran doesn't have anything for Palestinians per se. They're just one of the cards that they play. So, as an Iranian, you need to grow up and see a little bigger picture here.
For example, we pay for Palestinian people not just for their right here. As you know, and as I know, we choose to defend Palestinian people because for our next problem and it is Israel. But we could choose Israel rather than the Palestine, and that's another ideology that we could choose, but we didn't choose. So we pay.
Again, Palestine is not the issue of Iran. Did you get what the theory I put on the table? Why Iran is against Israel? Not sure. Even before revolution, Iran was against Israel. After revolution, Iran is against Israel, and forever Iran will be against Israel because it's a strategic threat to Iranian dominance in controlling the trade between East and West. Iran has this geography, which is the only way that East and West can talk to each other. Because north of Iran and south of Iran is sea. The only land between East and West, viable land, is Iran. So when there is a Suez Canal, which can connect East and West via water, that's a problem. You see? Do you see that problem or you don't see that problem? And Israel is protecting that canal or Palestine.
because the room is silent, I just want to carry on the discussion with Tiger. So, Tiger, if you are still there, could you respond to me whether you consider the so-called supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, as a dictator or not?
I'm still with you, but could you repeat the question?
Do you consider the so-called supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, as a dictator or not?
Again, a difference between us and the West, right? We don't categorize leaders as dictators or not, because this is usually a nomenclature for them to justify whatever policy they want to do with Iran, because you have a dictator. You know, we've been victims of that. You know, our government was called dictator, was called human rights violator. And we know in China, a lot of that are lies, propaganda. And, you know, we can't blame the Americans. They've been doing this over the world, which is why when you were appealing for, you know, your statement, and I don't doubt your statement about, you know, women's rights and things like that, they're just not convincing to me, because, you know, we've been there. First of all, we doubt how much, you know, what's the real situation is. And I don't doubt you as your perspective, right? I'm just saying, when there are a lot of propaganda against the country on their, you know, situations for their civilians, in our experience, a lot of that is propaganda. That's the Chinese experience, and we resent the West for it. Secondly, we don't even believe in the Western system, not just because, you know, we don't even believe it's working for them. You know, their version of the so-called democracy, we don't believe in it. So when people come up with an ideological argument, you know, we Iranians want democracy. I'm sure you just want yourself to be free from oppression. You know, I could support that. I could see that, right? And, you know, some people are definitely oppressed in one way or the other. And frankly, even in America, I see a lot of oppression. And I'm with those people. But when you drive up a ideological argument about, oh, they're communists or they're dictatorship, I just don't relate to that.
So 2 points. First, Hani, if there is an Iranian and another Iranian person in the room, his name is Arya. I saw his message in the chat. He wants to come up and speak. So if you are there, I would appreciate if you can invite him if you want. But getting back to what Tiger, what you said, are you suggesting that it is propaganda that the supreme leader in Iran is dictator, or you just don't care? Because I hear 2 points. First, you said you just don't care whether he's a dictator or not, because this is you know, the terminology or narrative of the West, etc. So 2 points. First, you said you don't care, and second, you said it is a propaganda of the West. So which one? Is he a dictator or it is a propaganda? Do you agree that he is a dictator, or you are suggesting that it is irrelevant?
Any leader,
whether he's a dictator or not, it is irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't believe the Western system of so-called checks and balances. I don't think it's working in today's America.
No. Okay. So are you suggesting that?
Starting from the topic a little bit, I'm trying to answer.
What you are?
If you allow me.
What you are? So you can say two things.
Do you want me to answer or not? Because I know what you're getting to, and I'm trying to answer you. And if you want to stop me from answering, I mean, you could just go on a monologue. But I can tell you from my perspective, the dictatorship as a word is only a label, right? I dismiss it because I know it's used as a convenient propaganda tool to label people dictatorship. And the real intention of doing that is for intervention. So this is what I understand America. Okay, with what I care about as a person on another leader point, I look at what they do, right? If they do evil things, I tend to dislike them and condemn them. But again, there's a boundary, right?
You are not condemning this thing. That's the point. Not only they are dictators, but they are also evil. But you refuse to condemn them. That's the point. You don't care that they stone women to death for act of adultery. You just don't care. That's the point.
Cultures that would do that, and it's a matter of development,
but
right?
It's not our culture. Even if it is our culture, which is not,
if you
First
keep
of all,
interrupting me,
culture seeking a dialogue, Velvet. If you want a dialogue, I suggest you let me finish answering you, because it's your question. You could condemn me of being senseless and not sympathetic. Sympathetic enough. What I can tell you is that cultures are different. The level of development is different. In all of the world's religion, in their history, there were periods of very strict laws against things like infidelity, right? And every religion, whether it's Eastern or Western, had a history of secularizing over time. All of the religious rules and norms today are probably more relaxed than they are 100 years ago. And it takes a lot of development for any country to reach some kind of consensus on how they should govern themselves. And it takes even more for the international community to have a consensus. But, we do have a consensus, which is the UN charters. There is a treaty of human rights that everybody signed on to, by the way. And China is a signatory of that. Based on international law, if there's a legal process internationally that suggests UN authorizes intervention, then China will be happy to intervene. But other than that, China doesn't believe that China could either unilaterally just intervene in another country or to lecture another country on how they should behave, because China understands different countries are developing at their own different stages. And China understands that no political system...
So, Tiger, I have a question for you. So, Tiger, have you ever visited a Western country?
Country right now.
You're in Western country right now?
Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking English so much.
No, I mean,
there are many supporters. He lives down the street.
There are many Chinese who are.
Tiger, how many Raza Pahlavi supporters live over there in the area? There's a lot of them, right?
I haven't seen any of them in my area. Yeah.
So I think that the way you frame your argument is that the U.S. is going to attack another country to do like human rights, but I mean that's part of it. But the other part of it is like Iran is like being a hostile country toward U.S. So U.S. like sees that as a right to defend itself, from this hostile government. So what do you think about that? Because the way you frame it is not correct.
If to me, the U.S. should have no business in the Middle East. I don't believe they have a justified position.
To me, it's also China shouldn't have any business being in Chabahar. No. You are very present in the Middle East.
Any Chabahar involvement?
No, you are involved. You're very much involved in Chabahar. You're started getting involved in Africa. You're pretty much everywhere. You were in Venezuela. Maduro got when he got toppled, he met with the Chinese official the night before. So China present in everywhere. So the way that you're saying that the U.S. shouldn't be in Middle East while like China is being like everywhere, that's not the way to argue.
The United States do business in the Middle East. The United States has military bases all over the Middle East. I don't believe that it's their right to have those military bases. We don't have military bases in Iran. We don't have military bases other than a rental part in Djibouti. In all of Africa, we have no bases. So what are you accusing China of? China doesn't involve in that kind of stuff that America is involved in stuff in.
I mean, the way that the fact that they have like a base doesn't mean that they're being hostile.
It's signed on equal parts with another government. We don't.
No. That's because the communism hasn't been like taken over the world. That's why like China is playing nice right now. But the moment the communism become the majority system, you're not gonna be nice anymore. And that's like the way that I see that is like the Chinese government treat their own people like very poorly, and the people in West are much more free than the people in China. And the fact that all of us are talking to each other in Western country prove my point. Even Amir here is like sitting in Los Angeles and talking about Islam, Muslim, like Ramadan, as if like there is no problem.
And we can swear Trump. I can say Trump is a motherfucker and nothing will happen to me.
Hold on a second. Aria, according to the Constitution, our freedom to practice religion. Are you trying to violate my constitutional rights? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, me?
Yeah. Why would you say that I sit here and do this and that?
I'm saying like you're using.
That's a fact.
No, dude, don't forget about Reza Pahlavi. I'm just saying, like, we are an investor more than we are practicing our First Amendment. I didn't say anything. And I'm not. And when did I preach about Islam? This was not about Islam. Ask Mazi, your Iranian brother. No, I'm saying you're free to talk about whatever. What do you mean? I didn't say you're not even listening. I didn't say you preach Islam or you're somehow like. I'm saying you're free to practice whatever you want, and we are free to talk about whatever we want. And all of us are investor country. I'm not saying anything bad to Islam. I'm not saying anything bad to Islam.
I'm free to practice any religion as well. When I lived in Saudi Arabia, inside my house, nobody's gonna come and control me.
Amir, this is the point.
I don't know where do you get up this from?
That's true. The moment you exit Islam and you're in Saudi Arabia, you're gonna get executed. The moment you exit Islam.
I'm inside my house. The religion is between me and my God, not between him. Between me and the outside party.
Dude, you don't even. This argument doesn't bother Islam.
Do you know that there's people? My dad's best friend was actually a Hindu, living inside Jeddah in Saudi Arabia.
Dude,
idol worshiper. Do you know what happens with idol worshippers?
The moment you actively saying that I'm ex-Muslim, they're gonna execute you. What are you talking about?
Say to who?
It's interesting because here's what these people.
I don't know, man. Why would I go around and telling people that I'm ex-Muslim? I don't get it.
I'm saying if you do that, oh my God.
Why should I go around and tell people?
America is doing this globally, and it's not bad. But the moment China does it, which China hasn't been doing, they must be wanting to do this. And the moment they do it, or the moment the Americans stop, being what they are, China must do the same bad stuff America does. And because of that, I think China is bad, which hasn't even happened.
It's bad because China is a dictatorship, but the United States is a democracy. And I know you will start laughing and saying I'm naive or whatever.
Here's the bottom line. You could prefer a political system all you want. Your thought, your preference is not part of China's responsibility, okay? If you think China is evil, go ahead, think China is evil.
I don't consider a nation. I don't consider a nation as evil.
No, Chinese people like it. The Chinese people right now support their government, and we support it full-heartedly.
And in Germany, the majority of people back then in World War II supported Hitler, but it didn't validate their point. The majority of people can make mistakes.
I want to answer this question. Tiger, hang on a second. Hang on, brother. Hang on. So Tiger, Velvet, Arya, and Alex, and whoever else is Iranian. Can China and come in and take over Iran and be a leader? Would you guys allow that?
Of course not. No, because the belief of Iranian are more aligned with Western country than with Eastern country. That's like very well known.
What is your belief, Arya? What is your belief?
I'm saying the belief that the Iranian people are more aligned toward Western, and even Tiger claimed that because all of everyone who is in charge in Iranian government, their kids, they go to Western university. No one goes to Chinese university. Everyone send their kids to Britain, to USA, to all sorts of Western countries. So what does this show? I don't even need to say anything. The behavior of the IRGC, or not the IRGC, the IR regime official in itself shows what they prefer.
I know people, they send their kids to Russia. What do you think about Russia?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
I know somebody that lived in China.
Also, I've never come across any official whose children would be in either China or United States. But I can name lots of the Islamic regime corrupt officials whose children are currently in U.S. soil, including the Larijani himself, whose daughter just came back from U.S. from Iran.
Look at Shah of Iran. He's in America. Look at the son of Shah.
She just came back to Iran, but that's the point. It's irrelevant whether she's in Iran right now.
Sean doesn't, you don't have a problem, but if anybody else does, you have a problem.
No.
The situation is the official right now are currently saying death to America, death to the Britain, death to the any Western country.
The government area. Okay, in America.
Of course, I mean the government. Of course, I mean the government.
In America, me as a U.S. citizenship holder, I can go out and I can say death to America. Did you know this? I can even burn down the American flag.
First Amendment.
So if I can say this, what's the problem you guys have when you say death to America? I don't get it.
So Amir, that's the difference between U.S. and China. You can draw a caricature of Donald Trump. You can swear him. You can say, as you say, death to America, U.S. dollar. No one would touch you. But that's the difference. What will happen to you if you do the same thing in China? What will happen to you if you criticize the Chinese so-called leader, the dictator in China? What will happen to you?
Yeah, but the problem is I don't get it. If you don't like the leader, you can go to the political system, whatever system they have. Even in America, you say anything against the Jews, you're going to turn into problems. You're going to run into problems. Did you know that in the UK, during that protest, I think somebody was burning down the Israeli flag. Do you know what they said? Oh, it's anti-Semitic because it has the Star of David on it. Did you know this?
What did they do? What did they do to the guy who they claim to be anti-Semitic?
So in America, what ends up happening here is you get doxxed and you lose your job.
Also,
you're not gonna get executed. You're not gonna go to the fucking prison, and no one cares about you ever again.
And they also have Islamophobia ridiculous rules. That's what they also have with pure ignorance. But that's what they have in UK as well.
So you think it's okay to burn down the mosque, burn down the holy scripture? It's okay. You should allow that.
Iran, mosques are functioning as structures to oppress people. That's the point.
Okay, I want you to
you cannot blame a nation, Iranian people, who have been oppressed for 47 years under the name of Islam.
Okay, I want you to go on the streets of America
and burn down differentiating the so-called true Islam from what the Islamic regime has imposed on us on the name of Islam. But Iranian people will respect personal beliefs, even if it is Islam, although we have suffered under the name of Islam. But so long as you keep your religion for yourself, and it's just saying how you should pray your God and whether or not there is another world after you die or not, so long as you keep your religion to that area and to that extent, we will respect you, whether your religion is Islam, whether your religion is Christianity or whatever. My own grandmother practices Islam. She prays, and I love her. But that's the point. The moment you mix your religion with society and you say, how should we behave in society? How should the banking system operate?
Do you know U.S. had blasphemy laws before? Did you know that U.S. had blasphemy laws before? Did you know about this?
What?
U.S. had blasphemy laws back in the days.
Blasphemy laws, I don't know what.
Yes, in America. In America,
no, I don't know what that is.
In blasphemy is literally burning the scripture, cursing God, and doing all kinds of stupid shit.
So yeah, U.S. also had apartheid regime. So
we're talking about. Hold on. You said they have blasphemy laws. This and they, in America we had the blasphemy laws as well.
Even if
you know women couldn't even vote until 1920. Did you know in America?
I'm not here to justify any single thing that United States does.
No. I like to debunk your bullshit claims. You come up here first. You made one claim. Oh, the wife cannot go anywhere without the husband's permission. Blah blah blah. That's between husband and a wife. What do you care? It's not a government law. The government doesn't have. Oh, hold on. The government doesn't have a freaking law. Oh, that you have to keep your wife on a leash. There's no law there. Are you an idiot? Seriously? Mazi, this is what he literally said. Early on, I was listening. I was making, preparing for iftar. That's why I wanted to engage with that stupid Ukrainian piece of shit that was in here. But I got busy, with preparing for the iftar. And this idiot goes, oh, the wife she can't leave the house without the permission of the husband. And is this a law that's set up by the government, or is it the people that are doing it?
No, it's not the people. I made it clear. It is the law under Qanun Mujazat Islami in Iran. A woman, if they want to make a surgery to their body, or if they want to quit the country, or even exit their house, unless they want to visit their parent or attend an election, they should have permission from their husband. But I made it clear that the Iranian men are not taking advantage of none of those laws because Iranian people are very progressive.
It's up to the people. It's up to the husband and wife. You're just an idiot, man. Okay, provide me the laws. Go on.
You can simply.
I can't believe this, man. I can't believe it. They're such a stupid thing, like the way you said.
There is a law that women cannot exit the country without their husband's permission.
Maria, in America,
husband didn't
hold on a second. Hold on. In America, if you have kids, do you know that the wife cannot leave with the kids without a permission letter from the husband? Did you know this?
Neither. What are you talking about?
Yeah. In America, I'm telling you, this is in America.
Yeah,
hold on. If a husband, I live in California, by the way. Alex, hold on a second. Hold on.
None of the parties, whether it's a husband or a wife, can leave the country alone with the children without permission from the other spouse.
There's no permission. You don't need permission. Is that what you're saying right now, Alex?
No. I said no. I mean, listen to what I say. So neither spouse can leave the country without permission from the other spouse with their children. That's because of all the divorce issues that have come up.
Yeah, and forget about that. Even when you own a child support or spousal support, you run into a lot of problems. You can't leave like this.
Did you hear what Alex means? That it doesn't matter if it's a woman or man, they're both treated equally. That's what Alex means. Why are you missing the whole point?
Treated equally? Seriously, bro?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. What Alex said is like they treated equally. You're not getting the main point.
Women couldn't even vote in America until 1920s. Go look into it.
But that is
some idiot.
I'm here.
And your grandfather of this Raza Pahlavi.
Many today have 4 wives today.
4 wives, and with the should he consult with his first wife? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that is not the issue. I mean, polygamy should be banned.
Alex, there's a lot of women out there that are single mothers. Okay. Would you want to have them? Hold on a second. Hold on. Would you want to see them as property or be a wife of somebody?
No, they're definitely public property.
Okay. So it's okay to be a whore. Okay.
Cool. They definitely
keep promoting prostitution.
That being a slave to a man.
That's crazy. And if the first wife agrees, then you can get married to a second wife. That's disgusting, man.
The agreement is.
Did you just hear what you just said?
A man who has 4 wives as a whore or not?
No.
Do you consider a man who has 4 wives as a whore or not?
She has a wife status, not a prostitute status. Oh my God!
In Iran, men can have four legal wives and unlimited number of wives as siga. Unlimited.
You can't have unlimited. It's maximum. It's 4.
They don't. Well, but I mean, they don't. The Sunnis don't have that. So I mean, doesn't know.
Maximum 4.
Yeah.
No. The maximum 4 is for legal wives. They can't have unlimited wives as siga.
I mean, doesn't know that. That's not the Arab thing. They don't know about this. No.
First of all, Amir, they're talking about mut'ah. Second of all, the Sunnis also do have it. It's called something else, and it's a different form.
It's called Misyar, but it's a long. Yeah, it's actually.
And Orfi. It's also called Orfi. There's another thing called Orfi. But anyway,
whatever it is,
from the Sunni side is we have Misyar, but Misyar is not a temporary marriage, though.
No, Iranians basically took prostitution and they basically legalized it, and that's historically. This is not. It doesn't really.
I think we need to go to what Velvet said. Velvet said something very key. He said that it's not Islam that the Iranian people are mad at. It's the way that Islam is being portrayed by the Islamic government in Iran. And I think that's an important thing to realize. Let's not attack things like 4 wives and those things. That if you want to attack the way they're displaying it and portraying it and pushing it on the people in the way that they are seeing fit, that's a whole different thing. That's their warped version of it. Does that make sense? Honestly, I don't see why monogamy is, morally superior to polygamy. I just don't see it. Tiger, they have it in the U.S. too. In the U.S. they have it. Mormons have it.
The Mormons are actually doing illegal things now. It's not polygamy. It's even bad.
Tiger, the difference is when you give permission for a man to have legally 4 wives and as in form of sila, unlimited number of wives. But if a woman does the same, you would stone them to death. That's where the problem will arise.
But that's why I'm going to your point where you said that it's the version of Islam that they're pushing onto the people. You can't go and blanket all of Islam. That's not fair. It's not ethically correct.
So 2 points. I didn't say anything about Islam. So 2 points.
Religion has no place in government.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Alex. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No. So 2 points. I know you are not disagreeing. So 2 points. I didn't say anything about the Islam. All I hate, and the majority of Iranians hate, is the Islamic regime and the fact that they mix religion, whether it is Islam, Christianity, or whatever else, with the state. So that's one of our key demands, that the religion should be your personal matter. You cannot impose it on other people. That's the point. But the second point, I wouldn't blame Iranians if they don't want to bother to differentiate what other people mean by quote-unquote true Islam, by the ideology that the Islamic regime is imposing on us. Why would they do that if they are being massacred? They are angry. They have every right to question, okay, please show us this true Islam. So why on earth, wherever Islam has gained power, in Afghanistan it has turned into Taliban. In Pakistan, it has turned into Al-Qaeda. In Africa, it has turned into Boko Haram. In Lebanon, it has turned into Hezbollah, Ash-Shabi, Zainab, Fatah, Qasim. Why on earth we can't see this true Islam?
You're naming a small percentage of 2 billion people, a very small.
I know. I already said that my grandmother practices Islam, but that's a mistake you make. No. Sorry, let me tell you that the majority of moderate Muslims don't matter. That's the problem. Even if they are 90% of Muslim community, even if they are 99%. Unfortunately, they don't matter. That 1% will make the difference. Will change everything. Because they will
be seeing how much imperialism was imposed upon this world with the rationale of being a Christian, moral standards, the divine providence, and things like that.
We can even go deeper than that, Tiger. Is Christianity bad because of what Hitler did? Is Christianity bad because of the KKK? Is Christianity bad because of the transatlantic slave trade? All of that was done under those guys. Sorry, I'm out of breath.
And I would say you should look at all religions in the flow of history, right? There were a long time in the medieval ages where Islam was the more open-minded religion compared to whatever Europe had at the time. It's just all of the same
problem with Islam. My point is Islam or whatever religion should be separate from power. That's what we are demanding. If you're Islam, it's just telling you how you should behave, how you should pray your God, when you're alone or you are in a mosque, that's fine. If it is something that tells you whether or not the God exists or whether another world after you die exists, that's fine. But the moment it starts to say you should be honest, stealing is bad, killing innocents is bad. I'm just quoting the good things, okay? The moment it allows itself to prescribe any sort of thing that has social or political impact, that's when I will have a problem with you. Your religion should be your personal matter.
Do you believe in capital punishment?
We don't need your
religion. Do you believe in capital punishment, Renwood?
What?
Do you believe in capital punishment?
Capital punishment? What do you mean?
If somebody, murders people, 1, 2, 3 people, what do you think should happen to that person?
I'm not in a position to really, I have no personal idea. I'm not an expert.
Should he be
I can already tell whatever punishment is imposed on them should not be just a punishment for themselves, but also should be deterrent to other perpetrators from making the same.
Should he be killed? Yes or no?
I cannot claim on that. I don't have an idea on that. Honestly.
What about a rapist? Rapist, should he be killed?
I cannot say 100%.
What about a rapist? Should he be killed?
Sorry, I wish I could respond, but I don't have an idea. So
you don't have an idea about a rapist?
No. Many Iranians oppose any idea of execution. But
okay, so the rapist should be freed, right?
No, that's not the way I think. I think in some limited cases, perhaps the execution should be the response. But in a very, justified cases, very limited cases. But also all the rights of that criminal should be preserved under the law. That's the point. But I'm not a legal expert. It's not my position.
I didn't say it's your position. I wanted to know your opinion.
No. Honestly, I don't have an opinion on this. I wish I had.
You don't have an opinion on this? Everybody has an opinion on what should happen to rapists. Should they be castrated? Should they be killed?
They should be punished. They should be punished in the most deterrent way. But perhaps an eternal imprisonment would be even more, crushing for them to just executing them and making them, relieved from suffering. An eternal imprisonment could be either more crushing, but if someone rapes another person, there is no doubt that the maximum punishment should be imposed on them. But whether that maximum punishment is execution or an eternal imprisonment, that's not my position to comment.
Interesting, Robert. Actually, on this point alone, I actually agree with you. And I don't believe religion should mix up with political power. I totally believe with you. But my point is this, right? You are Iranian. If you don't want Iran to be run this way, you have to be part of the process to change it. It's not up to China or the United States to tell you. Because there are people in your country who support that your government should behave in accordance to some kind of religious code. And they are valid people as well. They have their own opinion. And it's between you guys to work it out. It's not for other people.
Yeah, it's like 4 Iranians and 10 opinions, It's 4 Iranians, 10 opinions. It's just like the Jewish people. 2 Jews, 3 opinions. Muslims, the same thing. Palestinians, the same thing. Palestinians, like 4 Palestinians or 3 Palestinians, 5 opinions.
That's the point I'm heard. Your government is supporting our oppressor. We want to change them, but you are empowering them. You are giving them surveillance services, CCTV cameras that can identify the faces of the protesters on the streets. You are helping them by funding them to sell oil and have income and proceed with their projects of funding the terrorist organizations in the region. You empower them. But you say it's your prerogative as Iranian people, but we do. It has been 26 years that we have been in the streets in 6 nationwide protests, but every time we have been met with bullets and guns. How on earth are we supposed to change them if we don't have any sort of external help? You tell me.
Why are you going after Tiger? Tiger is an innocent person, lives in Los Angeles amongst the other party supporters. Why are you going after Tiger? Tiger doesn't have control over his government.
I don't feel he's going after me. He's questioning why Chinese government work with Iran, and I think I already explained that. If China were to work with Iran or want to buy oil from Iran at all, the Iranian government is the only entity that China could work with. That's it. And if you want to topple that entity, of course, you could ask, how are we, you as a Iranian who has a particular viewpoint, are going to topple our government without, China helping us or the United States helping, Israel helping us? And I don't have an answer for you, but I don't feel like it's any external actor's responsibility to impose a certain viewpoints by a fraction of your population.
Imposing anything on us. No one should take over Iran. We just simply don't want Ali Khamenei for 37 years determining how should we behave and everything in our country. We have no say in the way our country is run. That's the point. And the outcome of his reign has been misery. There is always water outages, power outages, poverty.
If what you say is true,
it is true. It is true.
Hold on. If what you say is actually true, then that government would have been toppled a long time ago. I don't think there's any government that could exist without some support from some fraction of the population. It just doesn't happen that way.
It's about 20 to 40% that support IRGC. Iran International says 20%, and I believe it's about close to 30 to 40% that support IRGC.
You can say 80%, you can say 90%. That can change the reality, sir.
Explain yourself. How do you come up with these silly numbers?
Iran International
says 20%. Change the reality, Amir. You can't say why not 99%? Why not 100%? Why 40%? Why not 99%? Yeah, 99% of people support them. Yeah,
Hang on. Society, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Alex, Iran International said 20%.
Iranian, look, I don't care what Iranian has.
Do you accept Iran International?
20% is false.
The Iran International says it.
I don't know what statement you've taken.
Do you want Iran International? Do you want me to give you sources?
Use GAMAN, GAMAN.
That's what it says 40%.
With them. I have shared GAMAN survey with him. I have shared GAMAN with you.
You argued with me for 8 years about the number of Iranian deaths. You just cannot make up numbers. You can have your own opinion.
No, not my opinion. Iran International.
Stop just talking about
Iranian. Yes, send the international link here.
As far as I'm concerned,
send it here.
You're pretty much ignorant about Iranian.
But let him send it. Please send the international link here.
Who's jumping?
Please send the international link.
No, let me make that clear. Amir, from the beginning, he didn't accept the numbers of Iranian deaths. Now he's coming up with silly numbers of support for the Iranian government.
Iran International said 36,000 protesters being massacred by regime. You question the validity of that platform. But send me the link. Please send me the link. The Iran International link.
Stop interrupting me when I'm speaking. Can you just close your mic, please? We cannot have two people speaking at the same time. So, you're entitled to your opinion, but don't keep on repeating it to Iranians. You just keep on frustrating us. It's infuriating just to hear you. I accept the fact that you're ignorant about Iran. You're not Iranian.
No, I'm not ignorant.
You're absolutely ignorant.
I'm giving you facts.
That during the massacre, you're now showing it with these silly numbers you're coming up with.
It says about Iran International said Baba.
Nation. You have no idea, but you insist on it. Which is fine. You're entitled to your opinion. Just go and tell it to
Hold on. I'll give you the Iran International.
Doesn't matter what you give me.
Is one thing, right? The reality is the sitting government of Iran still exists and hasn't been toppled. If it's really true, everybody in Iran wants to topple it. Keep in mind, to keep a bureaucracy running, you need people, right? You need people. If everybody is so angry with the government would have been overthrown a long time ago, just like they were in the 70s.
You are empty-handed. That's the point. They kill us.
The Chinese guy who has no idea what's happening about the dynamics inside Iran. That is not the way it works in Iran. People don't want them.
Okay, here's the link.
If they protest, they either die or go to prison.
Albert, I put the link. Alex, my link says 20%. Are you okay with 20%?
Yeah, 20% is a maximum you can see.
No,
what you look at 20% is the maximum you can give credit to.
Is the number that Iran has already quoted? I would accept.
You can't give them 21%? 21%?
No, you cannot give them 21%.
What about 20.5%?
It also, just let me finish, please.
Sure.
So it also has to take into context, when was that those numbers expressed? Things have changed a lot in Iran. At this point of time, as we speak, at this moment, they're lucky if they have 10%.
Okay. Maji, do you agree 20% is good? Capiche? Mazi?
I posted a very robust survey. It's slightly dated. June of 2024, but the methodology is
the dates between June 2024 and February 2026.
Jacob, what does your survey say? 50%, 40%, 30%?
It says at that time 19.5% yes to Islamic Republic, no to Islamic Republic 68.3, I don't know 12.2.
No, okay. So there's still I don't know, Alex.
Right.
Do you know I don't know? Maybe they're picking China. I think they think China is the best way to go.
No, I don't.
No, that's not enough.
I don't have anything to do with this. I think
That's not enough.
all these data points is only one data point, and I'll give you another one. Right, the congressional approval rating of the United States is about 11% right now. So what I mean is, for the people in any country, whether they want to uprise and overthrow the country is a delicate consideration of expected outcomes, right? It is true in many countries, if you protest in a violent manner, there's a legal consequences, as is in Iran, right? But you have to, for an everyday citizen to consider to uprise, it's a balance of the risk to be taken and the outcome to be expected, which is to say, to ask a survey of how many people would like to change of government is a different thing than how many people are actually so unbearably bad, in such unbearable situation, they want to come out and violently overthrow the government. Those are two different things.
The current congressional approval rating is 32% out of 11.
A few months old or something.
No, that's this is January of 2026. Harvard Harris poll. 57 disapproval, 32 approval.
That point goes like
you are implicating the Iranian people for violently trying to overthrow the regime.
You could say I'm wrong, but you could prove me right by this time actually overthrow the government. If you can't overthrow the government,
they've got heavy machine guns.
That's what we are trying to do. We are urging the United States to attack them just the same as you support the regime by empowering them by using surveillance instruments and CCTV cameras.
Iran is to have a different government. I'm pretty confident that China and Iran will still work together in business deals.
But after revolution, we will remember who stood by us and who stood by our sworn enemy, the Islamic regime. Trust us, we will never forget China, Russia, Qatar, Turkey, all those bunches of dictatorship and terrorism that are supporting this regime. So trust our judgment and trust our memory. We are a nation of over 7,000 years of civilization. We will always remember our enemies and our friends. I personally don't consider a nation which is could be Chinese an enemy. I wouldn't never ever implicate the nation. But so long as that ruling system, that communism is ruling your country, that will be my enemy.
About that. Guys, it's politics. It's not, kindergarten.
It's your problem. It's not about politics. It's about basic human rights. That's the point. You let your political ideology to stand in your way to see the atrocities of this regime. That's your problem, sir. And you should be ashamed. It's not about
how many Americans
it's about politics. It's about basic human rights.
Are you saying China should intervene in America because American police are shooting too many Americans to death? This is your politics?
In the United States, there are already structures and legal processes for people
this is the part
to
that
follow.
Ideology
has breached the law.
Ideology.
In Iran, they shoot a plane on the air and they deny it for 3 fucking days. They deny it that they have shot an airplane on the sky, and they never
The Ukrainian plane?
Yes, the Ukrainian planes, PS-752, and they never say who was the main guy, and they never imprison anyone for it. So how dare you compare such a corrupt regime with the United States or whatever state in any part of the world?
I'm very happy to compare the Chinese government against the United States government. Honestly, I'm very happy to make that comparison.
Stubby, we can't hear you, bro. You're in the Matrix again. I don't know. I think the Pahlavi person, if he comes in, and let's do hypothetical, right? Let's say he comes in, and America tells him that you have to stay in power. You're gonna be our puppet or whatever. And let's say he starts arresting a whole bunch of people. Let's say he starts arresting IRGC supporters. Let's say he goes after those people that were trying to support IRGC and he kicks them out or whatever. How would that make you feel, Velvet? Would you, would you condemn your Reza Pahlavi at that moment?
Anyone who has their hand on Iranian people's blood should be brought to justice. I would support that. But anyone who opposes Reza Pahlavi but doesn't have Iranian blood on their hand, they should be free to express their ideas, to criticize Reza Pahlavi in the most extreme way. They should be able to swear Reza Pahlavi. I should be able to swear Reza Pahlavi, even if he is the king. I will fight for that. I will fight for that. But sorry, any supporter of IRGC is like, so they should be behaved as the Hitler supporters in Germany are be treated, behaved. So anyone in Germany with supporting Hitler.
That's not a fair comparison. That's not a fair
comparison. It's not fair because this regime shouldn't be compared to any other.
IRGC hasn't put you in the ovens, okay? And there's a lot of atrocities that happened to the Jewish people and gypsies, LGBTQ people.
You can fact check me.
But in relation to the LGBTQ, I heard that if it's two guys doing it, they turn one guy into a woman, right? By chopping up their private parts. So they are for LGBTQ.
Amir, search this name. Parvaneh Eskandari. She was butchered. Let me give you the exact date. About 28 years ago. 28 years ago, Parvaneh Eskandari, alongside with her husband, he was butchered, and this regime cut her breasts and every part of her body. They butchered him and stabbed him with knives. Don't tell me about the atrocities.
Do you have a link? Do you have a link?
What?
But that's look. There are cases.
It's not just her. I just gave you an example.
No, there are cases.
It's
there are
about
cases.
many people.
Okay, hang on. No, but the reason why it's not a fair comparison, yes, there's a lot of casualties that were done by IRGC. Okay, IRGC is bad. I don't support IRGC. My whole point is you should never compare what Hitler did, right, to the people versus IRGC. I don't think any regime comes even close to Hitler, till now.
Edward, that's my point. I just try to.
Yeah. So you should not do that. You said the people that support the IRGC. I gave you a hypothetical. If Reza Pahlavi comes in and he goes after the IRGC supporters, whatever, and they're criticizing because the father of Reza Pahlavi did arrest a lot of people. Okay, did torture them. Yeah, it was a secret police, and there's a lot. We can go into the facts because you're not going to sit here and say that he was a pious person. You're not going to do that. Even the grandfather, he wasn't a pious person. He literally passed a law where women could not wear hijab. You know this, I know this, right?
I mean, once again, your knowledge of Iran is lacking. Also, you seem to have no concept of time and era. So first of all, no, the Shah did not do anything to the people with hijab or anything like that. That was his father.
I'm talking about the grandpa Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, that was his father. So
that's what I'm saying, Grandpa Reza Pahlavi.
But there was a reason for that. It was a kind of a forceful change of culture, which happened, and the Iranians accepted it now.
No, why would they accept such a thing? You're going against it.
Because it wasn't a very religious country. It wasn't like.
There's people that did practice the religion.
Let me answer. Sure. Why? It was a time and era. So that was the time of the same movement in Turkey under Ataturk.
Why are you doing Turkey? Turkey's a secular state. They don't care, bro.
No. Amir, it was not about forcing women to show their hair. It was not like that. It was the same thing that is happening in France.
You really have to control your mic. Just speak in terms, please.
Yeah, please allow Alex speak. No, let's not suppress his voice.
No, I'm not suppressing it.
Please, Alex, please.
Whenever something comes to his mind, you open it.
I know.
So, yes, that was the era of
Let's not laugh at him, Emrose. That's a bad person, bad girl. Don't laugh at Alex, okay? All right, go on, Alex.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You can laugh at me as much as.
No, it's not a good thing. We shouldn't be laughing at your voice, you know.
As long as you don't
Emrose again, laughing. No bueno.
Yeah. Now. So the question you asked, yes, at the era when the grandfather did that was the era of change of culture, and he took notes from the Turkey and the Ataturk movement, and he thought that is a good idea, and he went after that. Yes. When it came to the sun, there was no more restrictions. Under the sun, anyone could wear whatever they want. Now, going back to once again, is I say you have to take note of the time and era and numbers. Yes, the Shah was a dictator, but according to even the government of the current government, the Shah killed 3,000 people. Their numbers has far surpassed it by the multiple of 20 or 30 or 40. So yes, it's not that Shah was an angel, but the whole time during his reign, 3,000 people died under, so like if they call it for political reasons. On the new government, we're now kind of reaching 100,000 people. That's a huge difference. The second part is that the third part, is what you mentioned that, you cannot compare it to Hitler. Yes, once again, different era. It was a World War II. Maybe the numbers and the crimes that Hitler committed in terms of sheer numbers is much worse and much much more from a larger magnitude. But in a 2026, if you come in and massacre 40,000-50,000 people in 2 days, that is paramount to what Hitler did. You have to take notice of the
You
time.
just say 40,000-50,000 people in 2 days?
Yes.
What?
That is what happened. That is what happened in January of 2026 in Iran.
Where?
All over the country.
Across the entire country.
And
Across the
that
entire country.
number comes from?
Iran International, right, Alex?
Yeah, it's Iran International. Even the president of U.S. has now agreed to 32,000 of it. We think it's actually higher.
Okay.
But yeah, so you want to take the 32,000? Let's just stick to the.
So Alex, can I say something?
Yeah, can I ask a question after you're done? I'm back.
Yes. The government said 3,000, right? And the human rights organization said 7,000.
No.
And they're still investigating 11,000 people.
No.
And Iran International said 36,000.
I don't want to go through this argument again with you guys.
No, but Alex, come on, man. Come on, let's go. I'm giving the mic.
No, but Alex, my problem, wait, hold on. I don't want to be dismissive. Hold on. Alex, the last thing I want to be dismissive or disrespectful, because one person is one too many. Okay, that's the basic assumption. But my question is, if we want to have an honest conversation, we need to establish like the boundaries of arguments. If you're going to make an empirical statement, like these are the numbers, and I don't want to cancel your personal knowledge because I do think it's important, and I do think that people on the ground and people who are relevant and have more gravitas in terms of opinion, but we still have to give it the proper addressing, right? And as much as reliable of a person as you can, we can't just take word for it when it comes to such delicate numbers. So we need to establish what are the sources of knowledge that we're engaging with.
I know, but the nation has accepted that.
When you say the nation, what do you mean?
The president of U.S. now expresses that 32,000. You don't want to take my word. Take the U.S. government number.
Okay, so let's 32,000 until now, right?
It's not until now. It's happened only in 2 days.
In 2 days, 32,000?
Yes.
Iran International said 36,000. Alex, why are you minimizing the numbers?
No, we actually think it's a lot higher.
Alex, I have a really blunt question.
Sure. Actually,
what was the main cause of death?
What was the main cause of that?
Yes.
Yeah, because millions of people came to the.
No, main cause of death, not that. Death.
I'm sorry. Is it a shooting? Is it machine? Okay.
Oh yeah, machine guns.
Machine guns, 50 caliber, AK-47, 5.62 rounds, just you name it.
Yeah, they use military machine guns. There's some kind of a weapon called. We lost our Ukrainian friend. It's called a dushka, or apparently it's a.
I wouldn't call it a
dushka. That's a 15 millimeter.
You're talking
about special kind of weaponry.
You're talking about the machine guns that we saw on
Dushka, no. Dushka's a 15 millimeter cannon.
Hold on, Jakob, just a second. Alex, are you referring to the ones that we saw images of, like the machine guns on the back of trucks?
No, I'm not referring to machine guns. That's the weapon that was used. I'm not referring to any.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking if that was the main way that people were killed.
People by all different means, by the way.
So I'm asking what kind, because killing 30, I don't want to, I'm trying to understand how. No, it's okay. Just explain to me how was it aerial bombings? Was it automatic weapons?
I keep on telling you, it was on the ground.
Yes, but through weapons, automatic weapons? So automatic weapons.
But you have to also realize, Rose.
Alex, it's a very simple question. Was it mostly automatic weapons? Was it a tear gas?
It was all of them.
It's like the equivalent of a Galil. Like, it's just the national military guys running around.
Okay, what difference would it make if it wasn't 32,000, if it was only 3,000?
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. So don't argue about it.
Hold on. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to come to the.
I'm
trying to understand. Hold on, Alex. I'm playing devil's advocate, okay? So if we're saying 36,000, and hold on, I'm trying, Alex, hold on. Alex, you have, hold on. I need you to answer a really basic question.
Let me describe
Okay, describe it. Okay.
So the massacre happened across Iran. First, you have to realize Iran is a country of 90 million. It was a nationwide issue. So it was over 1,000 different places that these acts happened.
We have records of over 1,000
Oh yes.
locations.
So add.
So can you give me an access to that list? Is there a mapping of it?
There's no official list for it. Then
they have an official list of 7,000.
Hold on.
No, that's 3,000.
Okay, Alex, hold on. Let me be clear on my question.
Rose, just let me finish my sentence. It takes 20 seconds. And the means of killing the people was through machine guns, handguns, even knives, any kind of machetes, everything. It was all kinds of weapons used. The machine gun is the one that Iranians emphasize because that's the most deadliest one. But the killing was across the board with all kinds of weapons.
Okay, okay, Alex, you said 1,000 different locations of altercations, or is it just like a metaphor?
You have to realize it. In a city,
no,
there are hundreds of locations. For example, in Tehran.
Alex, I need you to understand something. If you're going to say 36,000 people were killed in 2 days, I don't want to dispute that because you're right. In a country of 93 million people, in certain situations, that might be a feasible option. However, to claim to say that 36,000 people were machine guns in 2 days in major urban areas, I'm not sure you understand what that looks like. Now, I'm not trying to undermine. I'm trying. Okay, so I'm asking.
What 1,000 locations?
The Iranian community. Let me finish, Alex. Let me finish. No, because you don't let me finish my question.
Can I help you with some understanding of this?
No, Alex, I want to finish my question.
Alex, please allow me to finish. I want Mazi to come in as well. Mazi's been waiting.
Alex, you say there's 36,000. I don't want to be disrespectful. However, knowing the Iranian community, they're very proficient, they're very intelligent. Are you seriously telling me there is no mapping of at least the major locations of where this has happened? Here you have 2,000.
Yes.
Where is
they
that?
shut down the internet. How do you expect us to give you exact?
Then how do you know it's 36,000 in 2 days?
Because I face a government that shoots a plane on the sky and denies it for 3 days. I would question them, even if they say 2 times 2 equals 4. Whatever they say, I would question them. They shoot a plane on the sky and deny it.
You have to calm down. Velvet, listen, I'm not denying what you're saying, but you can't simultaneously say, I know the number, and at the same time claim that you can't, hold on, that you can't give any substantial kind of mapping or information because there's no access to information. That doesn't make sense. You need to be consistent.
Okay, let's say if it is 7,000 people, what difference does it make?
To me, it doesn't.
Intelligence is 4,000.
The only thing that matters for is your integrity and credibility. You want to fucking be my guest, but when you say such a statement, and then you say that you can't back it up because there's no access, you lose credibility, and that's fucking over your narrative. You're only shooting yourselves in the foot.
No.
I think Mazi wants to jump in now.
There's 4,000 different locations.
You guys
put a map downstairs.
We try to explain our warning.
Yes, Alex, brother, just hang on a second. Alex, my friend, please allow Mazi. He might have a question, and then we can go back and forth. Go on, Mazi.
Yeah, the question was originally for Alex. So my thing is, one thing as an Iranian, one thing I really see important about this whole thing is that it isn't, and it hasn't been it's Iranians killing Iranians, which really, really bothers me. Because one thing Iranians are, no matter what religion you are, most of the time you'll find the Iranian being patriotic. So Iranians killing Iranians really, really bothers me. It's one of the main things that sticks out.
Yaakov, that's not the source.
It says they sourced it from the IRGC internal.
I'm just gonna shut up, man.
Please allow Majid to.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
No, finish, brother. Finish.
Listen, man.
Come on.
So one thing that's one thing that really sticks out and bothers me, right, Alex? So whether the Shah killed 3,000, he killed his own people. Whether the IRGC killed 30, 40, 50, 60,000, they killed their own
This
people.
is not the first massacre, Mark.
Wait.
This is not the
Please
first.
let me finish. Please, I'm getting to my point. So I know it's not the first massacre, but either way, both leaderships, both people in power, whether it was the Shah's time or this time right now, they killed their own people. And that's what really, really sticks out to me and really fucks with me. So could we agree that neither system works? That neither a monarchy works and theocracy doesn't work?
This argument is neither here nor there, because most countries, when they have dictatorships, it's the own people who are killing the other people. That's
I don't care. I'm talking about Iran. I don't care about other countries.
That is pretty normal.
Killing your own people is never normal. But I'm not talking about other countries. I'm talking about what happened to Iran under both reigns. Obviously, it doesn't work.
Any dictatorship has the same.
So what?
So what I'm saying.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. Hold on, you're not Velvet. You're not listening you're not listening to me. You're just hearing me. Listen to me. What I'm saying. I'm saying, can we agree that neither system works, nor a theocracy, not a theocracy, nor a monarchy? Neither work. We need a democracy.
What you're trying to say is we should not have a dictatorship. That's the obvious.
Yes, and I'm also saying we should have a monarchy.
Talk about the obvious.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying you guys want to go a lot. Not you guys, because I don't know what you said. I'm saying that a lot of. No, I'm not done. A lot of you spoke for like 55 minutes. A lot of Iranians want to go. A lot of oh my fucking. Well, I can talk over you if I want, but I'm not going to. A lot of Iranians want to go backwards and want a monarchy again. I'm saying neither work. This doesn't work, and that didn't work. So if we're going to get a democracy, let's get a true democracy. Bringing a monarch in is not going to help our situation because we're repeating history. We don't want more Iranians to die, period. Can we agree to that?
No, what you're saying is a false premise. Because no Iranian is coming out and saying, oh, please give me another dictatorship.
No, but
this is like the most stupid.
Yeah, but they're repeating history by wanting a monarch. What do you mean? Obviously, nobody. Now you're stating the obvious.
No, I know, but no one is asking for that. First,
by repeating history, in essence,
just to make it clear, I'm actually not a great fan of monarchy. I think it's an outdated institution.
Mashallah.
But even the Iranians who are asking for monarchy, which I personally believe they're going to be in the minority when it comes to the vote, even those people who are just wait mostly for the catchphrase. So even the monarchists are not asking for a dictatorship monarchy. They're talking about this fantasy of constitutional monarchy, like for example Norway or UK, which on its own I think is outdated. I mean, if it was up to me, Charles would even be a king anymore. It's bullshit. The whole system is something from the past.
Okay, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to.
But you have to be very clear about that. Even the Iranian staunch monarchists, they're not asking for a dictatorship. They're asking for a constitutional monarchy based on what they see in Europe. That's what they're asking for.
I mean, Javid Shah is pretty clear. You know what I'm saying? Javid Shah is pretty clear.
Yeah, but they're not calling that. But that you cannot call the monarchies in Europe as a dictatorship. That's what they're kind of aiming for. I think they're in the minority, and there would never be a monarchy in Iran again. But what I'm saying is, even the ones who are asking for it, they're not asking for a dictatorship. They're asking for some kind of a European fantasy monarchy, which is It is what it is.
Well, weren't they complaining about money being wasted? If we get a monarchy, and just as a symbolic thing, you know how much money is going to be wasted on royalty? Like, come on, man. It's a bunch of
outdated institution.
I agree. I just wanted to see. Hold on, Alex. You're right, Velvet. And we spoke about that the other night. You're right. But Alex, that's the take I wanted to hear. Where you were with that. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, I know it's a waste of money. Monarchy is a waste of money. Everyone, but not everyone. But obviously they have their own fan base. But what I'm saying is, the maximum damage is money. Money being paid for some useless institution. But that's only money.
I mean, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons the demonstrations even started was money. The store owners, you know, it's one of the reasons.
What I see many people are asking for is for a foreign government to come and bomb their own country so that they could have a change of government. But reality is, if it was a foreign government that bombs and does a regime change in Iran, they're going to install whatever government they want. So they're not asking.
You're not all China.
They're not asking for a monarchy or anything. They're asking, please come and bomb us and install any government you want.
No one installs any government anywhere. Those days are long gone. Come back to the 21st century. I know you're Chinese and you have a central dictatorship government, but doesn't mean that you should deny the whole world. Even the so-called monarchies in the, for example, the anarchies, that whatever you think, they're not even, because they have their own policies. So like MDS has his own policy. Qatar has been fighting Trump over Iran for so much, and they have a very strong lobby. These people have their own minds.
The difference
this
is
whole
leverage.
idea of puppet government is from a different century.
All those countries have leverage against America. Whereas you are advocating, we're going to give up all the missiles, we're going to do whatever the West wants us to do and bomb our government so we can have a different government, you lose all that leverage. So it's one thing to ask for help.
Iran, just like existence, is its own leverage.
It's another thing to capitulate.
Show me one of these puppet governments that you keep on talking about.
You know, there's an English saying, you're an American, nobody knows this, there's an English saying, beggars cannot be choosers. If you beg, you're not going to choose who's your master.
That's what you think. But I asked you a straight question. Show me one of these puppet governments that you keep on talking about. It doesn't exist in 21st century. It's a thing of the past. It's the same thing as a monarchy. Yes, in the old days we had dictatorship monarchs, except the means of government. We had puppet governments.
Well, what do you think Bahrain is?
But today, none of this is acceptable.
Well, you don't think Bahrain is a puppet government?
I'm sorry? Which one? Who?
He said Bahrain.
Bahrain is not a puppet government either.
Absolutely.
Even they are coming up with their own policy.
That's a very interesting example. We had a Ukrainian Hindu.
I mean, how big is
Ukraine is a puppet government. Let's face it. Zelensky is a Western puppet. He actually gives up his own decision to the ones.
Yeah, Qatar is the best
government out there.
I mean, many people disagree that Zelensky is a puppet of Trump.
Yeah, well, many
snooze fest, Edward.
He's a puppet of a coalition of Western governments who actually Trump.
That must be Chinese political version of it. We don't see.
You don't think Bahrain is a puppet of Saudi Arabia?
No, Bahrain is not even puppet. I thought you would say puppet of U.S. No, it's not puppet of U.S. Neither puppet of Saudi Arabia. But these small countries, see, when you're a small country, you make deals. So, for example, Saudi Arabia is its own country, but for its defense, they made a deal with U.S. That doesn't make them a puppet. And you can see that when it comes to this even Qatar.
I agree.
It's like the smallest of them. Saudi is actually pretty large compared to Qatar. Like, you take Qatar, which is a tiny country which relies entirely on U.S.
It's not the size, it's the motion of the ocean.
Huh? Sorry?
Yeah, listen, I do agree in that,
Edward, you're crazy.
Agency, right? But that agency depends on how strong they are.
militarily, economically, diplomatically.
They all have. I mean, the whole idea of
hold on.
gone.
What Tiger is trying to no, the idea of puppet government still exists. Right?
Well, I disagree respectfully.
Well, you're wrong. Respectfully, right?
Okay.
The idea of puppet government have always existed, will always exist.
I agree with the past tense, not the present tense.
Will always exist. Have always existed.
And definitely not the future.
This will always be the case, and the idea that even puppets have to a certain extent agency, which will change over time, also has always existed, will always exist. There have always been examples throughout all of history of puppets rising up against their overlords, right? And causing commotion for them.
What I'm saying is the notion of puppet governments in the 21st century is long gone.
No, my man, what are you talking about? Pakistan is the living example. Last year, like a year and a half ago, that happened in Pakistan. They overthrew the Imran Khan, who was the elected person, but he wasn't going against because he was still talking too much in the United Nations. He was talking about they have an Islamic then and all that, and look what's happening with him, and now they have a puppet government, and all of a sudden, America is so good with Pakistan.
Whose puppet is Pakistan?
U.S.
If you guys think that okay, see, these are the difference of.
But Alex, hold on. I think we have an issue, Alex. We have an issue with definitions, Alex. We have an issue. We have an issue with definitions. Alex, we have an issue with definitions. How are you defining the word puppet government?
Puppet governments are the governments who basically work at the behest of another government.
Pakistan.
Okay, yeah.
Pakistan does not work on the behest of U.S. because
yes, they do.
There's a lot of bad.
I am a Pakistani.
Is a nuclear state which does a lot of bad things against the wishes.
Okay, let me ask you something.
No. Hold on. Wait. In the post Imran Khan Pakistan, what have they done that is contrary to the wishes of the American empire?
What have they? Okay, first, America doesn't have an empire. Second,
come on.
So the closeness of Pakistan and Taliban and Afghanistan. Yeah, he asked a question and he's answered. And how they support this bunch of real medieval people called Taliban is definitely not a U.S. wish.
Because U.S. created Taliban in the 70s and 80s to fight the USSR.
Wait. What goes against the American interest?
That is being misconstrued. So what U.S. did in the 70s and 80s when the Russians were there, they went and armed a bunch of bloody ragtags and with these stupid religious schools in order to get the Russians out, which then they became a monster on their own.
So you believe those stupid raggags with a bunch of AK-47s were able to defeat the USSR and the ISI had nothing to do with being undercover acting as Taliban defeating them?
ISI has been supporting the Taliban from day one. Yeah, and this is a problem now.
Yes, that's the thing. See, the U.S. wanted ISI.
Misfits.
Habibi, the U.S. wanted...
Dude, I'm not talking about the 70s and 80s. I'm telling you right now.
Still supporting these idiots.
So right now... No, they're not. They're going to war with Afghanistan.
They are already at war.
They have literally just declared war in Afghanistan. What are you talking about?
Let's hope it. From my understanding, the only government...
Your understanding is shit if you don't know what's going on.
So just...
They attacked 12 Afghan posts and killed their Minister of Education yesterday.
Yeah, everyone believes that the Taliban, the government which has most influence on them is Pakistan. Now, if you guys think if Pakistan is against Taliban, maybe we can get rid of Taliban.
Okay, so
this actually proves. Hold on, wait, Aryan. This actually proves the point. In the past, under Imran Khan, that may have been the case. Yeah. But since the overthrow of Imran Khan,
and the installation of what is commonly referred to and known as an American puppet government. They are doing what America wants them to do, which is they are no longer supporting the Afghan government.
Let's hope. I'm gonna.
So this proves that puppet government still exists.
This puppet government of Pakistan goes against Taliban because these people are menaced.
They literally just declared war against them.
All right, let me ask you that. If they are so against Pakistan, how come they were the ones they made peace with Pakistan when Imran Khan was over there? There was no fighting. There was nothing going on. As soon as there was peace, Imran Khan said to the United States, okay, you got the Bin Laden, get out of Afghanistan. They left Afghanistan. They had nothing. He came out talking in the UN against all the people who were being Islamophobic and all the yada, yada, yada. After a year later, all of a sudden, Imran Khan gets thrown out. Pakistanis are fighting with Afghans again.
America did not leave because of Pakistan, okay? I think you need to understand.
Yeah, that's true. And also, can I chime in a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
I want to talk mostly from the Pakistani perspective. I'm a Pakistani, Amir, and Aryan. This is a big misnomer that when Imran Khan was kind of thrown in for 2 years, he did the whole dog and pony show that it was because of USA. And his own words, now he says that it was because of the army. So thinking about Imran Khan as, you know, as if he was some sort of like a messiah or a non-American puppet is just as ridiculous. And I do agree that America, like Pakistan, acts like a puppet in many ways, and so does ISI. It's not really, I don't know why Alex is not really getting that. I agree with that, but you know, Imran Khan was very much a puppet of Taliban because he wanted to get a lot of votes in his province because that's where Taliban was kind of going for. And Pakistan themselves have funded Taliban for their own reasons because Pakistan was sending Taliban when they needed it for Kashmir, right? So Pakistan also funded Taliban for their own reason. It's just, you know, obviously when you groom such a toxic virus, you can't really control it, which is the same exact thing that I think something Alex was saying that, you know, Taliban were created by this militia. And then obviously no one can, you know, control that militia forever. Obviously there's going to be spillage. So that's my point of view. I think there are a lot of good points being made, but saying that somehow when Imran Khan was a part of it, Taliban's were not really ruling it. It's just like kind of ridiculous, and it's just propaganda by Imran Khan's voters.
Yeah, and I also want to say I want to keep away from these provincial arguments. I know every country they like to call their governments puppets of this and that and stuff, but reality of the world is there are no puppets. A nuclear powered state like Pakistan, they basically make their own bed. Now, whether it's right or wrong, I'm not going to argue over that with you guys. What I'm saying is, these countries nowadays, each of these countries, make their own decisions because that's how the world is going. It's even like in a workplace that nowadays you live. In the old days, when you worked in a workplace, the boss was everything. Nowadays, the employees have agency. And the boss can say many things and do many things because he has the most power. But he cannot go completely rebel against them and basically ignore them. This whole puppet issue, yes, in the colonial era there were puppets. In the past we had real puppets. Today things have changed. As I said, even like the countries that we think are most closest to the superpowers, or like for example, like the Arab Gulf Arab, which are most close to America, they're not no American puppet. They make their own decisions when it comes to the crunch, but they try to have a mutual agreement. It's a give and take. It's like a trade. You give something, you take something. But
Alex, what do you think of the Solomon Islands?
I'm sorry?
What do you think of the Solomon Islands? Are they an independent nation?
To be honest, that's one place I have no idea about, so I'm not going to make a single comment about it.
Okay, so there are a bunch of so-called independent countries, like Palau and the Solomon Islands, yada, 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 in the Pacific,
that are on paper.
Don't know anything about the government.
Yeah, on paper they are independent nations. They're called independent nations, but everybody knows that America controls them, and they do exactly what America tells them to do.
I mean, if you come and tell me that America controls this island or that island or a couple of Caribbean islands, yeah, that is possible. Those things have, they have no independence. They're nothing.
Yeah, so on paper they're independent nations.
I know.
But behind the scenes, they are completely acting at the behest of America.
To a real nation or something like Pakistan is a whole.
No, but it's about understanding. Alex. It's about understanding that this thing
is it's not like a big power.
Alex, you talk a lot and you don't listen at all.
Elon Musk can run.
Thank you so much. Someone finally called this faggot out. Thank you.
Alex, you have to understand that puppetry is a spectrum of
binary. Right? Please use the word gay. Are you gay, Alex? Use the word gay. Are you gay?
I will be gay.
No, Alex, you have to understand.
If you guys think being gay is actually a bad thing,
it's not
a bad thing.
I don't care where you stick your dick.
Gay means funny. Gay means funny.
You have to understand that puppetry. When people speak about puppetry,
don't be too small.
So when people speak about puppetry, it's on a spectrum. It's not a binary. It's not that you are either a puppet or not at all a puppet. You're not completely independent, nor are you completely at the behest of another nation. Typically.
Well,
it's somewhere in the middle. And where you are, dude, you gotta listen more than
it's like any business. You might be completely independent.
You gotta, Okay, so let me just finish what I'm trying to say before you can cut me off. How about that?
He's a chosen boy. Please allow chosen boy to speak, please. Come on, Rhonda, Ramadan.
So, when we speak about nations being puppets to, the superpowers of the world or regional hegemons, right? You have to speak about it on a gradient scale, right? So, even the Gulf countries, and especially in the past, now they have a lot more agency than they did in the past. In the past, they had a lot less agency than they do today. Back then, we would have called them puppets because on the scale, they're closer to being puppets, complete and utter vassals, as opposed to complete and utter independent states. That gradient will shift over time, and that shift will depend on multiple factors. The power of your economy versus the power of the other of the superpowers, the power of your military as opposed to the power of the superpowers military. The power of your diplomacy as opposed to the power of the diplomacy of the other power, right? So when you build up more and more power through military, through the economy, through diplomacy, and other factors such as soft power and media and yada, 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 then you can assert more and more agency. But as your power diminishes, your economic power, your military power, your diplomatic standing, your soft power, as this diminishes, you are more at the behest of the surrounding superpowers and or regional hegemons. And you fall greater into their sphere of influence. What Tiger was trying to explain to you is beggars can't be choosers, in the sense that if you are begging to have your country bombed, your country disarmed, right, and your economy collapse, and become completely at the behest of another nation, then you will fall too far on the scale into a lack of agency and more into becoming a vassal.
Okay, so
and falling into the sphere of influence of a regional hegemon or into the influence of a super.
Yeah, so if you want to go by that definition, which you're kind of shifting the definitions, then Iran is now a puppet of China and Russia. So by that definition of yours, so I'd rather be a puppet of America than China and Russia.
Okay, do you really think that Iran is a puppet of China or Russia?
By your definition, yeah.
How so?
Because Iranians have only two trading partners, two people that they can ask for help for, which at limited help they actually offer. They really don't offer that much. And for example, China is the only one who is keeping the Iranian economy even operating. The fact that it's actually already bankrupt is a different story. But even at the bankruptcy level, the only thing which is keeping them afloat is China. So that makes them a puppet of China. And the Russians are the only one which politically are keeping these people afloat because they have no allies in the world.
Iranian people are keeping it afloat too.
Hold on. In what way is Iran acting at the behest of China?
So do you know how Iran? First, the economy has completely collapsed. They have no trading partner. So they only can sell the oil to one main customer, namely China, at 30% discount. On top of that, China would not even pay Iranians
not
money.
30, 10%.
Okay, you say what you like to say. But meanwhile, they cannot even get monetary compensation for the oil they give to China. They have to just basically import Chinese goods. The Iranians cannot even open a bank account in China. So it's literally like a barter. So Iran is allowed to sell its oil at major discounts. So not to argue with this guy Weifan, which is a Iranian government supporter. We have to sell it at a discount and barter it with Chinese goods. Now, that is a full dependence on China. If China tomorrow decides to not buy,
you're not answering my question. You know that, right?
That's it. That's it.
No. What I asked you was, in what way is Iran acting at the behest of China? So,
do you think Iranians want this arrangement?
Again, you're not answering the question. You have a great trading agreement. Hold on. You have a great trading agreement with China.
No,
very
great.
One, right?
No, it is a shit trading agreement with China, but it's the only agreement they can get.
Do you know that there's more? Do you know that there's almost as much? Do you know that there's almost as much total trade going to the United Arab Emirates as there is to China?
I'm sorry. Come again.
There's almost the total trade, right, between China and Iran is about $32 billion. The total trade between the United Arab Emirates and Iran is about $28 billion.
Do you understand?
So the difference between 32.
Do you understand the flow of this?
Yes, I'm looking at the flow right now. So with China, you have 17. So with China, with China, you import 17.8 billion, export 14.58. With the UAE, 21 billion in exports, 7 billion in 21 billion in imports, 7 billion in exports. So if you're comparing,
can I say something? I'm really sorry, but can I say something? Bingo is not true because we are under sanctions, so we need our money from China and we use UAE, and that's you think we have a really good partnership with the UAE.
The flow chart of it, he doesn't have this whole thing about the money. And so for the Iranian oil, China pays zero money. For the Iranian petrochemicals, they get some cash for it, and that cash flows through UAE.
Yeah. So just on the books, right? You have about as much trade.
No, the flow
Yes.
chart of it.
So on the books, you have about as much trade with China as you do with the UAE.
Well,
now you can say that a lot of the UAE trade.
Just explain it to you.
Yes.
You didn't realize what I said.
I did. Now you can say a lot of the UAE trade is actually coming from China, right?
UAE doesn't have. UAE is a money laundering hub.
I know.
Iran.
And what goes through the UAE, you don't really know where it goes at the end.
Yeah, it is literally the money laundering.
So it could be China, it could be other nations as well.
UAE has actually any goods to sell to Iran. UAE is a money laundering hub of Iran.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of countries that trade to Iran through the UAE. So it's not just China.
And that's
right?
Money laundering.
So you can't attribute all of the trade with the UAE to China alone. Right?
I told
in addition to that,
I told you.
In addition to that,
to the part of it.
In addition to that, you have a lot of trade that also goes to Turkey. Now, the trade that goes through Turkey, that's not going to be Chinese trade now, is it? No. Right? Yeah. So given all that I have just said, I'll ask you the question one more time. Because you're not willing to answer the actual question. And I have to raise my voice because you continue to interrupt me when not answering the question that I asked you. In what way do you act at the behest of China?
What did I say?
What did Iran do that was against its actual interests for the interests of China?
Oh my God. Benny, are you going to crash out?
This guy keeps interrupting me. And doesn't actually answer questions. He just talks nonsense.
Whatever people tell you.
I understand. I just want to know if you want to crash out. You can.
I really don't want to. I'm trying not to.
You're right. It's Ramadan. We shouldn't do this. We can.
But
yeah. See.
So Alex, in what way does Iran do, right? That is against its interests, but at the interest, but doesn't for the interests of China.
I think it's interesting that
you even hear what I said
by the West, and only have China to trade with. This is sparked by Alex as a suggestion that Iran is a Chinese puppet.
Without actually getting compensated for that.
Yeah. A country that can't trade with anybody else will do that.
So do you think
this is not something that they're being forced to do? This is something they are doing and is actually supporting them.
China is taking advantage of Iran.
Yes, I agree with you. However, Alex, this is for the interest of Iran of doing it for their own interests.
By the interest of Iranians. It is at the peace, and by that definition, makes Iran a puppet of China.
No, Alex, because they are doing this for their own interests.
No, they're doing China could have Iranians cash. China
can't give the Iranians cash because of the sanctions.
So
and by the way, they do through the UAE and other means, right?
See
No. This is the mutually beneficial. No, Alex. This is mutually beneficial. Iran finds a buyer.
They're not mutually beneficial.
No. This is mutually beneficial because Iran cannot sell to the global market.
It's so funny.
Iran finds a buyer. China gets cheap oil. This is a mutually beneficial relationship.
Just stop it.
Right? So, I'll ask you for the nth time. What does Iran do that goes against its interest, but does it at the behest of China, despite a negative impact on Iran?
Wanted to sell its oil at a discount to China. Iran never wanted to not get any money for it.
Yeah. Again,
a
lot of countries sell oil at a discount.
Just stop it. Just let me finish one sentence. If America does that to any other country, that would be the imperialism to the infinite. But because China does it, China is so benevolent. Unbelievable.
I didn't say that China was benevolent. And by the way, America buys Canadian crude at a 15% discount. Right?
Are you serious about that?
Yes, they do.
Do you know anything about the oil business?
Yes, and they buy it at a discount.
I just actually happen to be in that business, so you have no idea how.
I thought you were an anchor.
I'm sorry.
I thought you said you were a banker.
Yeah, like the energy bank.
Okay.
So You don't
So yes, America does buy Canadian food at a discount. There's nothing wrong with countries giving discounts to favorable nations.
Of crude or price, they're not priced by America. They're priced by the world market.
Yes, I know. And in relative to the world market, Canada gives America a discount.
Yeah,
why?
Because of the nature of the crude.
Not because of the nature of the crude.
They're not giving discount.
No.
Same crude as the world.
Yes, they are. Because if Canada sells that very same crude,
think about the business.
When Canada sells that very same crude to other nations, they don't give them the same rates that they give America. They give America preferential rates because of geographic proximity and reliability and buying.
Make up this stuff as much as you want. I don't care.
Dude, I'm Canadian. Like, this is Canada 101.
Because you're Canadian doesn't mean that you know anything about crude oil business.
Okay, does Canada sell their oil to other nations more expensive than they sell to America?
No.
Yes, they do.
No, the crude oil is basically priced at the grade of the oil. So Canada sells the same shitty crude to US at the same price it can sell to anywhere in the world. The fact is, the Canadian oil is of lesser quality. It is discounted. And that's what Canada produces. Now, if Canada produces high quality oil, they'll get the same price as the rest of the world. That's how much you are.
I've talked to you about oil before and debunked you on other stuff that you said about oil. Right? Because I have, because half of what you say is bullshit, honestly. Like, I don't know. Here, ChatGPT, yes, Canada's oil can sell at higher rates to non-US buyers than the US. Why? But it is not usually because Canada gives the US a special, cheaper deal.
No, it doesn't.
I'm reading it right now.
My fucking clients.
Dude, I'm reading it right now.
I don't know what.
Oh, ChatGPT it.
What the hell did you put into ChatGPT? And
does Canada sell their oil to other nations?
I'm not going to really argue with people.
Does Canada sell their oil to other nations more expensive than they do to America? It says yes. Canada can sell its oil at a higher price to non-US buyers than the US. But it does not, usually because Canada gives the US a special, cheaper deal. This was an agreement that we made a long time ago.
For cheaper Canadian oil.
There is.
No, you keep on saying that for forever. These companies are actually my clients, and you just make this stuff up. I don't even know what you enter in the ChatGPT, what you tried to get. I don't even know what your prompt was and what was the answer you.
I'll tell you what I told you what the prompt was.
But what I do actually know is what I do for a living. Canadian oil trades at the price. Every Canadian company, they try to get the best price for their oil wherever the customers are.
Yeah, I already told you what this deal was called.
Yeah.
Sorry, what the prompt was? I already told you what the prompt was.
Okay, go and complain to Carney and say like, why are you giving discounts?
No, it makes sense. No, but Alex, you have to understand. It makes sense because we have geographic proximity.
They try to make up facts. You get no. Dude, doesn't matter what
because we have.
Doesn't matter what you keep on saying, Benny. These companies that you're referring to are my actual clients. So I know their financials. I speak to the CFOs of that company, and I know what they're doing. And you keep on telling me whatever bullshit you want to say, and it's just infuriating.
Okay, so it's called the Western Canadian Select.
Yeah,
that's what the deal is called.
Western Canadian Select is as a discount because of the grade of the oil. Yeah, I know that. I know that for a living. For God's sake.
So this is special for the United States.
No, Western Canadian Select is the grade of an oil.
Yes, I mean, it's special to the United States.
It's like a grade. You have different kinds of oil. One of them is Western Canadian Select, and it has a global price. The Western Canadian Select oil can be sold at US at the same price as it can be sold at anywhere else.
No, it's sold to the US at a special rate.
No, okay, you think it's a special rate? Fine, good for you.
Go, dude, open ChatGPT.
I don't need to open ChatGPT for what I do for every day.
This is like a very well-known established fact. Everybody can in North America knows this. Everybody knows this in America, in North America.
Everybody knows it with you. And for God's sake, this everybody knows.
Can just anybody just can you guys Google this? Can you guys please Google this? Does Canada sell oil at a discount to the United States?
Just put the source link in the chat. WCS is at a discount to WTI. That is a fact.
WTF, let's move on.
My goodness, man, it's really frustrating speaking to people who are ignorant of the matter and they think they know everything.
Dude, like, you know better than ChatGPT. I don't know what to say to you. And by the way, everybody knows this in North America.
He does it for a living, man. No, I don't even know what.
So what? I don't care, dude. He's also said things that were wrong about oil in the past before, and I've debunked him on that stuff too. My whole family works in the oil sector. Dude, I was born in Saudi Arabia. I was born in the fucking oil, bro.
Yeah, okay. You know everything. Good for you.
No, I don't know everything, but what I do know, and it's very well established. And it's very well established. It's very well established that Canada sells to the U.S. at a discount. Yes, they do.
Based on nonsense.
What do you mean nonsense? Everybody knows that Canada sells at a discount to the United States.
Everybody knows that Canadian oil is at a discount to WTI.
No, specifically. To the United States.
No, there's no discount for United States.
Benny, I just checked. I just checked if you put the next prompt, the WCS is a discount only for USA or for rest of the world, that it would tell you. I can tell you the Western Canadian Select has one benchmark price, and the price is the same regardless of whether the buyer is USA or anywhere else in the world. It is a grade of oil, not a special discount to one North America. I'm reading off ChatGPT.
And above that,
special discount because of the pipeline, because of the infrastructure which is in place. There is a discount.
Exactly.
I checked also.
I don't know, but
which is in place.
Alex, I agree with you, but yeah, you can't really.
The US has built this. I mean, disagree what you mean. I just checked also. So Benny, you are right, and Alex, you are as always full of shit. Even things that you do on a daily life, you are full of shit.
Tell us how you really feel. Why, my goodness, these people.
That's went on a tangent about the oil grades, but I can tell you that China is not forcing Iran to sell oil to China. Because if Iran wants to sell oil at the market price to China, China would rather just buy it at the market without having to worry about the sanction.
China is taking advantage of Iran. Everyone knows that. And pretty much, one of the things that will happen, should this government change, that China would not get that discount anymore.
Because China then wouldn't want to have to worry about the sanction against Iran. There would be no change. There would be no need for China to transport the oil to Malaysia and have that change oil tax so we can label it as a different origin.
That is a definition of taking advantage of people.
Benny, just to kind of close
however you try to whitewash that, Iranian opinion towards China and what they try to take advantage of Iran will never change. You can say that as much as you want.
China is not seeking to change any of your opinion. You can have whatever opinion you want.
As a matter of fact,
any opinion you want. Just because you think China is the only partner that's willing to trade with Iran is somehow China's fault. And then under 55 years of Western sanction, and you think the West is helping you. That's okay, that's your opinion. It's not our problem. You can have whatever opinion you want.
I can tell you, one of the biggest incentives of Trump helping Iranians is the cut off China. And I hope that happens.
Doesn't matter. We have calculated everything the Americans could pull up.
Yeah. You guys are the biggest bad in the world.
Guys, hi, hello everybody. Maybe who speak, I don't know if we have to ask who to have it chance to speak.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Speak. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Guys, my personal opinion about all this fight and all these arguments around the world is all, I think it's like it's just like a movie. Like it's everything all planned out. I hope my opinion was not completely right, but I think everything is happening is all planned out. Like all the fights, all this war happening. I believe so. It's all planned out. Like Israel fight the happened in Israel at that concert when they came in and then I don't know, there was like fight, they killed a bunch of people. And this all like looks like a movie. They are fooling us. They're using the human as a slave. Slave is going to be
Dude, you're breaking up.
People.
You're in the matrix.
I think you're wrong. That's why he has all these problems.
Edward, I want you to look into the chat and scroll up and see what call the Palestinians. You should look into it. It's very disturbing and disgusting. People like these could not be respected. I know he's old man, but shouldn't be seen such.
I respect everybody.
No, your mic was cut off for me. We couldn't hear you.
I'm talking to Edward.
How far up is it?
If you scroll up, because somebody texted me, said they were literally mocking Palestinians or whatever in their own space.
That's a very disrespect. We should respect every nation, every people, everybody. We are all human. We should always respect each other. And then your opinion is your opinion. We should respect that. My opinion is my opinion. I wish the people respect it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't have the knowledge. But if I don't have it, if I'm wrong, I hope somebody just tell me the nice way. I say, hey, you're wrong, and your opinion is this is have it like wrong in it. So I could learn. That's why we all here. I hope instead of being fighting, we should be on peace and talk with each other. Get each other more knowledge and learn from each other. That's what I like. I hope peace all over the world. I hate war. I mean, I wish everything just go peaceful, but the money is all is important now, and everybody just is all the nation is all about the money. So this is really really bad for human nation.
Thanks for me.
Anyhow, I just want to express as an Iranian, I'm glad people like Tiger, these Chinese are now upset and they keep on defending themselves.
I'm not upset at all. Frankly, whatever happens to Iran is okay. We're prepared for any scenario, my friends. We're not too worried because we know we have leverage over it.
I said, you
guys don't have any leverage.
You're the biggest and the baddest in the world. We agree with that. And you guys...
If you want us as an enemy, we can crush you as well. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, keep on crushing everyone. Look, China is a formidable power. Everyone agrees with that. Their behavior has been parasitical in the world, and people disagree with that. People also disagree with how this government is run, because it's a dictatorship in one of the largest and most prosperous countries in the world. So yes, people don't like Chinese government. doesn't really kind of
Doesn't
reflect
matter
on
what you like or not.
I know.
That's enough. As long as we like it,
Okay,
your opinions do not matter to us. Your opinions do not matter.
That's it. But
It's like you said, right? We have governments that made us one of the most prosperous.
Okay, fine.
And we love that. And whatever you can think about it,
you love
problem. It's not our problem.
I accept that.
We couldn't care less. Honestly, we could not care less.
Yeah, okay, don't care less. But this is the world opinion towards China. And at the same time...
It's your opinion. It's your opinion. We have more and more partners every day.
You don't find that...
It doesn't matter. You can have whatever opinion you want.
You don't find that much sympathy towards Chinese dictation. But at the same time...
You think we need your sympathy?
I accepted you.
You're funny. You don't know your place, you know.
We don't know our place. You're the best of that. But meanwhile, that doesn't take away. That doesn't take away.
You belong in the circus.
Yeah. That doesn't take away from the Chinese position in the world. I think Chinese are a force for good, and we buy our goods from them. They are the only competitor to U.S. in terms of technology. So in the progress of the world, Chinese are playing a big role. The fact that they have a bad government and the governing system, as this guy Tiger keeps on saying to us, it is really the Chinese problem. So we don't like their government, but we like their goods. We like their technology and all the goodies which comes with it. So I just wanted to clarify that.
It's okay, you know, it's your opinion. I don't particularly mind if you like it or not, you know. It's a non sequitur for us.
But I will say this: although in some countries like Iran, there is some distaste for what the Chinese are doing. I've been to 10 countries in Africa, and what I've seen massive construction and massive amount of Chinese there building highways and infrastructure. And the feedback that I get from the Africans, for the most part, are even the ones that are like mad that it's not Africans doing it, they still agree that what the Chinese are doing is improving their infrastructure, whether it's buildings or whether it's highways, and they admit that it's a more convenient way. And some look at it as, look, the Chinese are just businessmen or business people, and if once you see that that's the way they roll, they have no. It's not an allegiance thing; it's a business thing. If it works business-wise, if it's something, and even some of the Africans were saying, look, we know our government is getting kicked back. Our governments are corrupt. Maybe the Chinese are playing into that, but it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're getting these roads, we're getting these buildings. So it's a mixed bag, but for the most part, Africans, they see the advantage of the business and the mutual transaction.
The only problem is those Africans.
So once you look at it like that, like the Chinese are just worried about business. If you're beneficial to them in a business manner, that's it. There's no really.
It's also mostly battle fair business.
Right. No, I get you. No, and that's why the Iranians have distaste. I get it. I understand.
I presume that.
But what I was pushing back on, Alex, I was just saying that it's not all around the world, because a lot of places in Africa that I went to, they were satisfied.
Especially in the weaker countries, the Chinese MO is, yes, they do bring money, they do bring infrastructure and stuff. The problem is the price they charge people for it. And that's
the thing is this, right? Nobody is doing business with China under Chinese threat. They all come to the table because they think they can benefit from these videos. And get this, it's not China's fault that there's no markets for Iranian oil at market price. It's not China's fault. This is your fault. And if you hate China for it, that's okay. Because it's always an option for you to not do business with China. And you just have to make your own decisions and be responsible for whatever outcome that is in your choices. If you want to make China your enemy, China is fine with it too. Just make sure that you're ready for the consequences. And I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying you come to the table willingly and you deal with China however you want to deal with China. But then you should expect that China will deal with you however China wants to deal with you. That's it.
Okay. I accept that China is the greatest. Can you just leave me alone? But the reality of the Chinese businesses is the fact that the amount they take advantage, and that's what has really kind of caused the issues. So you have governments who are willing to go in bed with China at a price to the nations, and that's been the Sri Lankans experience that, the Africans are experiencing that, Iranians. This guy keeps on saying that, because you're in sanctions, we decide to take advantage of it. But what he keeps on ignoring the fact that China is already breaking the sanctions. So they break the sanctions to get that oil, but they're not willing to pay Iranians fair for it. So the whole point
you don't think there's a cost to breaking sanctions?
No, there is no cost to China. I mean, the fact that China has managed to break the sanctions,
anything in the black market,
it is. So China could pay full price. Just listen to me, Benny. Since this guy keeps on distorting the facts, China is already breaking the sanctions by buying that oil. Now, once you break that sanctions, they're not getting penalized for it because they're China. US doesn't have the muscle to go against China. Meanwhile, the Chinese, they're already committing the crime, but then they're putting the cost. Just let me finish it. 20 seconds, I'll finish the sentence.
Hold on. Let me just stop this real quick. I really doubt China can hold a torch to the capability of the U.S. military.
Yeah, but no one's going to war over this stuff. What I'm saying is Chinese are already breaking the sanctions. They're breaking the law. But then they decide to shortchange Iranians. There's no difference if China would buying Iranian oil at full price and giving Iranian money for it, and the fact that they're actually buying it at 30% discount and giving no money for it and just loading up Iran with Chinese inferior goods. So
we have an expression for this. We have an expression for this in the Arab world. You're a beggar, but you have conditions.
Okay.
Like, seriously, man.
So okay.
You found someone willing to buy your oil illegally, and you want to charge them the full price?
Yeah, Benny.
Wow. This fucking entitlement is unbelievable. Are you a Gen Z?
No,
because you certainly behave like a Gen Z with your entitlement.
You mentioned
this is unbelievable.
But we call it in the non-Arab world, China taking advantage of nations.
That's every business ever in the world.
Exactly.
That's business. Business is done everywhere like this in the world. Just now, what did America do with the sanctions on the soybean? What happened there? Steppy.
Other countries.
So you guys are not going to change the mind of Iranians and other people who think China is being taken advantage of, and that's been China's MO across the globe.
You are like a baby. Whole opposition, Iranian opposition. You are like babies in diapers.
Wait, friend.
They are not nice to us. See how bad they are. This is the war that
wait, friend. We accepted the fact that you defend the Iranian government. That's fine. You can defend the Iranian government till cows come home.
What do you mean that's why? So grow up.
All the Iranian nation is going to grow up against your idea.
Alex, do you know how businesses work?
Of course, you need to grow up, man.
Alex, you're setting moral standards for a business. Name any business that would leave any profit they can make. Even goddamn Apple took the chargers out of their boxes because they want to make more money.
This is not actually a business.
That was fucked up what Apple did. That was fucked up. Apple did that. Because they want to make more money and they're still with saving power.
That shit made me mad. That is the definition of what you guys called colonial imperialism. Because first, it's not Chinese private business; it's the government of China who's imposing this stuff. Now, if the U.S.
define imposing.
Yeah, they are.
Define imposing.
I'm sorry.
Define imposing. You said China's imposing. Define imposing.
The Chinese government only has agreed to buy Iranian oil at a certain discount. They also have agreed that there's no money to be.
If you bring product in a market and I am the only one willing to buy it,
okay,
I'll set a standard to buy it.
Okay, fine.
That's just the code of the street.
So that is the definition of. That is what the colonials said that. So what the colonials have said, like, look, just let me finish the sentence and then you can comment. They also said the same thing. We're gonna take these resources because you cannot produce it. So I'm gonna take it from you. I'm gonna produce it and I'm gonna give you whatever little money I want. That was the problem with that idea of someone taking advantage. Now you think it's good for China, but it's bad for US or Britain or...
Let me ask you something. Isn't PetroChina and Sinopec drilling in Iran right now?
No, they're not.
They're not? I literally work for PetroChina. I saw them in Bandar Abbas, bro. There's a lot of Chinese there.
Yeah, I know, but for a long time, they took all the major investments out. They're not even investing in Iran, by the way.
That's not the point. Once the well is dug, it's dug. It takes one or 2 years.
Things take. The oil is not a business.
I'm a petroleum engineer. You're talking to a petroleum engineer.
You should know that. So first decline. You need constant development. China is Sinopec and PetroChina. Both of them pulled out of Iran. So they're not developing. They're not investing.
Because once you have set the wells, why would you just sit there? You need a couple of people to monitor the wells.
What kind of petroleum engineer are you? Do you think that...
The one who has worked for PetroChina, Sinopec, ODDCL, Halliburton.
You don't know anything about production decline?
The production happens with the Christmas tree and you have a couple of...
Production decline? Do you understand that?
And how often that happens? Can you not cut down the well? Can you not?
It's not even.
Habib, if you ask a question, let me answer that.
Okay, just wait.
Don't keep on making statements. If you ask a question, let me answer.
Something, and I don't know. Everyone comes here and claims themselves an expert.
Define production decline.
Oil business, the business is different from a factory. So when you put up a factory, you can keep on producing forever.
No, Ya Allah, define production decline. Habibi, when there is a production decline, somehow there's a problem in the well. There are safety measures for the well where they lower down they lower down the pressure.
Oh yeah, you're not petroleum. The production decline in oil wells and gas wells happens because of the reduction in pressure. As you deplete the reservoir, production goes. And that's why.
And you put jack pumps on that. That's it.
Okay, just wait a second. I'm talking to the room. If you start in an oil business, you have to constantly invest in it. It's one business that you cannot let it go on its own. You have to constantly put new money in order to keep your production at the same level. Otherwise, your production just keeps on going down, down, and down.
How many people run once a well is complete?
Looks at the balance sheet.
How many people run the well once the well is complete?
It's not about one well. If you look at
if you have 100 wells, how many people you need to run those wells? I'm not talking about the plants.
I'm talking about production levels.
Yes.
Look at any oil and gas company.
What happens? How does the production happen in an oil well?
If you look at the balance sheet of any oil and gas company.
Okay, Habibi, forget about the balance sheet. You said what kind of oil engineer I am. You can teach me better. You tell me, once the oil is out, what happens to it then?
I'm not going to engage in that conversation with you.
Well, you just told me I'm not a good engineer. That means you are an engineer.
You don't know the basics of oil and gas business.
I'm asking you, that's why.
This is one business that you have to constantly invest in it.
And which part of that business? Because oil business comes from drilling the oil out, before even that, checking the reservoir all the way into the final product. Which part of that business you're talking about you constantly need to put money on?
Upstream.
And what is upstream?
I'm sorry. Are you testing me here?
Because you said that I am a bad engineer, that means you're a good engineer.
That's what happens when you insult people, bro.
You either understand it or you don't understand.
You just said I'm a bad engineer, so you tell me good engineer or just shut up.
Okay. Once again,
just listen to an engineer, or if you know better than the engineer, then you tell the engineer. If you cannot tell the engineer, then you don't tell the engineer you're a bad engineer.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm not here to give it.
Then don't make a statement about I'm a bad engineer, because you don't know shit about how oil is made. All you have read is a couple of papers and seen a couple of pictures. That's how the oil comes out.
It doesn't understand the concept of oil and gas business, which means constant.
You tell me how, where constant. Don't make just overall statement. Where do you put the money?
Overall statement. If you knew anything about business, you would know that is the nature of it.
You tell me. I'm asking you. You just said you put upstream. What is upstream?
Okay. I'm cutting off this conversation. This is not for this room.
Right, because you know you don't know shit about oil production.
That's funny.
No, because this is not a.
I mean, you don't go on talking on stuff you don't know nothing about. You're literally talking about an engineering. I've been doing that for the past 12 years, and you're telling me I don't know shit. And you've read a couple of papers, and you're gonna tell me you know more than me.
You guys seem to all be internet experts.
I am literal petroleum engineer. I work for Halliburton. I work for OGDCL. I work for PetroChina. You telling me I'm
boy, now you got cornered, bro.
If you're a real engineer, you should know about the constant need for.
Tell me upstream. You said money goes upstream. What is upstream?
You don't even know what upstream is.
I'm asking you. You tell me. You tell me what is upstream.
I said the word. You can Google it.
Why do I Google it when you said you were so eager to tell the whole group? You tell us now. We're listening.
Alex, if you knew what upstream meant, trust me, you would tell him and you would yell at him about it.
Habibi, Alex, let me tell you what your problem is. You have read a couple of papers and seen a couple of pictures, and by that you thought, I'm going to throw it out. By your bad luck happens to be a petroleum engineer in the middle of it.
I accept your expertise. Just let it go.
Okay, I'll let it go.
I'm pretty sure this room doesn't want to have a lecture about oil and gas.
Anybody want to learn how the oil comes out?
I want to learn. Tell me about upstream.
Which upstream?
I don't know, bro. You think I know what upstream means?
What kind of where? Moderate, you asked me.
Yeah.
Moderate, you asked me. Hey,
Alex, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, Steffi, I have to tell you something. Yeah. So the thing about the cheap labor, in places where China's building, I agree that it exists, but a lot of times the government of those countries is allocating that, and they're probably getting kickback for it. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So it's like, once again, you can't really blame China. China's just trying to get the best deal they can get. Do you agree with it? No. Do I agree with it? Probably not, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, totally, dude. Like, I totally agree and understand that. For a while, there was Mexico and China competing between what companies could go to which country for the lowest cost of labor. You know, I mean, we've seen that for at least the last 10 years. You know, so it's wrong, but you know what? Big businesses, big manufacturings are just as much to blame, but if countries use it as a marketing tool to get business, it's wrong, but it's what they do, I guess. But no, I was going to give you because I've worked on a derrick rig before, friggin' younger days, but yeah, like I said, that's some hard work, y'all. I'm telling you this right now, hard work, but shit, good money, Mossy, good money.
I can't. My bones can't take that.
You figure they give you 10 days to drill about 2,500, 3,500 feet down. And bro, I'm gonna tell you this right now, dude. You get 10 days, and if you do it less than 10 days, like I think the best I've ever heard was like 7 days. Those guys got like a $2,000 bonus. So the quicker you drill the holes, you save the money, you save the company money from time not being there. Shit, dude. Just saying, my guy, that's some fat cash.
You ain't talking about the oil well?
Yeah, actually drilling it. The crews have been out up there drilling. Yes, sir.
Yeah. They make a lot of money, but then there's a lot of risk.
Upstream is referring to the exploration, right?
Yeah, exploration and production.
Yes. See the.
I'm from frack, though.
Well, Alex knew what upstream is, man. Muzzy?
To be honest with you, I'm from frack. Like, I really like frack, especially like West Texas, Colorado.
Isn't it bad for the environment?
No, that is overblown.
No, it's not bad for the environment.
Fracks are not environmentally destructive at all. It's
all you're doing is basically breaking the subhard rock, and you're spider webbing cracks, so that way oil composites can filter through the hard rock, and then can basically funnel it into extraction point.
Did you just Google that or ask ChatGPT?
Steppy, he's very, I don't know.
Oh, is that Steppy? Steppy talking? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
It was Alex.
So
it was Alex.
They do make a lot of money, but it also depends. The faster you drill, there is a big problem that the well collapsing. It's not about how fast you drill. It's also the matter of that you put a lot of money into it. And if you don't do the cementing properly, if you don't have the backlash, if you get gas pockets in that thing, then you are, my brother, fucked so bad. So yeah, there is good money, but there is a lot of risk in there too.
Well, yes, and yes, you're right. But I'll just say, I'll just try to put it in a nutshell real quick for the listeners and
you're being simplistic. You're making it so it's very simple. It's not that simple, Steppy.
Yeah, it's just a whole very controlled well and a lot of cementing going around to make it safe, and then you block the well, and then you push a bullet rod down the well through the reservoir, and you shoot the bullets, which creates those spaces through which the oil comes out. It also depends if a well is an oil producing well, if it's a gas producing well, what kind of viscosity does the oil has? Does it need secondary wells to be pumped in? Sometimes what happens is the oil is too thick to come out on its own. So we have injection wells where you inject gas or steam to make it more malleable to come outside. So there are
engineer, right? You said you was an engineer, right?
Yeah.
So was you? So what part of the rigs or the process that you engineered? Because I'll tell you what, the fucking engineers that came up with the shell casings, every 800 feet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you what, they did really learn to be on the field more, in my opinion. But
so usually what happens is the engineer, so there is a department that's called the cementing department. Every time you have drilled a hole, let's say you've gone up to, let's say, 300 meters or 200 meters, right? So you start with a very big bore, like maybe let's say 10 feet or 12 feet, right? Once you've done that, you say you're going to keep that 12 feet for the next 200 feet. Once that is done, then the crew's going to come in, and it's usually the company who are called like the services provider. They're not the companies who are drilling, but they're providing the services with the shale, with the cementing, and Halliburton is one of the biggest name in there. Once that is, when they have drilled that hole, the cementing company is going to come in, they're going to have their mixture ready at that very moment, and they're going to cement it through. Now what happens is once that solidifies at 200 meters and the well is good, then they use, let's say, a 10-feet drill bit, and they're going to put that drill through that cementing hole, and then they're going to drill beneath. So it kind of becomes like a cone. You can see an Eiffel Tower, but an upside down. By the time you're at the bottom, you're normally at what, 3, 4, 6 inches.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that privately. You can message me, dude. Pretty good. But I know what you're
Hey, I'm a bad engineer. You want to learn from me?
I'm a dumb American. You want to learn from me?
Would you believe that I'm in America right now?
Welcome to America.
Yes, sir. I'm in Wisconsin at the moment. I haven't been to the south side where y'all got the oil and all of that, but yeah.
Well, congratulations and welcome to America.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Cheese, man. Some cheese. The cheese are good.
I'm going to be honest with you. Wisconsin is famous for the cheese curds. I'm not a big fan of cheese curds. I do love the milk here. Oh, they got great milk.
Go to Milwaukee, right? Those motherfuckers.
You don't want to go to Milwaukee unless you know people there. Yeah, that's good. We'll go sometime to Milwaukee when we want to shop and stuff. But yeah, I'm in the Packer land.
I tell you what, dude, freaking offshore drilling, I know that for a lot of big money. It's dangerous, y'all. Disclaimer, but I got cousins of mine that are out in the Gulf, and you know they're I have one cousin. He's an underwater welder designated for a rig, and he makes about $2,000 a day, whether he welds or not.
Yeah, but it's 2010 schedule.
Yeah, those guys make big money. The offshore drilling is the hardest drilling that there ever is, and especially then there are different kinds of offshore drillings. One there is that when you have oil in shallow water, where you have fixed rig on a boat where you drill down, and then there are some big rigs, and the Norwegians are the experts in that, where they have floating rigs in the middle of the goddamn ocean, and they'll drill through that. So yeah, that's hardcore work, and that's why they get paid big money.
Yeah, Norwegians are not the expert. Americans are.
No, Norwegians are in the offshore drilling. Americans are not. Even the company that is Schlumberger, that's a German company, that is the top-notch company. What?
Most of the drill bits and even the pipe, you know.
Shows how much the business.
Most of them all spec'd off of the Norwegian.
You're the engineer, and you think you know about the business.
I literally told you the name of the biggest company that there is that provides services.
Schlumberger is headquartered in New York.
Doesn't matter where it originates from. That's what matters.
No, it doesn't. What it matters is what is. Americans are the biggest offshore drillers. The Norwegians would probably come second. And plus, anyhow, offshore drilling is on decline big time. The whole oil and gas business is on decline.
Okay. I'm not going to say nothing to that. I'm a bad engineer.
You're the worst engineer I've ever heard of.
Thank you.
Benny, if you need someone to do some gardening for you, since you come from a really wealthy oil family, I can grow some mean jalapenos if you need a gardener.
I don't come from an my siblings are in oil and gas, but my dad was in construction.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Well, they do construction on the oil rigs too.
Yeah, that's true. No, we didn't do that. But yeah, my sister worked for Storm J, GE, Total. My brother-in-law also worked for GE and Total. Big business. But all in the Gulf, not in North America, to be fair.
Does anybody know Chinese invented the drilling?
That's why they have so many kids.
Yeah, I was talking about the different kind of drilling.
Did they really?
Oh.
Yeah, the first drills that were made, the holes, they used the bamboo sticks to do that. The Chinese invented that.
Interesting.
Hey, if that matters, I lived 5 years in China.
Chinese invented everything. When you go read actually, like everything, like gunpowder, like a compass, paper, printing, whatever you name it, they invented it.
Well, they have a 5,000-year-old history. I mean, they invented fireworks.
It's just Europeans like to think that they are the one who invented it.
Don't forget abacus. Accountability is important.
Yeah, Chinese are still the most credible competitor to US anyhow. I mean, that's the reality today. And the manufacturing hub of the world. And that's...
if you really want to think about it, the Western civilization seems like has been like a fart in the history. In the last 500 years, probably 50 years, it will be completely forgotten. A shark, like a shit.
The Iranian government
that's the role of Western
the Western decline and the power of
Iran.
Iranian
decline. Are you even looking at the level of technology that China is producing? Like US is not. This is not even a competition anymore. The number of engineers that they have produced is more than the US population combined, man.
Wait, fine. So
it's overdue.
This is not the Iranian TV, you know that.
The reality.
I guess we'll just have to find out in 20 years because from where I stand.
I can only give you one thing. China is the one and only real.
Hey, we're gonna find out in 20 years, and then China's gonna be like, we'll be ready in another 20 years because they'll be behind. And then, then 60 years from now.
Behind in what? Steppy, behind in what? What US has right now? What is it that you are proud of as an American?
What am I proud?
A moving train. That's what we're most proud of.
I'm an American. What are we proud of? What do we produce that, for example, Chinese are not making?
We produce movement.
There's a lot of interest. How about that? Financial services.
Financial services. We're basically just printing money. That's what we do.
US is still 25% of the world GDP, and the US is still the front.
Is going on.
It is still the front runner. It is still
mental masturbation of the Western civilization. It's over.
I'm not talking about distant civilizations. I'm talking US currently is 25% of the world economy and is a front runner in the new economy. But the Chinese.
What does it make? What does it make? Name me one thing.
Because
and you look around and you say, oh, this is American work. I'm proud of this.
Yeah, they got Ford, they got Chevy,
manufacturing.
They got Lockheed.
Yeah, so like the China is
quality of products that Americans are making compared to the
because that's the problem.
It's not even comparable.
You're looking at old economies.
Okay, you cannot generalize just simply saying this country is making that good. You'll give it to China for that. They make mass production. They do a lot of that. But if you look into the technologies-wise things, Germany is way far advanced in making, the advanced technological things and stuff. China makes a lot of stuff. The United States does makes a lot of stuff in the manner that they have this very golden program which is called H-1B, where they kind of.
Can you give me one example?
Lockheed Martin, they made the
F-22. Hey, the F-22. Well, because China and Russia keep trying to, basically Timu it on their end.
Talking about the product that daily use. People
but US
F-35 is useful.
US is not in that business. You think you seem to have no idea.
This is what you are proud of. You can keep
modern economy is not about
this is what you are proud of.
China
come down our city.
China
we also have a really good growth service. Inventors.
It falls in the category that when you get advanced in the world, become a power, then just mass producing the very basic stuff does not becomes your priority. Then your priorities change to the fact that what matters the most and what gives you more profit. So just generalizing thing, if a country.
Or it wants to become strong, you become arrogant, you stop teaching your population, you create a large population of illiterate, ignorant, fat, dumb, happy people, and then here we have a president.
So US is a population of ignorant, fat, dumb people.
It's MAGA base. Where do they come from?
Yeah.
Dude, I tell you what, that's really polite. Alex, hey, as an American, I just want to say, hey, thank you for your compliment.
These people, like each of them.
I'm more American than all of you combined. I pay more taxes than
economic expertise. The other guy talks about oil and gas. He's a field engineer who has no idea about how business is run. This is the whole thing.
You have no idea what the fuck you are talking about in any kind of field.
You don't.
Politics, you are illiterate. Finance, you are illiterate.
Alex, what do you do exactly?
Massive.
What kind of banking? My father was a banker.
Energy banking.
Energy banking? Which energy?
I used to do oil and gas. Now I've moved to renewables because it's more.
What did you used to do in the oil and gas?
All these major companies that you keep on naming,
which the exploration companies, the drilling companies, the side companies?
Across the spectrum. So from upstream, midstream, downstream.
No, let's not have him self-dock himself, okay?
I just want to know if a guy keeps on calling another person.
Because I actually know what I'm talking about. When I hear ignorant comments, some person is talking about the U.S. decline without ignoring the fact that 25% of the world economy is U.S. The fact that China, it is incredible. China is officially the biggest threat to U.S. because of the Chinese are the only competitor in the modern world.
Alex.
Russia is a competitor.
Alex,
do I need to go back study again?
Excuse me, Alex. Hey, China is big. China has a lot of great things. I will give them that. They got patience. They're really tolerant. They really think things out. They got a great education system. Dude, I cannot argue with that. Dude, a lot of countries have on education, they excel above the U.S. You know what? I'm not even going to argue with that. Okay. You know what? Yes, we mass produce a lot of food, and we have GMOs in our food in the United States. Yes, a lot of Americans are bigger than around the world. I'm not even going to argue with that. But I'm going to tell you one thing. The only thing I see the problem with China is, they're have to take care of the people. You know, there's a lot of things wrong with
what you're saying is very true. That is probably the Achilles heel of China. I mean, obviously Tiger disagrees, but
hold on, Alex. Give me 1 second, all right? I promise I'll land it. And then take my criticism from everybody, I promise. But if you look at, I mean, we can see with China, even in its own population, I mean, you go to Google, you go to ChatGPT, and just put in, coffin homes. You know, the populations have grown so much that when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to living conditions, when it comes to the population, I mean, we're all educated people here. Even if you're slightly on the low end, you can go to ChatGPT and see that finding a way to take care of people, at least housing them, has been an issue. Being able to take care of the infrastructure once one is built, that and feeding it logistically will be a problem with China. China does a lot of great things. You know, even if I could be biased on when it comes to the military, I'm biased, and I'm biased because I've served in the military, and I'm also American as well. So my bias is a little hard. But that's all I'm going to say. You know, great people come out of China. You know, and they're not. And I just want to let you guys know my bias is based off of my personal. But when it comes to inventions and stuff, I believe America has been pretty good at coming off the wall inventions, you know, and we can see it from the airplane, we can see it with phones, we can see it with internet, we can see it with all kinds of things. China, they specialize really good in herbal healing, herbal medicines, you know. If you look at Taiwan really utilized into the data chip. I mean, you can pull a lot of countries and you can find a lot of negatives, but you can also find a lot of positives. So I'm ready for my answer and my criticism, y'all, but I'll mute up.
No, China is the real force. I mean, China is the home company of the U.S. That is reality. And as a matter of fact, the U.S. security doctrine names China officially as the one and only main threat to U.S. And that is the reality of the world we live in. Europe is lost its way. Russia is in the last century. I mean, Russian economy is just pitiful. I mean, it's like smaller than Italy, and they're just going on natural resources, commodity based, and trying to do the military power thing, but that's old world. China is the real thing. Yeah, one has to admit. I mean, at the moment, US has the edge over China, but they have to keep it up. They cannot let China run away, and that's where, as I said, the biggest security threat to US is China, because China is a real competitor in terms of technology, everything. In the modern economy, China is the one which gives US a good run for its money. Europe is not in the picture anymore. As I said, Russia is not in the picture.
As an American want United States attack Iran. Right now, instead of an American wanting US focusing on China, you come here. So this is how full of shit.
Yeah, because
you know this fact. Because you want to engage United States with Iran.
I'm Iranian, and unlike you, I'm not a supporter of the Iranian government.
You are Iranian or American? Tell me here.
I'm both.
As an American,
I'm both Iranian and American.
And
I'm not supporting Iranian government like you do.
So what? So why should the United States attack Iran?
When you have a government which massacres 40,000 of its own people,
who gives a fuck? You just said that China is the problem of the United States.
You are.
As an American or only Iranian?
Every single
America first
in the world would condemn your action.
So you want Americans to jump in to solve the problem of Iran?
Yes,
that's China is the United States problem. Why America?
Right. So if you have a problem in your home rather than fixing it, do you call your neighbor?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
That's what you do.
Answer this question, Alex. Are you American first or Iranian first?
There's no first.
If China is the problem of United States, why do
Wait, Alex, let me ask you this. What makes you think that when Americans are going to come in, it's going to be good for Iran?
Oh, we've all...
That's a different thing. I cornered it. I cornered this motherfucker.
We're struggling with a government which is literally destroying Iran and killing Iranians on a daily basis.
I agree with you on everything.
Problem. How is it?
No. That's not the thing. Okay, I agree with you. There are a lot of problems in Iran. Okay. How is America going to solve that? By invading Iran?
Well, the kind of the theory behind that, as you're asking, is Iranians are hoping Americans would give them some military hand because Iranians have been incapable of toppling this government because the government has all the military power. So a weaker military power with weaker force of suppression by the government. That's what really Iranians are looking forward to. It's like if the Americans...
But how is that going to benefit Iran?
Because
you're just telling me how they're going to do it, but you're not telling me what's the...
Change of government. Iranians need help to change their government.
And when Americans going to come in, name me as one country that Americans went on to help and that country prospered.
Oh, pretty much a lot of them.
Name one.
Oh, I can name few. I mean, you can...
Well, name me one that they invaded and that country prospered.
We can start with the World War II, Germany, we can start it, we can go to Korea, we can go to...
That was a world war. Germany didn't invite U.S. to come bomb us.
Yeah, but...
Name me one country that asked to change the regime.
What's the pivot there? So do you
Nothing to pivot. I want to know, you said America's going to help us build. Yeah, I want to know, so you want to risk all that on a theory while you were sitting in the United States hoping.
We have Serbia, we have the...
None of those countries are Muslims. None of those countries have any interest with Israel.
What does it make?
It doesn't make no difference?
No.
So you were telling me they don't have...
Yeah, it seems like that's the confusion between Iranians and Arabs. We somehow kind of stuck on this Muslim thing that we're not. But anyhow...
So what you're trying to say, that the Zionist agenda is not against the Muslims?
No. As a matter of fact, one of the first things that the Iranians have to do is make peace with Israel. That's another problem which this government has created for us. Yeah, definitely. As a matter of fact, if you to make it even more...
So you want to be Israeli and American bitches?
Make it even more...
Lose all integrity.
To even make it more clear to you, the American invasion cannot happen without the help of Israelis. So Iranians are not only inviting Americans, they're inviting Israelis.
So the American invasion cannot happen because of the Israeli, or the Israeli invasion cannot happen without the Americans?
Without the help of Israelis, because Israelis have the best knowledge on the ground in Iran. So yeah, Iranians are asking both American help and Israeli help.
So there's a lot of integrity in that, getting your own things done when you're sitting in the United States.
We are actually we've made that decision and we're sticking by it, and we think that's...
Okay, I agree with you on everything. And let's say this, the way you said, the word you used was our theory is they're going to do this, and it turns upside down and it becomes a British subcontinent where those guys, the natives, became British, like what the Americans did to the Native Americans. What are you going to do then?
What is British subcontinent? We're not Indians.
Well, you are literally asking the other government to come bomb. They're going to spend money. They're going to spend their people, resources, everything for what? For the love of Iran?
So that's one of the reasons. So I keep on telling you, maybe gonna come back to the world of business.
No, I just want to know if a country is spending so much resources for the sake of love of Iran.
Mutual interest. The Iranian and the
Iraqi people said the same.
Well, to be honest, you think so, but Iraqis are actually doing pretty well for themselves now. Iraqis...
Do you have a delusion or something?
No,
Iraq is a failed state, man. What are you talking about?
Iraq's GDP per capita is 3 times Iranian. Yeah, Iraq...
That's not a good bar.
Since you're
compared to what it was before the 90s, man.
Since you're oil... No, it's actually harder. what it was before. And since you're an oil engineer, you should know Iraq is now reaching.
And Iraq is selling its own oil independently?
Yeah.
And the American has no control over it?
No.
Habibi, you live in a place where they have unicorns.
Okay, so I have the unicorn.
Yeah, but you literally, you drink a lot of Red Bull.
You tell me, what has the American government got to do with Iraqi oil?
Literally, that they are the only country in the world that has a budget of $900 billion of the defense budget, right next to the second being Russia. Where do you think all that F-Raptors, when they're flying, and F-35, they're flying, the B-2 bombers flying, where do you think they get the oil from?
Oil from? Are you kidding me? First, I mean, if you're an oil engineer, a kind of the fuel for a plane is nothing. But meanwhile, what has that got to do with anything? Iraqis have...
Where does the jet fuel comes from?
The jet fuel they buy from wherever the jet...
they have a separate hose where they open the Amada Kadaba. They bring the Harry Potter and the Hogwarts.
Silly conspiracy theories, but I'm just going to give you that. So let's say, like any Iraqi jet fighter which lands in Iraq would get a free fuel. So what?
You know what? I'm gonna go to Hogwarts to study my oil engineering again. There might be
I don't care.
Brother, listen to yourself, okay? Find one person that agrees with you.
But do you know anything about money? You think that if a jet fuel, so like a fuel, I mean, I don't even accept the fact that Americans are getting free jet fuel. But even if they get free jet fuel, how much is that worth?
Do you have any idea how much it costs to run a B-2 bomber?
No.
Then shut up.
No, but you
may I get a few statistics?
The cost of a B-2 bomber is all
Yes, please allow new voices. Hey, what's up, Ben? So sorry, my phone was in the pocket. Hi. Okay, let's allow new voices. I don't say my phone.
There have been a lot of talk about different countries and U.S. I just want to give you some statistics about U.S. Everything is 100%.
The Iranian professor is gone.
Listen.
The U.S. This guy is the highest professor who's been fighting the U.S. imperialism.
Shut up, Alex, please allow him to speak, man. Come on.
I just happen to know this guy. He's been on the communist trail since the 1950s.
Alex, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Go on.
I'm giving you free information, and you can fact check it. U.S. has the highest number of maternal mortality amongst the advanced countries. The highest number of infant mortality. U.S., 2 out of 5 kids go hungry at night in the United States. 40 to 50 million people don't have health insurance. About 50, 60 million people have less than $400 in their savings. So if the car needs 4 tires, they don't have cash. They have to go on their credit card and pay 29-30% interest rate. U.S. is the only country that has killed more than 70-80 million people over the last 70-80 years. U.S. has more than 3 million people in jail, more than anybody, more than 10, 15 countries combined. Do you want me to tell you more?
So, are you convinced now to leave LA? Are you to live in the country?
No, I just want you to be aware of.
I'm not fully aware of your
listen, what happened to Iraq?
This is not the first time I speak.
Alex, what he's saying is we should acknowledge what America has done with the deep, dark history of America. You see what I'm saying? And what people are.
So this is not about Sovietopia. Every nation has its dark moments.
No, but this is supposed to be the democracy.
Yeah, but
the beacon of democracy.
The way he talks about the present time.
Beacon of democracy. Rondo, can you please mute up? Beacon of democracy exists in America. right?
Yeah, but
This is supposed to. Hold on. Why is the money going to other states like Israel?
Yeah, but are you leaving tomorrow, or am I leaving tomorrow? According to this guy.
I just gave you facts that you can check. In this.
Yeah, I check your facts. I've known you for a long time, for God's sake. You always say the same shit.
I mean, these are real facts.
Why do you have to be rude?
There are like people are unhappy, and you yourself are claiming China is the biggest threat to anything that US stands for. And at the same time, you say we have to attack Iran. If you have that much internal problem, that's such a big threat.
Because that is.
Why should we attack Iran?
Because that is my.
I mean, as an American, you look
such a selfish Iranian would like to see my country prosper.
So why? America should go and make Iran great? Why?
Yes, definitely.
At the cost of making United States worse than it currently.
This is what I said earlier about beggars can't be choosers, right? This is why he said China could buy oil from Iran at a higher than market price despite the sanctions. Well, U.S. could be giving every Iranian $10,000 every month, but they choose not to. Oh no, they're such bad people.
No. It doesn't work that way, Tiger. I mean, that might be your scenario. Our scenario is like, if U.S. can change the government, we can prosper on our own as a free country and trading with the whole world, including you, by the way. So you're not going to be excluded on the trade, by the way.
How much did Iraq cost? How much did Iraq war cost the United States?
It cost $trillions, guys. And please, I want to make one point to everyone in this room. Please, if you guys get the chance, watch the Twitter link that I shared. Watch it, guys, because it's Ramadan and we're fasting. I know a lot of us in here are Muslim. The reason why I wanted to share is to show people in here, especially the Zionists in this room, how evil and disgusting the evil Jewish Zionist entity is. These Jewish terrorists, they're terrorizing Muslims during Ramadan. And also, one point I want to make is, they might be attacking Iran soon by using Israel, and then America will join the war. And guess what? All of us Goyim will die for these dirty Jewish Zionists, and our lives may be fucked over.
Didn't I warn you multiple times? I think I'm gonna have to block you finally.
My bad.
It's up to you. It's up to you. I'll put you on a permanent block list.
My bad.
I've warned you on this multiple times.
Now I was gonna say the Zionists, they're gonna make.
No, I've warned you multiple times. I would actually permanently block you. Because every time I call you out, you do the same shit over and over again.
Okay, I apologize, bro. My bad. I just wanted to make a point, guys. That's all about to me. I apologize. I want to say
Look, keep your disgusting point to yourself. I don't care about your point. Oh my God.
I mean, by the way, are you fasting?
No, fasting, California. Fasting.
No, are you fasting?
Not right now.
No, but generally, are you fasting?
Yes.
Then you're Ramadan Mubarak or whatever.
Oh, thank you. Aren't you fasting?
No, another thing to learn about Iranian.
Oh my God, I thought you were Muslim.
Yeah, we are special Muslims.
Hey, what is special? Is there such a sweet? Don't do that. Iranians fast. Don't do that. Iranians.
No. The number.
What are you talking about? I'm fasting.
You can fast. It's just about majority versus minority.
Come on, man. Here you go again.
No, it is true. It is very true. So let's keep to the majority. No, there are definitely people fast. By the way, also, you know something else I learned when I was out of Iran? Because when I was growing up in Iran, I was there till I was young, but I don't know, 7, 8 or something. The issue was Iranians also don't have 30 days of complete fasting. So even the religious people in my family, they used to fast for a couple of days, and they said we basically did what God wanted to, and that's good enough. And when I came outside the country, I saw all these Arabs, Pakistanis. They have to fast the whole, 28 days or something. they are pretty hardcore. So yeah, fasting, yes, there are Iranians who fast, and Mazi is one of the members. And most of them don't, and some of them who do, they don't definitely fast for 28 days. Welcome to the Iranian culture, Amir. So that's what I keep on telling you. You don't know a lot about Iranian. But it's good. All good. I told you, Ramadan Mubarak to you. Anyone here?
I'm here, bro. I apologize. My bad, bro. I mean, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, you're right, bro. I just apologize, bro. I'm just still keeping.
Amir, Rondo's heart is in the right place. He's a nice guy.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Rondo, you wild out sometimes, but you're a good youth.
Brother, look, man. I'm very passionate about this cause. But the reason why I share that is, bro, because during Ramadan, you know what they do, man? Go look up.
Oh my God, Raza Pahlavi supporters here.
Listen, brother. I want to go to Mazi and Amir. What they did was go read. They dropped it today. Middle East Eye. The prisoners in occupied Palestine. They found out a few days, like 2 days ago, before the article was published, that it's actually Ramadan. The Zionists, they did not even tell the Zionist people that have the Palestinians in prison. They didn't even tell the Palestinians that it was Ramadan. Can you imagine how evil that is? That's one of the things I was thinking about. And this article that I shared, bro, they didn't do it in Ramadan. But imagine how evil these people are, bro. I have to take this for life.
Well, you know what, Rondo? Fortunately, we believe in a merciful God, in a merciful Lord. So it doesn't matter what the kuffar do. You know,
Allah was merciful, 100%. You know, these people, even only once for Ramadan, bro, they're blocking people from going to Masjid al-Aqsa, bro. And you got people in here, Nima, and other pro-Iranian Shah that are defending Israel, bro. They're defending Israel.
Who's defending Israel?
A lot of these pro-Shah people on this space.
But not in here, right? Not so far. We haven't heard anybody defending Israel. So who's it? Alex, you're defending Israel? I haven't heard Alex defend Israel. Nima might defend Israel. He just came up.
I met Nima. I met him. Yes, him.
He just came up.
I know, bro. I know about saying in general. He defends Israel.
Mazi doesn't defend Israel.
No,
David doesn't defend Israel. Benny Goy, he's just a Goy. He's a special Goy. He's a chosen Goy.
I'm not Benny Goy, but all Goy. And all Goy. The Goy in the night.
He's a God-chosen Goy.
Man, alhamdulillah for being a Goy. Allah, I'm thankful to him, Allah, for making me a Goy. But you
Samud, salam alaikum.
Alright, cool. Same here. Assalamu alaikum.
I haven't seen Samud in a while.
Assalamu alaikum. All Ramadan Mubarak to all of you.
Ramadan Kareem.
See, Amir, so what part do you guys don't understand? The Iranian position on Israel is nuanced. Just because Iranians ask for Israel's help and would like to sort of like restore relations doesn't necessarily mean that they ignore what happens to the plight of Palestinians. But you see that as a conflict, and that's the part that you guys cannot come in terms with. For Iranian national interest, Israel is a help today, and in the future, it's definitely not to the benefit of Iranian national interest to be fighting Israel, because we've seen the effects of that fact.
So Alex, in the long run, do you think Israel is going to be helpful?
Yeah. So in the long run, to the national Iranians, Iranian government and Israeli government should not fight. And short of being allies, they should definitely cooperate. But you see, there is one part on the national interest and the governmental part. Then there's a plight of the humanitarian plight in Israel and the issues with Palestinians. Now that part should not fall on the government. It should fall on the Iranian people, NGOs, and anyone who wants to support the Palestinian cause. That is at the human level, at the nation level.
but not at the government level. And you can see that across the world. You have governments who are allies with Israel, supporting, and then you have people in that government. So the order of that government who have.
So in the long run, can you please walk me through how is it going to be beneficial for Iran in the long run? Let's say Reza Pahlavi, the puppet of US, gets planted in Iran.
That is also a bad notion. You keep on repeating that. Reza Pahlavi is unlike what you think is going to be. Reza Pahlavi is not going to become a monarch of Iran. It's very unlikely.
No. If America comes in, America will do anything. Okay. No. If America wants, let's say, Alex. Let's say, I'll give you example. Yeah. I'll give you example. I know he wants to be the transition according to his book or whatever bullshit book he wrote. Yeah. He wants to be the transition government body. But at the same time, when he comes in power, America, and he can change his position. And America will probably, hold on a second, hold on, I'm not done. And let's say he gets in there, and, let's say he becomes a transition body, and people start voting for, somebody that's worse than IRGC, right? Somebody that, maybe he's Islamist and whatever, jihadist, whatever you want to call it.
Or someone that America just doesn't agree with.
Yeah, just somebody that's like Dr. Mossadegh, that's kind of like anti-West.
Mossadegh was
kind of West. Okay. Let's say we come across somebody that's anti-West, right?
But then
hold on a second. Hold on. He gets elected. America is not happy with this this person because he's anti-West. He doesn't want anything to do with America or the UK or whatever. Do you know what will happen then? They will do the coup. And this is going to be another coup.
The days of the coups are also gone because
no, it's not gone. It's not. They're still trying to do it.
Do you know how
they did it in Venezuela? Maduro. What are you talking about?
Maduro is the funny thing about Maduro is that he had actually a 35-40% popular support. Funny enough.
We're not talking about support. He was a leader. He was a leader of a nation. America didn't have any business in, what'd you say, Benny?
It doesn't matter whether or not we have support. The fact of the matter is America did a coup. America does coups all the time. America has a playbook for doing coups. They do this all the time. Alex, what do you think? We transitioned into this hypothetical world. There's no vassal states. There's no puppetry. There's no coups. Everybody lives under the United Nations and international law prevails. And there's no need for enforcement because everybody's respectful anyway. Nobody would ever break a rule. What kind of fucking mythical world do you live in?
Is this whole idea so you started with this hypothesis. If Iranians, after all,
let's not suppress another Zionist voice, go on, Nima. Because we do have, we have the. Even though I dislike Nima's position, but go on, Nima.
Okay, so you have to look at it from two perspectives. As an Iranian American, I first looked at it from the U.S. perspective. Right now, when the talk about a strike is getting real, all these so-called Arab allies of the United States are saying, you can't use our airspace, you can't use the bases you have here. England, the United Kingdom, was supposed to be our special ally in the world. It's supposed to be the special relationship. That's where the term even came from. They're saying you can't use Diego Garcia. That's not even their main land. That's like an island offshoot in the Indian Ocean, and we have bases in it. It's our troops, and they're saying you can't use it. They're not reliable allies. The only country right now where we have a secure port where General Ford aircraft carriers going, where we have 15 F-22 stations as we speak, where we have over 5,000 U.S. troops who just went in today, is Israel. There is a very stable partner. Okay, they don't always agree. I understand. They don't always play by our rules. Okay, they have their own agenda too. I totally get it. Every country has their own agenda. Even your employee is not going to agree with you 100%. If any of you have ran a business, you know what I'm talking about. They have an agenda, but they are the most reliable partner we have in that part of the world, hands down. And that's America. That's why we support Israel, because frankly, we can't count on Muslim Arab countries when the going gets tough to come and side with us. They never ever do. It's an oil-based relationship. It's an oil-based relationship. It's an economic relationship, nothing more. But with Israel, it's a shared strategic interest. Now, when it comes to Iranians, as Alex pointed out correctly, we happen to have a common enemy right now. Our enemy, the people of Iran, Islamic regime and power. Israel's enemy, for different reasons, happens to be the Islamic regime and power. Now, at this point in history, there's a conversion of interest. There's a conversion of the path. Now, in the future, is it always going to be rainbows and butterflies between Iran and Israel? I don't know. That's up for the people to decide with the government they choose. But Israel can be a very strategic ally when it comes to water shortages, water crisis, which is the next big crisis in the Middle East. It's already started in many, many countries. Israel has the technology of navigating water resources that can meet the problem of the population when it comes to water resources, water shortage.
If that was the case, why didn't they give them the water resources earlier?
To whom?
To Iranians that were suffering from water. Why did
because we have a regime that burns their flag and says, you know,
it doesn't matter. The regime would have allowed it.
No, you don't know the Iranian regime.
Yeah, regime would have allowed it. That's a guarantee. Would have allowed it.
You guys, you know what's the problem with you guys? You have no idea what you're talking about. That's
they're selling oil for cheap prices to China, right? So if Israel's, gives them a handout, like, here, look, we're here, we're gonna help you, this and that. You don't have to normalize shit, and they would have accepted it.
Of course, they're not gonna start.
Yeah, and if Netanyahu really gave two fucks, if Netanyahu really gave two fucks about the Iranian people, he would have done a shit a long time ago.
Are you gonna co-opt with a government that wants your destruction? Is any sane government gonna do that? Of course not. What kind of question is that?
What destruction? Israel is the one that freaking did the attack on the embassy. That was the first one.
For 47 years, they're saying Israel should be destroyed. It's a fact.
Yeah, the government of Israel should be destroyed. It's a fact.
No, they're saying the whole land.
A lot of countries don't recognize Israel as a country.
Yeah, they're saying the whole land should be purged of Jews. That's the whole ideology.
They don't have the Jews. Come on, stop that. It's not the cap, Nima. They literally Jews living inside. Inside Iran.
It's anti-Zionism, not anti-Jew.
No, don't listen to what the Friday.
Okay, then why are the Jews living inside Iran that are getting killed and butchered and slaughtered?
There used to be 200,000, now they're 8,000. You call that freedom?
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because Israel offered them incentives. Did you know that what they did in Iraq, false flag attacks, Egypt, Levant affair? Go look into it.
I understand that, but I'm saying
this disgusting Zionist state called, Israel.
No, what I'm saying, they created an atmosphere. They created. I don't know if your background was Indian or Pakistan. I don't care. But what I'm saying
is actually 15,000 Jews, by the way.
Whatever your background is, if you lived in a country that shouted like death to India all day, would you want to live there? Of course not. You're gonna.
I would live there. I'd be happy to live there. Fuck
Pakistan. I don't know
fuck Pakistan as well. Whatever country, if America or Israel put sanctions on that country, they have the right to say whatever the fuck it comes to their mind, according to the U.S. According to the Constitution of the U.S. Hold on. According to the Constitution of the U.S., I go on the streets of fucking America in Los Angeles, and I can say fuck American government, fuck everything. I can do that.
You have that freedom, but people don't have.
If the Iranian government, if the Iranian government or Iranian people come out and they say fuck America, what do you care? Why do you guys take shit out of context?
Because that's a nation, not a citizen of the U.S.
That's a nation. We're talking about a fucking government putting sanctions for over 40 years.
Of course, yeah, because you are directly in against American interests, of course they're going to put sanctions.
American interests, so you're a traitor to your nation. You want America to attack your country.
Okay, good point you bring up, because the Islamic regime is not representing my nation, so I can't be a traitor to a country that I don't, to a government that I don't even see as my own.
Let's practice this.
No, that's not why. Hold on, that's not why he's calling you a traitor. Because in that regard, I'll agree with you. I agree with you in that regard. But that's not why he's calling you a traitor. He's not saying he's not saying you're a traitor because you want regime change. He's saying he's calling you the traitor thing out on you because he's saying that you want outside entities like America and Israel to come in.
Absolutely. I'll tell you why. Just like the Palestinians, when they were in a war, they wanted outside entities to get involved. Absolutely. Just like America. Hold on, give me a second. Just like America in the war for independence wanted outside interference from France and from Spain to defeat the Brits. Just like France after World War II wanted outside interference to gain its freedom from the Nazis. This happens over and over in human history. But now
I'm going to draw the difference. Hang on a second, Muzzy. I'm a Canadian and American. I got 2 passports, right?
Okay.
Now, I have a problem with the pedophile that's serving the U.S. government right now. Well, his name is Donald Trump.
Okay, let's not talk about standards. Let's talk facts.
Nima, I'm talking with the fucking, facts. It's on the Epstein files. Any motherfucker that's, that was a buddy with Epstein is a fucking pedophile. Trump was buddy with Epstein. We have a problem in American government right now.
Not true.
Pedophile running this. Hold on a second. Running for Trump. I know. He's creating a lot of problems. ICE is killing people. Fucking, the protesters are getting arrested, right? Their freedom of speech is getting violated. We're about to have a constitutional crisis in America. Now, if I were to go to approach Canadian government, hey, Canadian government, can you topple the American government? Because I have a problem with the American government. You know what that makes me? It makes me a traitor to America. And when the government asks another country for help, that's not traitor. They're just asking for help because they don't have the resources and stuff. That's different. When as an Iranian person, you are an Iranian citizen. You're proud to be Iranian. Yeah, you as just like me. I'm an American. I approach Canadian government for help. I want to topple the regime. That's a traitor move.
I'll tell you the difference. Okay, I got your point. I got it. Let's go one by one. I'll show you the difference. Trump won the popular vote and the electoral vote in a fair election. He won fair and square. He has popular mandate to be the president of the United States. Now, nobody can ever gain 100% of the nation's votes. And it's you have every right to be against them. That's totally fine. But whether you're against them or not does not change the fact that he has popular mandate through the Constitution of the United States. In the Iranian regime, less than 45% participated in the last election. About 22%, according to the official report from the Islamic Republic, which is full of lies, by the way. But let's say it's a fact for now. Let's just accept it at face value, okay? For the sake of this argument. Less than 22% have voted for the current president, okay? And this is 3 years ago. From that time, since that time till today, the government, his government has lost even more popularity. So a lot of the people who even were supporters of the Islamic Republic are now saying they're regretful for even voting for him, okay? So he doesn't even have that 21% support anymore. So the baseline support for the Islamic Republic
I'm not talking. Did you answer my question? That question.
I'm answering your question very directly.
I'm asking you about
regime. Okay, I'll tell you.
Go look into that. I want you to look up the definition of a traitor.
Okay, let me finish my point.
No, you're taking it somewhere else. I don't want to go somewhere else. I want to just focus on the traitor part.
I'm going to redirect it exactly to where you are.
Can we please focus on the traitor part?
I'm focusing on that. I'm saying you're not the traitor, okay? I'm going to address it directly. You are not a traitor of your country if the government ruling your country has less than a 22% mandate to rule. And then if you try to topple, if you are a 75% majority in that country that doesn't want that system, and you try to topple it using any means necessary, as Malcolm X himself said, by any means necessary, that means if you have to get assistance from allies, you're going to. Okay.
Malcolm X was also a staunch anti-Zionist.
I use Malcolm X because that's what you folks probably look up to. That's why you.
Why wouldn't we?
Hang on a second, Muzzy, hang on. Can you please tell us?
I said even he would support me in this situation.
Yeah, hold on a second, hold on. Nima, what was the struggle for Malcolm X?
The struggle for Malcolm X was civil rights for Black America.
That had to do with the race. Your case, it doesn't fit right here. Because you're not fighting for your race.
No, the reason I'm not equating our case to Malcolm X. I use Malcolm X because I said
you cannot use Malcolm X in the cause.
I've got a question for Nima when you're done.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So Nima, can you please read us a definition of a traitor, please?
A traitor is someone who goes against the legitimate government of his country, like you are against Trump. That to me is a traitor. When somebody goes against the legitimate government of his country that has popular mandate, if 90% of Iranians legitimately wanted the Islamic Republic, I would have shut the fuck up. I wouldn't even voice my opinion.
Do you have the stats on this? Do you have the stats on this?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Where did you get the stats from?
First of all, I just told you.
I'm not gonna go based off anecdotal experience. You give me anecdotal, fucking, it's the proof.
I mean, you're a terrible listener, brother.
No, can you give me stats? Can you give me stats?
I just told you in the election they held last, less than 40% of the country participated. Out of that 40%, 22% voted for the guy who's the president right now. What does this tell you about the nation? And these numbers are inflated. The international watchdog bodies said these numbers are not accurate. So the real number is probably way less than the 40%. Okay, but let's just say it's 40%. A country, a government that people do not participate in
Trump's rating right now
means that he doesn't have the mandate. The government of Iran, the Islamic Republic, which is not the government of Iran, does not have the mandate to rule anymore. So
American government.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Amir.
You're going on a monologue. I want to have that back and forth. I don't want to hear your monologue.
I know, but let me finish.
You go on a monologue. It doesn't make sense to me. 60% of Americans voted for Trump. Just because the 60% voted for it doesn't mean everybody agrees with this fucker, this pedophile.
Yeah, but that means he has a mandate. He has a popular
No, he doesn't have a mandate. No, he doesn't have a fucking mandate. Who told you this?
He's a legitimate president.
He's a legitimate. Beto serving as a fucking U.S. president is illegitimate. Okay, pedophile, yeah. And that you voted for. You voted for a pedophile. He's on Epstein files more than 1,000 times.
Not as a pedophile.
As a pedophile. Literally, Epstein was asked this question on video. Were you surrounded with little girls when you were, when you were hanging out with Donald Trump? He goes, I plead the fifth.
Unlike Pakistan, this country, you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Has he been proven?
Fuck Pakistan, you can go suck Pakistan's dick, okay? My question to you. No. I don't give two fucks about Pakistan, India, whatever. My question to you.
Don't be bold. We're having a conversation.
Hold on. Yes. I'm very bold. I'm very blunt about everything. My question to you is, can you tell us the definition of a traitor? I didn't ask you, if it was elected or this and that. That's not part of the definition.
Okay,
ask Google Baba and read me the fucking definition from Google.
Somebody who works against the interests of his or her nation. That's the traitor. There you go.
His or her traitor. Okay, I'm going to read it out. This idiot will never tell us the exact definition from Google.
The puppet regime for China and Russia, by the way, getting orders from them, getting orders from Beijing.
Hold on. I'll read you the definition. I know you're a traitor. I know you're a scumbag Zionist as well. I'm going to read it out to the room what a definition of a traitor is now. Right? An idiot like you, a retard like you would never give us a proper definition. You make up your own definition. You're like a dictionary. I think you should invent a new Nima dictionary or something. Or, let's read it out to the room. According to Google Baba, I put in the definition. I asked for, definition of traitor, a person who betrays a friend, country, principle, etc. All right, and guess what?
Beautiful.
They even has a, hold up. They even have example. It says they see me as a traitor, a sellout to the enemy.
Beautiful.
So where does it say? Where does it say that majority or minority people voted? Where does it say that?
Okay, whenever you're done, let me make my point.
I'm done. Where does it? It's a conversation. I don't want you to go on monologue.
Okay, great. Hold on, Miss Maya. Hold on, Miss Maya.
No, just a second, because you said something very stupid. You're against Iran because you say they're a puppet to.
I'm not against Iran. I'm against the Islamic Republic. I'm
the
very much for you.
The government of Iran, which makes it
There we go.
because they're officially.
I'm still waiting to ask my question.
It's got intense. I actually want to corner this idiot so badly, and I did corner him.
Corner me.
Go and respond.
Let me respond.
Can we come back to it later? I want to corner him on the traitor. Go on.
Yeah, go on. So first of all, based on the definition you just read, is you use the keyword enemy. My enemy is the Islamic Republic. Which part of that do you not fucking get? Now that you want to be
okay. Is it okay? Let's ask the whole world.
So
let's ask the whole world.
The Iranian people's enemy is the. Hold on a second. Let me talk. The Iranian people's number one enemy is an entity called the Islamic Republic.
Okay, hang on. I want you to stop there because I don't want you to go on a fucking monologue. It's a conversation. And I'm going to interject you every 2 seconds.
Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry?
Hold on.
Why is this anger?
Oh my God, I have to mute you. Every 2 seconds, I have to mute you now. This is the problem, right? There's a big problem here. According to Iran International, there's 20% support for the IRGC. 20% out of 90 million. You're looking at about minimum about 10 to 20 million people that support IRGC. Okay, this is according to the Zionist scumbag source called Iran International. Now, if you go based on other, surveys or whatever, we can probably even find one for 25, 30%, right? So it's not all the Iranians. And according to Gaman, it's like, more than 60%, or I think it was about 60%, they want a regime change. Was it 60% or 58%? 12%, they haven't decided yet. And then 20%, they support IRGC. Now, my whole problem is you made a bold claim. It's an enemy of me, or it's my enemy, blah blah blah. According to international world, they all know who rules over Iran right now. Who's the government, the entity? It's called IRGC. All right, so get it through your thick head. I know you wanna beat around the bush. It doesn't work with me. I like facts.
Okay, let me answer. Good. These are good points. Let me answer. First of all, the Gammon poll you just quoted is from 5 years ago, very outdated, okay? They used methods that were not even correct. It was very biased, actually, towards the Islamic Republic is what they concluded, a lot of people. But anyways, I don't know that number 20%. I haven't seen it on Iran International, okay? But let's say that's true. You're already admitting that 80% of the people hate this regime's guts. So you're already admitting, because there's a 20% minority that are supporting, you'll be a traitor because you're trading that 20%. While you yourself are against a government that has 60% of the vote, or 55% of the vote, of the government of Donald Trump here. Okay, so there's a clear double standard that you're using. But your second point, which was even more horrific, you're saying they're the legitimate government there, get it through your thick skull, whatever. Okay, so I tell you the same fucking thing. There's a government in Israel, okay, and it's a Jewish state, it's a government there. Get it through your fucking head too that there's no more Palestine. How about that? Are you going to take that argument too?
Okay, all right. We're gonna look at. So, can you please tell us what is the approval rating of Trump right now?
Why is it okay for Palestinians to fight against Israel?
Hold on. Why is it okay for you? Hold on. I know I'm gonna get under your skin right now. Can you please tell us what is the approval rating for Trump right now?
What was the approval that they
What is Trump's approval?
I don't care.
No, it doesn't matter. What is it?
A year ago.
Answer the question. What is Trump's approval rating? I don't want to hear your bullshit. Thank you. I hate fucking bullshitters, right? I deal with them all day long. My question to you, what is Trump's approval rating? Just give me the percentage.
I don't know.
Go on.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll tell the room. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 41 to 43%. Is it a minority or majority?
He won the popular vote, so he's
No. I said, what is approval rating for Donald Trump at this moment? It's 41%, 41 to 43%, motherfucker. The problem I have with you, a scumbag like you, will never accept any of this. And what did I say? 20% or 30% IRGC. Approval rate of IRGC actually kind of went up right when they did the 12-day war because people got scared. They got shit scared that we're getting attacked by who? By the disgusting Zionist criminal state. A lot of Pahlavi supporters, they started shifting. I actually came across quite a few of them. They changed their position. They're like, fuck this, Raza Pahlavi, bitch. We're not going to support him anymore.
Amir, that's actually very low for a president. So that means that we can go to North Korea and ask North Korea to come and bomb America.
So here's the problem with your argument. You're having a clear double standard. You keep shouting and cursing, which already tells me you don't have the facts. You lost the argument, but that's fine. Okay, but let me tell you something. You are saying it's legitimate for the Palestinian people to continue their struggle against the Israeli government.
Why are you bringing Palestine?
The Israeli government is not the Palestinian government.
You have that flag.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about Iran.
The government is a foreign entity. Coming out of
there you go, File. There you go. So
hold on. He's trying to move the goalpost now. He got cornered really badly. He tried to move the goalpost.
You did. The government now.
Fire, straight answer.
But you want the government to be a puppet to Israel and America. That's okay.
Miss Faya, I'll tell you the answer. Just like you said it's a foreign entity, go look where most of the Islamic Republic leaders were born. It was outside of Iran.
It doesn't matter where
they brought in foreign soldiers, foreign troops from Iraq, from Pakistan, from Afghanistan, from Lebanon. They brought in foreign mercenaries, okay, to kill Iranian indigenous people. This is what's happening, okay? So to me, they are a foreign occupying force, and they are not legitimate. They're not legitimate in the land of Iran. And they're going to go. You guys all...
Hey, you want to bring in another foreign occupying force?
Can I ask one question, Amir, please?
Yes, Razi, go on, Razi.
Thank God. Okay, so, Nima, I want to go back to where you said that foreign help is okay because many other countries have gotten foreign aid to do their revolution. Sorry. So Iran historically has been fucked over by the U.S. and Britain since the early 1900s, right? Even probably before that. I mean, from the starvation to Mossadegh to the Iranian Revolution of '79 to the Iran-Iraq War, time and time again, the U.S. has shown that they do not have our best interests in mind. Britain, the West in general has shown that throughout the past 100 years, probably, maybe more. So why would we go to a country who has constantly bitten us, a snake that's constantly bitten us, go back and get help from that snake again, and then expect not to get bitten again? And Israel is just an extension of the U.S., so I'm bunching them in as well. My question is this: okay, help, yeah, get help from outside forces, cool. But, and please don't answer this way. I beg you, because many Iranians have. You seem more in depth and intellectual than the other ones that I've spoken to. Please don't say if not them, then who. Please don't say that.
No, I won't say that. I won't.
Okay, but why can't we get help from the 190 countries that are remaining? Why can't we get help from one of them instead of the snake that keeps biting us over a century?
Okay, very good point. No, you're bringing a valid point. I'm not going to argue against that question. First of all, I don't bundle up the U.S. and Great Britain. I think they have very different agendas, even now, as you can see. The UK, I'm 100% with you. Over the past 2 centuries, they've screwed over the entire Middle East, not just Iran. They've screwed over the entire region
as a whole, and they're continuing to do so, by the way. The only country that did not list the IRGC as a terrorist organization yet in Europe is the UK, the country that's not allowing its staunch ally, the United States of America, for Christ's sake, to use Diego Garcia, is the UK. But when it comes to the United States, certain democratic administrations like Jimmy Carter's and Barack Hussein Obama's, absolutely, they've screwed us over. But under Republican administrations, during the Shah and after, we've had very good relations with them. I mind you, I don't know if you're Iranian or not, but if you are, you probably have heard this before. Yeah. Okay, so you probably have heard that the province of Azerbaijan after World War II was completely separated, occupied by Russian forces, by the Red Army. Yeah. It was the United States that pressured them out of Iranian soil. So the only reason we're not even smaller, we have our territorial integrity, is the United States after World War II. So the United States has played a more fair hand compared to these other colonial powers like Russia and the UK when it comes to Iran. And now we have an administration under President Donald J. Trump that is pressuring the regime even more, pushing it to a corner, something that Amir has been trying with me all night but hasn't been able to, and is really pressuring in an effective way. They're on their last leg. I do believe the Iranian regime, the Islamic regime, has never been weaker than it is currently right now as we speak. They're begging behind closed doors. We'll make a deal. We'll give you the uranium. Do not attack us, because they know it's endgame for them. They know it's going to be checkmate soon enough. But it's just too late, because I don't think the American powers to be at a congressional level, at the presidential level, are buying that shit anymore. They know they're going to go back to the enriching.
Okay, hold on one second. By the way, the spiral that took place that is still affecting us to this day, it's safe to say that it started with Mossadegh, right? And the CIA Ajax. Hold on. Okay, it's one of the major ones. It's one of the major ones that we're still feeling the ripple effect from. And the CIA Ajax fucking operation that they were doing was under Eisenhower. Eisenhower was a Republican, bro. He wasn't a Democrat.
I know, but let me tell you something. First of all, that was not a coup d'etat. That was a coup attempt by Mossadegh to overthrow the monarchy. In the constitutional monarchy of Iran in 1954, you can go read the Constitution. Article 13, I believe, 12 or 13, it says Shah, that their sovereign, can remove any minister, okay, that's in his legal authority to move any minister, including the prime minister of the country, which happened, I believe, like 17 times during the 50-year Pahlavi dynasty. 17 prime ministers were removed. So were there 17 coup d'etats? Why was this one particular one a coup d'etat, but the other 16 were not?
Because the CIA had a hand in it, and they pushed.
No, I'm telling you, Maziar. Is your full name Maziar?
Yeah.
Maziar, I'm telling you, what actually happened is the Shah signed the release of Mossadegh. He refused to go, and he dismantled the parliament. Listen, he dismantled the parliament. This was not under his constitutional authority to do so. Okay? He was staging a coup against the Shah. If the Americans helped, they helped restore the monarchy, which was not supposed to go to begin with. Plus, there were later letters that came out. Go read the letter Mossadegh wrote to the ambassador of the Soviet Union. The same year the so-called coup happened. Go read the letter. Go read the language of the letter. Go read the concessions he promised him for the oil of Khuzestan. Go read these documents, and you tell me who was staging a coup. It was a red coup that was taking place. The Shah had perfect authority to stop it, which he did. And the leftist propaganda has been for 60, 70 years that, a coup happened. Yeah, they removed. First of all, he was not elected, okay? The Shah was the one who signed him
into
He was elected by
premiership.
parliament. The parliament
Elected by parliament, not by popular vote.
But that was a law. That was a law.
Yeah, but the law was also that the Shah had to approve whomever the parliament elected, which he did. The Shah had no power with Mossadegh being the prime minister. No problem at all. After he tried to stage a coup, he went behind the Shah's back and tried to make a secret deal with the Soviets. This is when all this happened, okay? And you can call it a coup d'etat, but it's really not a coup d'etat. A coup d'etat happens when a military power removes the power above, not when the power above removes the power below. That's not a coup d'etat. If a CEO fires a branch manager, is that a coup d'etat against the branch manager? How does it work like that? The prime minister does a coup d'etat against the Shah. The Shah doesn't do a coup d'etat against the prime minister. That's ridiculous. You can remove the prime minister with one signature. The Constitution gave him that authority. Okay, plain and clear. Article 13. Okay, this is what they don't tell you in schools here. This is what they don't tell you.
All this tells me two things. One, the tentacles of the U.S. have been infiltrating Iran, obviously because of our resources for almost a century, maybe more, and screwed things up left, right, and center. That's number one. That's what that tells me. Number two, what it tells me, all this chaos that we're talking about, is that a monarchy doesn't work, nor does a theocracy. And we got to figure out some democratic shit that everybody agrees to.
Let me ask you, Monsi, why does a monarchy work for Sweden but not for us? Why does a monarchy work for Norway?
First of all, those aren't real monarchies. Those are just symbolic monarchies.
They're constitutional monarchies.
Yeah.
Constitutional.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you is every country, what you just said, every country has certain interests. The U.S., at that time, yes, absolutely, even today, wants to control the raw resources of the world because it's a global hegemonic superpower. Yeah. But guess what? If America was out of the equation, you think if America was out of the equation, everything would be rainbows and butterflies? Russia and China would step in. France would step in. Other countries would be even more predatory. Let's say there was no Israel in the region.
Where's your proof
Let me ask you something.
When the U.S. has proven to be the most predatory?
Okay, but before there was the state of Israel, were there not wars in this region? Was there not genocide in this region? Was there not starvation in the country that me and you are from? Did all this not happen before there was a state of Israel? So why all of a sudden everything in the region?
This is my stance. This is my stance with Israel and Iran. I'll tell you, I'm not going to involve the stance that I have between Israel and Palestine. I'm not going to involve that stance, but I am going to draw a parallel. So you have the Islamic Republic of Iran, the government, killing thousands of people, killing their own people. Totally disagree with that. I'm not with that. Any government that kills their own people should be out of there. It's plain and simple for me. But then why would you get help from another nation that just killed over 70,000 people? Why would you get help from them? Because they definitely are not going to have your best interest in mind. Their hands are bloody even longer in history than the Islamic.
Okay, I'll tell you.
They've been in power since 1948.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. In World War II, when the Nazis occupied France, okay, that didn't mean that the Allies were not also bombing and were not also killing. But for the French people at that time, the Allies were the only hope of getting freed from the Nazis. Okay, so there were two sides of a war.
Say that again. My phone kind of cut out. Say that again. I didn't hear you.
So I'm telling you, in World War II, when the Nazis occupied France, okay, and the French people did not have the means to fight the Nazi occupation, who did they seek help from? The Allies. The Allies were also killing. They were also bombing. They were also having bombing campaigns in Europe. They weren't all that innocent, okay? Both sides were doing a lot of bombing campaigns at the time. But for the French people, so it all depends on perspective, where you're standing. For the French people, the Allies were the only hope.
of getting free, getting their country back from the Nazis.
Allies
Today
were
in
not.
Iran, let me finish. Sorry,
Go ahead.
today in Iran, the only hope right now at this moment of the Iranian people getting their country back from the mullahs, which you just agreed that they should be ousted, they should go.
Yeah.
Is the United States and Israel to some extent. That's the reality.
That's where we differ. I agree with the government leaving and getting replaced and.
Okay, how would they be replaced? Well, let's say you're in charge of the opposition. How would you replace them? Give me a blueprint. How are you going to do it?
I'm not a war tactician, but I will tell you.
Exactly. You don't have.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you my opinion, but I'm giving you a disclaimer that I'm not a war tactician. So the thing that I'm going to first tell you why I don't agree with. I already told you half of why I don't agree with Israel and America coming. I explained to you why we've been screwed over so much by them, and now we want their help again. We're just going to get bitten again. Even though every country has an ulterior motive, this country or this side of the world has shown that their ulterior motive has been vicious toward us and always vampire-esque, right? So that's one reason why I don't want that. The second reason is the person they want to bring in is forget that he's whatever he is. People can call him all the names that they want and call him a traitor and call him a bootlicker for Israel. Forget all that. Let's say he's not any of those, but he's just not qualified. And again, I'm not going to go for the tactic of, if it's not Pahlavi, then who is it? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not settling for somebody who I do not think is qualified to run a country and somebody who hasn't been in the country for 47 years and is just not ever been in a place of leadership. I'm not bringing a mechanic to do heart surgery for me. That's just not going to happen. I'm not going to settle. Let me finish. Now, to get to my non-war tactician possible solution, there's a few ways, but there's no way in hell, Nima, that you as an Iranian can tell me there are not tons of intellectual, smart, qualified Iranians, whether they're in Evin or whether they're hiding somewhere and have a secret coalition in Iran, that they're not there ready to lead the Iranian people within Iran. We don't need somebody who's been out of touch, who's a son of somebody, and just because he's a son of somebody, he's the one. I'm not going for that, bro. I love my people. I got
your point, but here's the problem with your argument. First of all, you don't have any solutions, pretty much, is what you're saying.
I'm saying within.
Because as you mentioned, those people are in heaven waiting their execution. Okay, that's where they're at. Okay, they're in a dark cell waiting to be hung and executed. Okay, so they're not going to do a revolution from the dark cell. This is a fact. The people who rose by the millions in every province of Iran were shot by shotguns and other heavy artillery. They were killed. They were massacred. Let me finish.
I didn't finish my. So what I'm saying is there's two possible things that to be able to uplift these people, whether they're in Evin, waiting to get hung or whatever, or they may be in hiding somewhere, gathering their forces. There's two ways. One is get an outside entity, yes, but not America, not somebody who's bitten us so many times. That's one. The second solution is, which is a far-fetched one, a possible coup. Well, those are my two.
The coup will never happen.
I know.
But the regime is not going to fall within. Let me guarantee you that. Okay, the regime structure is not going to fall within. If you've lived in Iran long enough, as
I understand, but I'm giving you. It's not impossible, but it is improbable.
It's very unlikely. But here's the thing. When the United States took in its military to free Kuwait from Iraq, what was it then? Was it an aggressor then? When the United States went into Yugoslavia to stop a Muslim genocide, being carried out by Christians on behalf of a Muslim population, what was it then? Was it an aggressor? The United States, all we point out are the examples that went wrong.
What about all these examples that went right? What about when France was freed from the Nazis, when Denmark was freed from the Nazis? All by the United States, by U.S. military groups.
But didn't they only get involved after they got bombed? They were chilling before that.
They got paid for it. They
weren't doing anything until it hit home.
Yeah,
and it was in their best
interest.
interest.
Okay, if they become
they're not some
Kuwait is doing fine right now. Kuwait is doing very well right now. I've been to Kuwait.
So have I.
They're doing very well. They're doing very well after they were liberated by the United States of America. Denmark is doing really well right now. France is doing okay.
Well, we just explained Denmark and France to you.
But what I'm saying is the United States has not always been this predatory power that you guys keep talking about. That's been pillaging and taking resources. It's not like that.
So the only one I'm going to agree with you on is because I even though I was involved in demonstrations during that time as a very young kid, I was going out for demonstrations for Yugoslavia. Even I don't know the reasons of why America did that, so that one I'll leave alone. I'll give you that. But hold on. But if they do one thing the right way and then 13 things the wrong way, and for tactics that are just in their benefit 99%, I'm not gonna try.
I can name you 13 things they did the right way, but here's the thing. Let's put that aside for 1 second, okay? Right now, there are two other countries that are full force in support of the Islamic regime being in power: China and Russia. As you know, as an Iranian, you should know this, that Russia has taken more territory from us than any other nation in the world. There's no country. Yes, historically, there's no country in the world that has backstabbed us Iranians. As an Iranian, your blood should boil by this. No other country has backstabbed us more than Russia, okay? And you trust them over the United States? You think they're our allies? And China, what about China? The most predatory country right now in developing nations, in Africa and in Asia, is China. Go read the 25-year deal they signed with the Islamic Republic. Just go read it. Go read it. You tell me who's more predatory? Was America doing what China and Russia did to Iran during the Shah? Were people not better off economically back then? Were the country not in a better position? So you're saying, look, this is the double standard. This is the problem I have with your argument. You're saying one country is all evil and we cannot trust, but the two countries that are currently supporting this system to stay in power, to kill you as an Iranian, are the most predatory countries in the world. And you seem to have I'm not saying you as in Mars, but I'm saying that argument that side of the argument has no problem with that. But all they focus on is Israel and the U.S. What about Russia? What about China? Let's talk about.
I never said that it should be China or Russia. I never said that. But with China, Russia is Russia. I'm not going to give you pushback on that. But China, they're robotically business minded. So whether the Islamic Republic is in power, or a squirrel is in power, or a cow is in power, they're going to do business with anybody. I've been to 10 countries in Africa.
You're sugarcoating. You understand?
No. I'm not. I'm just saying that. See how the Chinese do. I've been to 10 countries in Africa. I see what they're doing.
I've been to China myself.
And I've been to China. Let me finish. I've been to China and I've been to Bandar Abbas, where I've seen what they're doing. So my whole thing is, do I like it? Ethically, it probably doesn't match up with my standards. But once you understand how the Chinese are, they're just robotically businessmen. They don't be like, oh, this guy's like this, we're not going to do it. But they just see dollar signs or whatever their money is, yen or whatever the fuck it is. But so with China, you can't really use them as a measuring stick, because they're just going to do business with whoever. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's benefits them.
No, but the point remains.
So predatory is not really a thing you could call them. They're
absolutely predatory. Look at the loans they're giving out to developing nations.
But these developing nations are accepting it.
You can make the same argument about the U.S. Every country the U.S. has done business with is accepting these terms, okay? And their terms are way more generous than Russia and China combined.
So if every country, every small country, every middle power is going to be dependent on a greater power. Okay, that's how the world worked since history began. Since there was Rome and Persia, all these little countries in the middle, they were either allies of Rome or allies of Persia. You can't exist as an independent nation when you're small. You need a bigger power to sponsor you. That's just how the world works. If you don't like it, you got to reshape the whole system of the world. Okay. But I am saying, as an Iranian, right now, it's in our best interest that America is more involved. I'd rather have America.
So let me ask you that. Let me flip the question back on you. So, okay, let's say America is involved in your scenario, right? And they're the ones who are going to come in and assist the regime change. How do you propose they come in and change the regime change?
They bomb the installation. That's why I disagree with you. They bomb the installations. They take out the military brass. The people do an uprising. And then the government will collapse. In 1 or 2 days, the government will collapse. So they're not going to last right now. They're not at this current state they're in right now. A lot of them are going to flee, frankly, before the war even gets heated.
So do you honestly, Nima, do you honestly think that America is going to use pinpoint precision and civilians are not going to die? And please don't answer me with they're already dying. I fucking hate those answers. Give me the good answers that you give me.
Every war there's going to be casualties of war. I would gladly volunteer to die if I knew my country would be free. Okay, gladly. I've never heard anybody say that. So that's real. Okay, every freedom has a price. Every freedom in the world. If you get an injection, it's going to hurt at first, okay? But if you're sick, you need that injection, you need it. Okay, so yeah, I get it. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be clean. It's not a video game. Yeah, I get it. It's a war, and it's costly, and it's bloody, and it's brutal.
Do you think there's another way?
No other solution. No, okay. I don't. There's
no. It's. I'm going based on what you're saying. Based on your solution. Is there another way within the paradigm of your solution where America can help the Iranians on the ground without bombing? Can they maybe get them weaponry? Is there any other way?
No.
In your opinion, okay. All right.
Because even if they start today, it takes years to train a militia that can fight a street battle. Street battles are different from war fronts. War fronts, you have clear tactics, you have clear command, you have clear lines. In street battle, you don't have that. There are no rules. Anything goes. And for a militia to be trained enough and equipped enough to fight a successful street battle, that's going to take years, and that's going to be even worse than it.
So then I'm going to ask you this. Then you're saying you said just a few minutes ago that America would bomb the strategic bases or whatever, weapon arsenals or whatever, and then the people would uprise. If the people have no kind of training or anything to uprise, that uprising will prove futile anyway. So what's that solution?
Because you can beat a wounded beast, but you can't beat a beast at its best. Once that attack happens, it's a wounded beast, okay? Think of it as, if you're going to get into a street fight with Evander Holyfield, he's probably going to kick the shit out of you.
I'm going to bite his ear.
Yeah, but seriously, like against a trained fighter, he's probably going to beat the shit out of you. But if you shoot him in the leg first, you have a real chance now, right? Now the equation changed because somebody just shot him in the leg. This is kind of how it goes, you know? The real example is Libya with Gaddafi. American troops didn't get involved in Gaddafi directly, but they did aerial bombardments.
Yeah, but Libya's a shit show up until even now.
One thing.
And then one last thing, then you could go on here. One last thing, Nima. We both have our theories. And we both have our possible solutions, but we will never know until it happens. Let's just hope no more Iranians die at the end of the day, because that's my wish. And I don't want any more innocent people to die, and I want liberation for the people. That's it.
I do have this question. So, Nima, how many bodies are you willing to sacrifice?
I don't have a clear picture of bodies and sacrifices. What I do know is,
I mean, they killed 50,000, right? According to your study.
Yes, they did. Yes, absolutely they did.
Okay, so is it? Would you say that it's okay, maybe another 50,000 to get your freedom?
I'm not gonna play a numbers game. I'm not in a numbers game. I'm in a winning. I believe that
let's say
Iranian nation, I hope that no innocent dies in any war, any conflict. But if the nation can be freed from these mullahs and have an election and have a popularly elected form of governance, that's the end game. I focus on the end game. I don't focus on.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You see, you go to monologue. This is what I hate about you. Okay, it's a conversation. It's a back and forth. This is how the conversation works. It's not a monologue shit, right? Where I have to sit here and listen to your yap, whatever bullshit comes out of your disgusting mouth. The question was clear.
Why so rude, though? I don't understand.
No, I will say this. I don't, me and you disagree with a lot of Nemo's views, and we don't agree with him, but he has been respectful.
No, but you're not getting the point, Mazen. Somebody that literally supports outside entity to attack his own country, that's making you a traitor. I just gave him a definition. And if I was you, Mazi, if this idiot, and if I was an Iranian, and if this fucker was in front of me, I'd probably slap the shit out of him.
No, I'm a pacifist.
Let me ask you a question.
I would slap the shit for being a traitor.
Amir, let me ask you a serious question.
Because I don't want.
Man to man. If you and I met on the street, do you think you could take me man to man?
Amir's from Compton, bro.
I'm in Compton. You want to pull up?
No, forget
for real. I live in Compton.
You and I met man to man. Do you think you can take me?
Yeah. Do you know where I live, right? I live in Compton.
I don't give a shit where you live. I asked you a question.
Okay. You want to pull up in Compton?
I just asked you a question and you don't answer.
Yes. What is your question?
Man to man, if you and I met in a back alley somewhere, not even Compton, you think you could take me?
It's very easy to take you down, bro. You just Iranian.
I just want to say,
scumbag Iranian. That's what
I just
and especially when you speak, I'm sure when you speak Farsi, probably feminine. I heard a lot of, especially Raza Pahlavi supporters. When they fucking speak in Farsi, it's like, oh, feminine.
You think you sound very masculine right now?
No.
Let's not insult each other, bro. Let's just get to the points. Come on, let's go.
My question to you is very simple. Are you willing to lose 50,000 Iranians for your freedom? You have on one side you're given a choice. You have to lose 50,000 bodies, and you get your freedom from the mullahs. On the other side, you don't lose anything, but you're still stuck with IRGC. Choose your pick.
You're making these hypothetical, nonsense numbers.
These are not nonsense.
I can't answer a question that's based on hypothetical bullshit.
Literally, I had Iranians come to my room.
If you give me a solid question, I can give you a solid answer.
Okay. I'll draw this example. During the 12-day war, there was about 1,000 people got killed. You agree?
900 were military, but yes.
Okay, 900 were military. Were there any kids that got killed?
I didn't look at them. Probably. I don't know. Probably.
Okay, so all 1,000 or close to 1,000 were all military. There were no women. They were not sitting at their house with their wives, having dinner with their kids.
They minimized the casualties to the lowest possible number. They did a very good job with precision strikes. They minimized every war in human history has had collateral damage, unfortunately, and absolutely it makes me sad. But
so how many civilians
they minimized it to the lowest possible number imaginable. And I don't think even if any other country, even if the U.S. attacked instead of Israel, I don't think they would have been as precise. They do.
How many civilians were killed, Nima? How many civilians?
Like around 100.
100 out of 100. You don't think there was few children, maybe 3, 4 children?
Okay, so how many civilians did the Islamic Republic kill in 2 days?
Nima, what you're doing is whataboutism. Okay? I'm asking you, was it justified to kill 3 or 4 children, according to you?
I'm not saying anything is justified when you kill kids.
No. Were they the children of IRGC members?
You mean the children who died? Were they IRGC members?
Yeah. Were they the kids of the IRGC members?
I don't have a full list and identities of those who died. I don't know this answer. But what I'm telling you is a bigger philosophical moratorium. I'm saying.
No. I was asking about the justification.
Okay, I'm telling you. I'm saying if you have a regime kills that, does 100 executions in one day. Okay, and you're trying to get rid of it. If a foreign force does their due diligence, attacks the military personnel and installations that were involved in the killing of Iranian people, by the way, and if there is a very slight collateral damage, it's very unfortunate. It sucks. It's never a good thing. Okay, but it's the minimal price that you can pay when you have a theocratic regime that's been in power for almost half a century.
Is it justified?
I just answered.
You didn't give me a straight answer. Is it justified?
So you're saying
yes or no question? Just answer the question, yes or no.
It's always bad when children die, but in the great scheme of things, if the mullahs are toppled, that is a price that the Iranian nation will pay. Yes.
Okay, Iranian nation will pay. You live in fucking California. You aren't doing shit. All you do is go to a fucking protest, right? Wave Israeli flag. The people that are on the ground, they're the ones that are getting butchered and slaughtered. Not you.
No, my cousins.
Not you. Your cousins are there. Your cousins didn't get killed during the 12-day war, did they?
No, because they do a good job with precision strike that limits civilian death.
Precision strike. All of a sudden, when did Israel, do precision strike? In Gaza, killed over 70,000 people. They could have done precision strike. You're just a retard, man. Seriously.
Okay, you're very small.
This is why, if this scumbag, right, if he served my nation, and if I was Iranian, I would slap the shit out of him. I'll give him a bitch slap. I wouldn't even punch him. Punch is nothing. Bitch slap is the one that actually gets insulted.
You're a tough guy behind the mic. Anybody can be a tough guy behind
you. You are a disgusting wild creature. You just justify the killing of innocent children. And Mazi, this is the type of Raza Pahlavi supporters exist in today's world. And they're very disgusting wild creatures. They should not. These people, I don't know where the fuck did they come from.
So you lost the debate.
I lost the debate. I literally exposed your position. You justified the killing of innocent children. During the 12-day war, during the 12-day war, you said 900 were IRGC. If you were to fact check you right now, how much do you think it would be true? You think it would 600 be true, or 500 be true, or would 900 be true?
Okay,
where did you get the stats from?
90% of those who died,
where did you get the stats from? Iran International? Where did you get the stats from?
It was a very low number. 90% were targeted people, IRGC, and leaders who absolutely deserve to die. I don't shed a crocodile tear for them. No.
No, so the kids that were with them, they are absolutely deserve to die.
How many kids did the Islamic Republic kill? Can you tell me that's
called whataboutism.
Nope. Give me a stat. On the number of teenagers and kids the Islamic Republic killed in 2 days. Give me that stat. And then we can talk numbers. Since you're very interested to talk numbers, we can talk numbers. Let me entity killed 100 in very precise strikes. The so-called government of the country, of the land, killed 50,000. Now you tell me the magnitude and how it compares.
You should provide proof for the 50,000.
So according to the HRANA, US-based human rights organization, total Iranian deaths were 1,190. 436 were civilians. According to Iranian judiciary, 935. Civilians, 300. 38 kids and 132 women, right? The Hanga, Kurdish, that's a Kurdish HR, right? Human rights, 1,082 were killed. Civilians, 182. Is that the one that you're looking at? Iran Health Ministry, 610 to 935 Civilians 224 plus.
Around 100 civilians. That's the number that.
So where did you get this number from?
That's the consensus. Around 100.
Where did you? I'm asking you. Where did you?
Exactly 100. I said around 100.
Okay. Do you know that currently the numbers that were reported by the Iranian government is actually 3,000? I'm not going to go based on the Iranian government. I don't trust it. Okay. The human rights organization said 7,000. And then they're investigating 11,000 more cases.
I mean, what is
Iran International claimed 36,000 and some change. All these news channels, they picked it up from where? Iran International. You know, I hope Iran International burns down. You know, that's a disgusting channel shouldn't even exist. It helps Reza Pahlavi disgusting supporters like yourself, right?
Your people are good at burning stuff down.
Hold on. Yeah, your people burn down mosques. That's what you're good at. Yeah, burning down holy mosques. People go there to pray. Yeah, that's good. I
thought we were a bunch of feminine pussies. How did we burn down stuff?
I'm talking about the Reza Pahlavi supporters. You are a feminine pussy. That's all you are. All you are is just a keyboard warrior. Now, when we go based off the HRAAN, that's a U.S.-based organization. Would you take that at face value?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't take that? That's a U.S.-based organization.
A U.S.-based leftist organization. No.
Oh, U.S.-based leftist organization. Okay, so they support our agency.
There are other organizations who say something different. Which one are you going to go?
Can you provide me source? Which one do you trust?
I told you. Around 100 civilians. Around 1,000 died. Around 100 civilians. That's the general consensus.
Can you provide me source? Where did you get this number from?
You just read multiple sources, and one of them.
I read multiple.
One of them pretty much gave you this.
None of them say 100.
I said around. Do you speak English? Around.
Okay, do you understand? The one that I have, the smallest number is 182.
Okay, that is around 100, less than 200.
That's not even your organization. That's a Kurdish organization.
We're going in circles here. I don't know what your point is.
Okay. Now, this is the problem I have. Mazi, which organization would you take? Would you take it from HRNA, the Human Rights Organization?
I'll take it over Iran International. I don't fuck with Iran.
Okay, HRANA, US based. It gave a total Iranian deaths of 1,190, civilians of 436. Okay, and if I look at Iranian judiciary, they went down on the numbers. 935 civilians, 300, and 38 kids and 135 women, 132 women. So that's what I was trying to get at. The kids, there was they targeted at their houses while they were having time with their family or whatever. And they killed a whole bunch of children.
Yeah, Israel's very good at that. They're very...
Israel's a baby killer. It's a baby killer regime. And
so what is your argument? You want to...
My argument is it wasn't two children. It wasn't two kids. It was more than two.
Okay, but my argument is, do you want the regime in Iran to...
Nima, I think what he's saying is that look at how Israel operates. They're not going to do good if they come in and help Iran. Look at what they did this time. So they're just going to be reckless when and if they come back. That's what I think is argument. Am I right, Amir?
My argument is scumbags like him, during the 12-day war, they justify the killing of children.
You have to be nasty.
This is why there's no point of having a discussion with a retard like Nima here. Because
why are you the one who
if you have the balls, you should man up and acknowledge that yes, there was a lot of children that got killed, and Israel is known to be a baby killer regime. They like to kill children. They like to target children. And that's what they're into. They're into pedophilia behavior. Donald Trump, Epstein, everything's fucking connected to Israel. Epstein was actually a Zionist Jew, by the way.
You're like a broken record. Donald Trump, Israel, Epstein. You're like a broken record.
Yes, I'm a broken record. This is who you voted for, Donald Trump. You should look into it. Anyways, so Mazi,
when the United States bombed strategic points,
I'm talking to your Iranian brother here. Hold on, at least have some shame, and have some respect for your Iranian brother. Mazi, my question to you: if somebody like this guy right here justifies the killing of innocent children just for regime change, right? Well, how would that make you feel? That would piss you off. You've been to Gaza. You've been involved in the Gaza situation. You've been involved in these protests and whatnot. How would that make you feel? It would break your heart. Like, what kind of a disgusting human being is this? This is animalistic behavior. It would super piss me off.
Look, I disagree with him, and I think he's wrong in trusting the entities that he's trusting, and I think he's making a mistake. But he's okay. Compare him to all the other ones that came on the stage and were, not all, but many that came on the stage and were violent, disgusting. He's actually being respectful to us and having a back and forth banter. I don't agree with him, but at least he's being respectful. And I think he's wrong. I think trusting Israel is the worst thing you can do, and America as well.
No. I don't know. Trust is one thing. The other thing, justifying the killing of.
No, and that too.
This is his Iranian cousins and friends and family, or whatever you can call it, Iranian children that died.
Yeah, you're not gonna get pushback from me. I mean, I agree with you.
I know. And if I was on the ground, if I was in Iran, and if this SOB was in front of me, he'll get a bitch slap from me, right on the face. Because I actually, it triggers me, especially when it comes down to children. People like him, the demonic pieces of shit, then the Zionist scumbag. There's no difference between him and the Zionists. They justify the killing of innocent children for their self-interest.
You're a rude guy. I think to have a conversation.
You should ask him. Do you have any children? Nima?
You're not educated. You're a rude classist.
I'm not educated.
No. Amir is very well read. He's very well read.
Well, he's a rude guy. He constantly.
Do you have any children? Do you have any nieces and nephews?
You constantly disrespect. You constantly throw these obscene claims, okay? All I'm telling you, I'm giving you facts, I'm giving you historic reference, and I'm telling you why you're wrong. And I'm not being rude or disrespectful.
Do you have any nephews and nieces?
Why do you have to go into ad hominem?
Do you have any nephew and nieces?
It's none of your business what I have.
Okay, there we go.
We're having a conversation.
Let's go with the analogy. I'll be respectful.
Go with ideas.
No, but during that 12-day war, if your niece or nephew were killed, how would that make you feel?
Listen, I'm saying wars suck, okay? Even if
I'm not talking about. I'm asking how would that make you feel?
Even if I get killed, but my country gets freed from these mullahs, I would sign off in a heartbeat. Okay.
So you would sacrifice your nephew and niece to, get the regime change.
Get the regime change. Me and my whole family dies, but this regime is removed. It's a price that we pay for the nation. If you're a
would you sacrifice yourself and your son and your daughter? Do you have a daughter or son?
I would sacrifice myself. I can't sacrifice others. I would definitely sacrifice myself. Yeah, because it's a price you pay when you have a cause. In this cause, you think we're safe in Los Angeles? There was a U-Haul truck that was feet away that started running over people.
No, okay? that was debunked, bro.
But listen, every time you step into a political arena of this magnitude of Iran, you're putting yourself out there for all kinds of attacks. Okay. All I'm saying is forget the person, forget the ad hominems. Look at the ideas. You're saying one thing, I'm telling you another perspective. You can look at the perspective, you can disagree with it, you can debunk it, whatever. But what's with this ad hominem way of thinking? This is not right. I don't know who you are. You don't know why. Okay? What I'm telling you is that in a greater conflict where you have a regime that kills 50,000 people, that's another 80,000 are up for execution. When you have a terrorist state, okay, where you have a country that puts most of its money, while 70% are under extreme poverty,
in an oil-rich country, they're spending money on missiles and nuclear technologies. So all I'm saying is you have this regime, the people don't want it, the people are going to fight tooth and nail to get rid of it. If that means getting foreign help, which many countries, including the United States, which me and you live in, have done, so be it. This is part of human history. This is what other countries have experienced. Okay? You might not like it, and that's totally fine. That's your prerogative.
So it's right to do this. It's right to kill children.
Nima,
no, you see, that's the thing. You don't listen to what I'm saying.
No, but also Nima, read between the lines of what Amir is saying. Amir is
disgusting
extremely.
Sometimes the cowards you're saying these vile stuff.
Because he's passionate. He's passionate. He's a humanist. He's passionate, and he genuinely does not want to see more Iranians die. This I can vouch for him. He does not want to see that.
He doesn't give a shit about Iranians. He wants his cause. His cause is anti-America, anti-Israel, leftist Islamist cause. That's what he's fighting. He doesn't give a shit about you.
He's not.
He doesn't give a shit. If the Islamic Republic kills 1 million people, he's going to come up to the only disgusting person. He's
the only correct statement, accurate statement that he said about Amir was anti-Israel. The other stuff, he doesn't lean toward anything Islamic heavily.
He hates this country too. He hates America. He hates the government.
I don't hate America.
He criticizes them, but he doesn't.
I have a problem with the government.
He hates Israel. You got that part right, but that's
we have people on running the show in the government.
Most of us here.
He's an angry person. He's probably not. If I want to do ad hoc,
but it's passion. It's passion.
He's probably had many failures in his personal life. And he's taking it out on this cause. He's taking it out on it's the Jews' fault or it's this fault.
I never said the Jews.
You don't see the clear silver lining. You don't see that the regime is collapsing, okay, and there's going to be no more money for your bullshit causes coming out of the Iranian pocket, and this is killing you. I mean,
do you think I give two fucks about IRGC? They can go fuck off, okay? I don't give two fucks.
What's your problem? What is your argument?
My argument, I told you, if your nephew or niece were killed, do you know it's just because of your self-interest, right?
You know the chance of my cousins dying is actually from the Islamic Republic, not from Israel.
You and those Zionist scumbags that come in here day in, day out, they justify the killing of innocent children. And do you know that because of a wild creature like you and other Pahlavi supporters, these terrorist fuckfaces that are in Los Angeles, I'm in Los Angeles, by the way, these scumbags, they went up to the numbers up to 50 or 100,000. Do you know why they did this? And the Zionists are pushing this in with a business number. You know why they're doing it? To minimize on what they did in Gaza. I think you can't read what's written on the wall. You can't, hold on. You can't read what's written on the wall. And people like you are demonic pieces of shit that support the killing of innocent children. I don't want any Iranian children. Do you know how many people I kicked out during the 12-day war? The room went up to 80 people. You had disgusting wild creatures like yourself, a Pahlavi supporter. They came in, justified the killing of innocent children that died during 12-day war. I kicked them out of my fucking room because I don't take shit from about the children. But idiots like you, scumbags like you, I don't want Raza Pahlavi, a little fucking traitor that lives in America, stole fucking Iranian people's money, hasn't been to Iran in 40 years. I want this son of a bitch back in the power.
Okay,
like his dad wasn't a dictator, his grandfather wasn't a dictator. Motherfucker, shut the fucking mouth. Hello, bitch. You want to go suck his dick? Go suck his dick.
Have decorum.
No. You want to suck his dick? Go suck his dick.
Let me ask you a question. Why don't you want to answer the question?
Answer what question?
Amir. What would you suggest? The Iranian people do? Hold on, Tufan, 1 second. I just have a question for Amir. What would you suggest the Iranian people do to oust the mullahs?
Nima, I don't support IRGC or Raja Pahlavi. I don't want you to go from one dictator to another.
Answer my question. Don't forget. Answer my question.
Okay. Did you just see recently what happened in Syria?
As a starter, read some.
Did you see what happened in Syria?
Okay, don't you see what happened in Syria. Answer my direct question.
Okay. I'm going to draw you an example. In Syria, they topple Bashar al-Assad. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody from the, whoever toppled took over, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you got fucking 90 million people on the land, right? People like you, Raza Pahlavi supporters that don't even live in fucking Iran. They left after.
You know where Giovanni lived before though? Do you know his history?
Hold on. I know. He's a terrorist.
No, I'm asking where did he live? He didn't live in Syria all this time.
Yeah, but he's a terrorist. I look at him as a terrorist. So people like you that live in California, that live in all over America, or in European countries.
What's with you and these ad hominem shit? I'm asking you a question. Forget me.
People like you. No. I have to address you because you are one of the Pahlavi supporters. If Baji said we can have that
You're
conversation.
also a terrorist supporter. I don't keep rubbing it in your nose every 2 seconds.
I'm not a terrorist supporter.
You're a Hamas supporter.
I'm not a Hamas supporter.
But I'm asking you a question. How would you oust the government of Iran? How would you?
How many people live on the land? 40 million, 80 million? How many is it?
80 million. How would you get rid of the regime?
Okay. You made a claim earlier. Majority of them, 60% don't support IRGC. You agree?
More than that, yes.
Okay, 80% don't. So, and how many are the regime members, IRGC members?
Around like 200, 300,000.
Okay. Which one is high in numbers? The Iranians?
Well, they have weapons and the other side doesn't. Go on.
Okay. You can't build your own weapons.
No, we can't. No, we don't have factories.
You can't build your own weapons. You can't bring anything into the country.
We can't.
You can't do any of that.
Go on. Give me a solution. We can't.
Okay. It's very simple. You can topple the government yourself. That's about it.
No,
and you
give
can take over.
me a blueprint.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking blueprint.
I just told you.
How?
You guys know the locations of the IRGC headquarters, where it is, where it's not.
No, they have guns. I already answered that. They have guns. They're well equipped.
But aren't you ready to sacrifice your people?
You're not answering my question. You're not.
I did. Aren't you ready to sacrifice your people? Because during the 12
we want to get rid of them. What is
during the 12
to get rid of the regime?
Okay. Don't you have Mossad on the ground that's helping you guys?
You just said without foreign help. Now you're saying Mossad's on the ground.
No. Raza Pahlavi supporters, they're literally working with Mossad.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
I did. If you're working with Mossad, why don't you ask your Mossad to give you weapons? Ask your Mossad to give you weapons.
I'm telling you, without foreign, you just said you can do it without foreign intervention. Why do you bring Mossad into this?
Because Mossad is literally inside Iran, right? I mean, that helps you.
So you're saying, okay, we're getting somewhere. So you're saying it's okay to get help from Mossad on the ground, but
I did not say okay. They're already inside Iran, aren't they not?
Okay, so if Mossad agent on the ground kill people, it's okay, but not on the air strikes. That's what you're saying. I just want to understand your point. Just give me a point.
Okay. Even right now, when I'm talking to you, you might be Mossad. We don't know.
You're not answering, Amir. You're not a stupid guy. I'm asking you a question. I want a straight answer. Give me the answer. How would you, let's say you're the leader of the opposition. Forget everyone else. How would you topple the government in Iran without any foreign intervention or help? Give me a blueprint.
You can get your own weapons.
Oh, Santa Claus is going to bring us weapons, right?
Santa Claus, they literally wasn't there a video that went around viral?
You see how bullshit?
Hold on. Let me finish. Wasn't there a recent video during the protest? They what is it? They seized about 40 or 60,000 weapons. Did they do that?
The Iranian opposition inside Iran assume they don't have any weapons at the moment. How are you going to get rid of the regime? Give me a
Okay. The opposition party, are they working with any outside entity, Mossad or any of these things?
Okay, you're contradicting yourself again. Contradicting yourself every 2 seconds.
How am I contradicting?
You just said without foreign help, and now you're saying Mossad. What the fuck?
Okay. Nima.
It's okay for Mossad to help us on the ground.
Is it okay for Mossad to help us? Is it okay to buy weaponry from outside parties?
I'm asking you the question. You tell me.
Yes, it's okay to buy weaponry. Even the governments, they buy weaponry from.
Okay, so you're saying it's okay. It's okay for CIA and Mossad, let's expand it,
to help Iranian opposition on the ground, as long as they don't do any kind of direct aerial bomb. Am I understanding it right? I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying that you can fight, right? Unless you're a pussy. Are you
No. Forget me. I am a pussy. Okay, fine. Forget me.
Okay.
I'm asking you a straight question. You're saying it's okay for people on the ground to get help from the enemies that you're talking about, U.S. and Israel, but you're also saying that it's not okay for them to get involved with aerial bombardment. I'm trying to see if I understand this.
Direct help is that's the trade.
So your problem is direct help, not help in general.
Hold on, Nima. Yes, you could buy weaponry from anybody, even local. I'm sure you can find local weaponry, correct? Because your whole problem is, I don't have access to the weapons.